Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hey, what's up, Minnie? How goes it? Just about to check out some of these hearings. There's like 7 hearings that came out today, so there's gonna be like some more coming out tomorrow. So I'm gonna watch as many as I can tonight, so I don't fall behind. I like watching these hearings. How's it going? How's your Tuesday been so far? Doing all right. Just got done walking my dog around the neighborhood. I'm over here in Los Angeles, so it's finally cooled off. It was like 100 degrees all day today. I mean, it's like 10 p.m. over here, and it's still pretty hot. But yeah, I like summer nights nonetheless. So it's pretty nice. What's up, Futsuruchi? How you doing? What happened to your neighbor, man? What do you mean, poked you? You guys got in a fight or something? What's up, Captain Homer? How goes it? Hey, good to see everybody. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just going to start a poll real quick, and then we'll get this hearing started in any second now. Give me 1 second. So yeah, this hearing, it looks pretty interesting. I kind of skimmed through it. And there's a lot of good players in this, so we'll see what they all have to say. But I guess it's like it's titled combat. It's like a hearing titled "Combating DEI in American Institutions." So we'll see what this is all about. Or I might as well hit the play button now. Hey, what up, everyone? What's up, JFO? How's it going? Oh, sorry to hear about that, Futsuruchi, about your neighborhood, man. What's ATP? Sounds familiar. I usually stick to like the official like government channels, because I mean, our taxpayer money pays for it, so we might as well check it out. But yeah, I'll scope it out. Thanks for the heads up. I'm gonna hit the play button. Hey, please hit the like button, everyone. Thank you. You guys all had a good day today, hopefully. I got a T-bone steak I'm gonna cook up at some point. I'll show you guys my T-bone steak. I'm gonna give Carlo the T-bone part of it. What's up, Carlo? You want T-bone steak, buddy? He looked at me. As soon as I said T-bone steak, he looked up.
This here.
All right, they just gabbled in right here. Let me put the closed captions on. Mr. Gill. So it looks like this guy named Mr. Gill's the chairman of this hearing.
Task Force on Defending Constitutional Rights and Exposing Institutional Abuses will come to order. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. Without objection, the chair may declare recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning and welcome to today's hearing before the Task Force on Defending Constitutional Rights and Exposing Institutional Abuses on the discriminatory, harmful, and often illegal nature of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI policies. DEI is, by its very nature, an affront to the principles and ideals that define our great nation, and a rejection of the progress our predecessors made in ensuring civil rights protections for all Americans. Our forefathers fought and died to ensure that this country would be a place where every person has the opportunity to achieve great things as the fruit of his or her own talents and hard work. Civil rights leaders of the 1950s and 60s fought tirelessly in the pursuit of these same principles to ensure that America would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Look at this. We got a MAGA meat writing politician over here quoting Martin Luther King Jr. How about that? Unfortunately, these guys don't live by any words of Martin Luther King Jr.
Today, DEI has become a euphemism for a Marxist ideology which seeks to undo those very efforts by civil rights leaders like Martin Luther King and his contemporaries. DEI represents a conscious effort to specifically judge people by the color of their skin and other immutable characteristics. Not only is this an utterly disgusting and racist ideology, but it is also a clear...
What the hell? This guy's a piece of shit right here. Look at this guy. Trying to do some word salad over here. It's like, nah, buddy, you're the racist ideology over here.
Of the Constitution and federal law. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 clearly prohibits unlawful employment practices that discriminate against an individual because of such individual's race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. And the Supreme Court ruled in a 2023 case that the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution prohibits racial discrimination in college admissions practices. Meanwhile, DEI policies embody racist and stereotypical attitudes harbored by the left towards groups that these policies purport to benefit. Do Democrats believe that these people, that people would categorize as diverse, do not possess the skills to succeed in our society without quotas or preferences?
You hear him? He caught himself in his slip up. He said, "These people." That's what these bigots like to say, is "these people."
Treatment. Apparently, yes, we know this because the mask slips and they admit this explicitly. New York Governor and Democrat Kathy Hochul patronizingly claimed in 2024 that, quote, "Black kids growing up in the Bronx don't even know what the word computer is," end quote. I guess if you believe that nonsense, DEI makes a lot more sense. And it isn't just prominent Democrat politicians. Some of the largest American companies bought into this absurdity. For instance, companies such as Macy's, BlackRock, Starbucks, Disney, Google, Amazon, among others, in recent history instituted aggressive DEI policies. In higher education, institutions have, in open defiance of the Supreme Court, merely rebranded their racist DEI practices while continuing to seek out novel means to racially categorize and then discriminate against individuals. To combat this, the Trump administration has taken historic action to enforce federal civil rights law and ensure all Americans are protected from discrimination. Despite this bold stance against discriminatory practices, this committee is concerned that the DEI proponents in industry and academia are just biding their time. The behavior of the radical left indicates that DEI is not truly eradicated from our society, but merely lying dormant and licking its wounds until it has an opportunity to rise again. If the left does not abandon this obsession, where will that lead our country? I look forward to a discussion today on how we can work towards a society that has eradicated insidious discrimination under the guise of DEI. To the ranking member, Simon, for her opening statement.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to the witnesses. Thank you all for coming here today. And before I begin my opening statement, in thinking about this hearing and thinking about the recent passing of one of my core mentors, Dr. Clarence Jones, who was the attorney and speechwriter for Dr. Martin Luther King. Mr. Jones, for many folks who have followed the civil rights movement, has been a seminal and clear voice of what is in front of us as a nation. And I think of him, I think of his words and his teachings as we move through today's conversation. So, it's with that I'm so thankful that we are all here to have the conversation. And I do also think that it's extremely appropriate that we're meeting today just weeks after the Supreme Court struck down Donald Trump's effort to redefine what it means to be an American. Because that's the real issue at stake today. That's what we're talking about today. Who counts, who belongs, and who deserves a seat at the table. The question before us is simple. Will we welcome Americans who look and pray and love or think differently, or will we turn our backs on the diversity that has always made this country stronger? Mr. Chairman, these questions we know are not new. Throughout our history in this country, these arguments have been made by people convinced that they were defending America. When Strom Thurmond held the floor on this campus for 24 hours against the Civil Rights Bill, he insisted that he hated no one and that he was only defending the Constitution. George Wallace claimed he was preserving order when he said segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever. In 1956, 101 members of this body stood and signed the Southern Manifesto, insisting that school desegregation was unconstitutional. Yes, school desegregation was unconstitutional. And let me just say that one more time. It was 101 members of the United States Congress who stood firmly with the ideals listed out in the Southern Manifesto. They believed that they were on the right side of history. And that's not ancient history. That's the world that my own mother was born and raised in the deep rural South. I raised this history, Mr. Chairman, because the arguments before us today, this morning, are from a mirrored pattern. Now, let me say something about the three letters at the center of today's hearing. Our chairman cited those three letters as a pretext for discrimination. That's not been the experience in the institutions that I've served and some that I've run. Those three words meant ensuring that a veteran had the desk that they needed, that they could use. That disabled veteran rallied for accommodations and they got it. It means a first generation student who needed a mentor and a worker who knew how to report the abuse that they had received and they were heard. None of that is quota. None of that takes a seat for anyone. The law forbids discrimination, and it forbids it for all of us, every single one of us in this room. Today, the majority will speak about fairness. But fairness means recognizing that for most of our history, there was one group of Americans who had been ushered to the front of the line. That is not hyperbole, that is fact. After generations, that head start began to feel something like an inheritance, and sharing that opportunity feels like loss. But acknowledging that head start, removing those barriers, and expanding opportunity, it's not discrimination. When someone sees a few more chairs at the table and calls it a takeover, we hear discomfort. That opportunity is no longer reserved for those who have always and already had it, but the opportunity belongs to every American. Wealthy and powerful people want to weaponize that discomfort to divide us, to divide you, to distract you, and to entrench the power that they still hold behind the scenes. But justice does not diminish anyone. It simply makes room for everyone. If my colleagues truly cared about the thumb on the scale, the record is waiting. Black workers with the same credentials are still hired, this is fact, and paid less. With the same credentials of their white counterparts, students from the wealthiest 1% of families in this country are more than twice as likely to attend top colleges and middle class than their middle class counterparts with similar test scores. That is fact. At Harvard, a study found that 3 out of 4 legacies, donors, staff, recruited athletes, those admittance would not have been admitted without those preferences. That's a thumb on the scale. The heavy thumb on that scale has always been pressed for folks who needed it the least. So I have a question as I close for every single witness that has come here today and the ones that will follow. If fairness is truly your principle, are you prepared to challenge every unfair advantage, or only the efforts designed to expand opportunity for those folks who have too often been left out? Now, I love this country enough to tell the truth about it. The signers of the 1956 Southern Manifesto in defense of school desegregation, against school desegregation, were lawyers, and they were statesmen and electeds as well, sure of their footing. And the record kept their names. The record kept their names. to place a count on what they chose. There will be a record of this morning as well, read one day by people who will never meet our faces. And they'll know exactly what side we chose to defend. I've chosen mine. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Simon. And now, without objection, Representatives Clay Hill and Mr. Minifree of Texas are waived on to the task force for the purpose of asking questions at today's hearing. I'd like to welcome our witnesses for being here, and thank you for being here. First, we have Mike Gonzalez, the Angeles T. Arredondo y Pluribus Unum Senior Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, excuse me. Next, we have Inez Foucher-Stepman, Senior Policy and Legal Analyst at Independent Women. We're also joined by Dr. Michael Shires, the Vice Chair of Education, Opportunity, Higher Education, and Senior Policy Officer at the America First Policy Institute. So thank you all for joining us. I'm really looking forward to hearing your testimony as well. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, will the witnesses please stand and raise their right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and you can take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap it up. I now recognize Mr. Mike Gonzalez for his opening statement.
Chairman Gill, Ranking Member Samuel, members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify of the persistence of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across American institutions. My name is Mike Gonzalez. I'm a senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation. The views I express in this testimony are my own. 2 weeks ago, I spent 10 days in 3 European countries, starting with 5 days in the United Kingdom. As I was able to witness, the country still reeling from the recent stabbing death of a young man who died because police shackled him and allowed him to bleed to death after his attacker accused him of having been racist. The police have been trained in anti-racist practices, so they sided with the attacker and suppressed their natural instinct to save a person bleeding to death. That man was Henry Nowak, and his death was caused by DEI. But entire societies can become victims of DEI. On the 4th of July, the White House published a devastating report on the Smithsonian Institution, revealing how DEI and DEI-type thinking has spread deeply into all our cultural entities, including our museums.
Man, these MAGA politicians and their ridiculous DEI conspiracies. Oh, man.
Reveals that DEI permeates thousands of exhibits that reframe America, recasting the founding as a story of pure evil. The National Museum of American History held more than 400 DEI initiatives in 2023 alone. One of them included a discussion.
I mean, if you ask me, if anything, Pete Kegsbreath is nothing but a DUI hire. Yeah, Pete Kegsbreath's a DUI hire. Hey, what up, everyone? We're watching this hearing that happened earlier today, July 14th, 2026, Tuesday. Hope you're all doing well out there. But yeah, this hearing happened earlier today, so just checking it out. Little YouTubeville watch party, so feel free to comment, share your opinion. We got free speech over here, you know. But yeah, this hearing's titled "Combating DEI in American Institutions." So these are like the opening statements right here, and then we'll hear the questions from all the politicians.
Discussion of a toolkit that contained a chart that could have been written by Ibram X. Kendi. It said the ultimate goal is to structurally transform museums into anti-racist multicultural institutions in a transformed society. Which brings us to the question, what is DEI? The initials stand for things we should want. However, the intention of these words has been distorted as they now mean the opposite. Diversity is now an identity-based approach that violates
these maggots just push this DEI stuff to push their white supremacy ideologies, because they're nothing but a bunch of racists and bigots. At least the ones that are still MAGA cult members.
character, enforces intellectual conformity, and demands quotas in order to attain community proportionalism. As for equity, it means equality of outcomes, which is a violation of equality before the law. It sounds like equality, but it now means its functional opposite, as candidate Kamala Harris demonstrated in November 2020 when she tweeted, quote, "There's a big difference between equality and equity. Equitable treatment means we all end up in the same place," unquote. That is not the American ideal, but a Marxist promise written in sand. Inclusion, meanwhile, means exactly its opposite, exclusion. We just saw an example of this when baseball players for the San Francisco Giants were prevented from wearing references to Bible verses on their caps. Inclusion is language codes. DEI is therefore elite.
Hey, what's up, Long Bong? Hey, good to see you. Hey, what's up, everyone? What's up, Futsuruchi? What's up, Mimi? Hey, Long Bong, thanks for the gift. I appreciate you. Hope you're all doing well out there. What's up, Ian? What's up, Richard?
It transgresses the American understanding of the promise of equal treatment from which we must never deviate. DEI is also immoral, as it demands that we treat people differently because of immutable characteristics, that is, traits they were born into and which they can never change, such as race, sex, national origin, etc. To do so is recognizably unjust. President Biden, or whoever controlled the levers of power during his years in office, put this anti-American and moral insanity on steroids. The DEI regime did not, of course, emerge with President Biden. DEI trainings go back over many decades, but it has been over the past 15 years or so that the acronym has become standardized. DEI trainings are nothing more than struggle sessions as practiced in China during the Cultural Revolution. These trainings attempt to indoctrinate Americans and stop them from viewing their country as worthy of patriotic love and see it instead as a place so structurally unjust that it requires system-wide transformation. President Trump has tried to reverse this regime through executive orders that explicitly targets President Biden's programs, directs federal agencies to eliminate DEI initiatives throughout the federal government, and calls for increased scrutiny of DEI practices in schools and universities that receive federal support. Most recently, OMB issued a new rule change that also fights DEI. Unfortunately, schools and university administrators who remain intent on continuing to discriminate based on race and sex have tried to figure out how to defy the president or to at least game the system. It is up to you to cement President Trump's actions into legislation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, and thanks for staying within the time limit. I now recognize Inez Felter-Stepman for her opening statement.
Chairman, ranking member, and distinguished members of the task force, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I currently serve as senior policy and legal analyst with Independent Women and Independent Women's Law Center. For almost 30 years, Independent Women's unique methods and trusted brand have shaped public preferences, policies, and movements to create a better future for men and women alike. Independent Women's Law Center supports that mission by advocating for individual liberty, equal opportunity, and respect for the constitutional order. Today's subject matter, in my opinion, is critical for all three of those missions. When I came here to testify on this exact issue in 2024, I identified three major factors barring the promise of colorblind meritocracy and equality under the law from being real in the United States. First, the enforcement of anti-discrimination law in admissions and in the workplace had become hypersensitive to mere statistical disparities in outcomes and alleged microaggressions while looking the other way as universities and companies announced and then followed up on their intention to actively discriminate in favor of preferred racial categories and against disfavored ones. Second, and related, the legal doctrine of disparate impact, imagining systemic racism as a kind of god of the gaps to be assumed anytime outcomes don't come out perfectly racially balanced, even in the face of total lack of evidence of any animus, had become baked into our legal system in a variety of ways. Disparate impact is, or optimistically was, the legal enforcement arm of the DEI empire. Third, the Biden administration, building on groundwork from the previous Obama administration, redefined the basic word used in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, sex. Up until that point, from time immemorial, sex had meant biological sex. And all of a sudden, under these administrations, it suddenly included gender identity, so-called, as declared by the individual. That false definition was illegitimately substituted and used to transform all of anti-discrimination law in the United States without a single legislative vote. But now we're in 2026, more than a year and a half into the second Trump administration. On day one, this president declared that the federal government was actually going to enforce equality under the law, regardless of whether the thumbs on the scale benefited Black Americans or white Americans or anyone else. The promises of the president's roster of day one EOs have taken some time, and I'm sure a lot of hard legal and bureaucratic work across disparate agencies to come to fruition. But now this ideal, that it's illegal to use characteristics like race and sex to make important decisions about people's lives and work, is being shaped in real time. As I sit here before you today, I'm pleased to be able to say that enormous progress on each one of these fronts has been made. Although anti-white discrimination continues to exist in ideologically dedicated institutions, as Mike testified, they resist this kind of enforcement.
All right, so this lady that's talking right now, she's a MAGA meat writer. She's on the bad guys team.
Rather than immutable characteristics. It's a simple ideal, but rare, and one no less worth fighting for now, that discrimination is against whites and being laundered under the gauzy terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion than it was during the first wave of the civil rights movement, when racial discrimination was implemented against Blacks. As Chief Justice Roberts memorably put it back in 2007, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. There is no diversity exception to this just colorblind principle of our law. No matter our race, Americans should expect to be judged fairly and on the merits, not on the basis of skin color, religion, or sex. We can either have civil rights and just treatment for every American, or we can have a legalized racial hierarchy system and balkanized resentful politics that puts us at each other's.
Don't worry, folks. There'll be some real politicians that come up and make some real sense. But for now, for the opening, we just got to hear these MAGA politicians. But only in like 110 days, we'll be taking back the House and the Senate, and we'll be holding some actual hearings that benefit the American people.
Even in my deep blue home state of California, when voters are presented with the opportunity to reject racial discrimination for any reason and embrace colorblind meritocracy, they overwhelmingly choose to do so. The Trump administration is, for the first time in decades, enforcing the civil rights.
So yeah, once we hear these people's opening statements, we'll hear from some real politicians asking the good questions.
And the Constitution equally for all Americans. But this laudable progress is fragile. Equality under the law and colorblind meritocracy need codifying from this body and protection from its highest court. Now it's up to Congress and the Supreme Court to make sure that the principles of colorblind justice and equality under the law, the only fair system in a multi-ethnic republic, continue to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you, and I now recognize Dr. Michael Shires for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Gill, Ranking Member Simon, and members of the task force. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. It's a privilege to be here, and I'm grateful for your leadership and service to our nation. I'm honored to testify before you today about diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI policies, and their devastating impact on one of our most important national treasures, America's colleges and universities. I'm speaking today in my capacity as the Vice Chair of Education Opportunity and Senior Policy Officer at the America First Policy Institute, a nonprofit research institute whose focus is putting the interests of the American people at the forefront of American public policy. I lead our extensive work in higher education, including our work that shows how DEI undermines the quality of the education provided to millions of Americans each day. I also speak as someone who spent nearly 40 years in higher education, policy, and leadership, including 25 years as an administrator and professor at Pepperdine University, and most recently 3 years as the founding chief of staff at the Free Speech University of Austin. A few days ago, we celebrated the 250th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration of Independence, the proclamation that launched America on a path to freedom, opportunity, and prosperity unrivaled in human history. The central premise of that declaration is the notion we all know: all men are created equal. And even though we haven't always lived up to that ideal, pursuing it has fueled American success for the past 250 years. Yet today, our leading institutions, including our colleges and universities, have set aside this principle, instead advancing a virulent DEI ideology rooted in the belief that the United States is systemically racist and a white supremacist.
Yeah, he forgot to mention that a lot of those founding fathers were slave owners.
DEI argues that certain disfavored groups, including whites, men, heterosexuals, even political conservatives, are oppressors who must give up their privilege in favor of those who are not. Today, this insidious ideology infects nearly every dimension of the academy, including hiring, promotions, tenure, admissions, and even academic publishing. Over the past 4 decades, I have watched this contagion metastasize on campuses. I've sat in university diversity committee meetings where I was personally scolded by my peers for the color of my skin. I've been asked to draft loyalty statements to this ideology in order to apply for jobs and explicitly told to hire candidates because of their race or gender and not because of their ability to do the job. I've seen it devastate careers, and I've seen it close the door of opportunity to some of our best and brightest students. This leftist monoculture undermines the very purpose of the American investment in higher education, to equip the next generation of Americans to think, debate, and make the best decisions in a complex world based on evidence, not prejudice. Unfortunately, the conversation on most university campuses is more about indoctrination and advancing this leftism than promoting shared American values. The leftists who have co-opted America's institutions tolerate only one perspective on campus, theirs, undermining the very intellectual diversity needed for higher education to fulfill its primary public purpose. Unaligned speakers are canceled, students who disagree are failed, faculty are intimidated into silence or fired. Shout downs, hecklers' vetoes, violence, and even murder are used to silence dissenting voices. The American people collectively rejected this anti-American discrimination and divisiveness when they elected President Trump. And he responded, taking bold steps to roll back the left's DEI stranglehold on higher education by revoking the previous executive orders that mandated it. He's aggressively enforced existing laws that ban discrimination in all forms, including those demanded by DEI. He limited the use of disparate impact in civil rights law and reformed accreditation to ensure institutions are transparent and accountable to the American people who fund them. As a result, DEI forces today appear to be in retreat. Do not be deceived. Many of these discriminatory processes are still at work, just reformulated or hidden for the moment. AFPI supports and applauds the administration's actions to reinstitute merit and opportunity for all Americans in higher education, regardless of race, gender, or other characteristics. To persevere, these changes must be codified into law, and we welcome the opportunity to work with Congress and the administration to ensure equal treatment for all Americans of every background in our colleges and universities, much as our founding fathers would have envisioned 250 years ago. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Shires, and thank you to all three of you once again for taking the time to come here and testify before us. We're now going to move on to the question portion of this hearing, and we're going to kick it off with the great Governor Byron Donalds to begin. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
I appreciate the sentiment, Chairman. About 115 days to go. Dr. Shires, thanks so much for being here. I want to pick up where you left off. In your view, what is the current state of academia with respect to DEI programs? Like, what's actually happening in there today?
On most campuses, DEI is still in full force. You see institutions, for example, that require diversity statements for application have eliminated that, but yet every single website that helps you apply for a job has information on how to circumvent not having it to make sure that they know that you are aligned with DEI.
Are we to
Hey, you guys ever you guys remember a movie from the 80s? It was like a comedy. It was a movie called Soul Man. I forget the name of the actor that was in it, but it was the same actor that played like Pony Boy, I think, in The Outsiders, or one of those Outsiders. Yeah, it was a movie called Soul Man. It was like about like DEI, but it was like a comedy movie.
in some federal agencies, even though the Trump administration obviously has put out executive orders to unwind DEI practices in federal agencies.
Absolutely. It's important to remember that the universities and the academy are kind of the epicenter for our professional workforce. And so as students graduate and have been indoctrinated in this ideology, they carry it with them into the workplace.
Like, what in these agencies and even in the universities, what are some of the ways that they are rebranding DEI to try to basically kind of be in the shadows away from the eyes of the American people?
The most common one is if you see an Office of Community Belonging, it's where all the people that were in the DEI office now are on campus.
Well,
I'm sorry?
point of clarification for me, what is community belonging?
It's what they call DEI offices now. It takes the inclusion part of DEI.
It was this movie right here, Soul Man. This movie was hilarious right here. It was from 1986.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it talks about how you empower and enable students in these protected classes to be on campus and to be engaged. But it's really the same operation that was there before about dividing the campus.
Why don't we just empower them to be in class and actually learn? Wouldn't that be empowering a student?
I believe it would be, yes.
Let me answer this question, because I've never heard of this classification. Say that community
belonging.
Community belonging. Okay, I've never heard this term before, but that's okay. That's why we're having this hearing. If this is what colleges and institutions are moving towards to shield or to rebrand DEI, what are some metrics or some planks that policymakers need to be looking out for so that while we continue to move towards a true colorblind society based upon merit, that we are examining what's happening at institutions of higher learning who still want to hold on to DEI programs by this name of community belonging? What should we be looking for?
Much we should be doing is enforcing the existing law. I mean, current laws against discrimination prevent universities from treating students differently. And yet on many campuses, we now have separate graduations. Imagine if we had a graduation for white students only, for example, what the uproar would be. And yet on many campuses, we have ethnically based graduations. And so we want to look at enforcing current discrimination law. I think
this whole MAGA movement is nothing but bigots and racists.
Rights focus for so long has been on opening the door to opportunity. And we've allowed this engine to build over discrimination through DEI.
Well, thank you for that. Ms. Stepman, your testimony was actually quite interesting. Quick question. What are some of have you been studying or looking at what some of the current practices in corporate America are around DEI? Is it something that corporate America is largely stepping away from, or are they trying to rebrand similar to what's happening on university campuses?
I think corporate America is, for better or worse, is a much less ideological environment than the university campuses. I would expect universities to fight this tooth and nail for ideological reasons. I've been much more encouraged. I think if you had asked me that question just a couple years ago, I would have given you a more pessimistic answer. I've been pretty positively encouraged by the response of corporate America here, although they're definitely trying their best to hide and memory hole all of the things they said in 2020, in 2021. Fortunately, we have records of those statements, both external and internal. Those will be used for litigation. But I do think that they are backing off of some of these commitments. We'll see whether that new commitment to meritocracy is maintained once this administration leaves power.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for that. Mr. Gonzalez, do we have a reliable estimate on the cumulative taxpayer dollars spent across the federal bureaucracy on DEI, personnel, contracts, and training programs over the last 5 years?
I'm sure that exists. I don't have it, but I can get it and forward it to your office.
No, I look forward to seeing that. Listen, I want to thank you all for taking the time to come. Chairman, thank you for leading this effort to make sure that the United States is focused on true merit between all people, regardless of race, I think that's going to be critical to the future of the United States, and I yield back.
Thank you, and I now recognize Mr. Walkinshaw from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General C.Q. Brown, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the former Chief of Staff of the Air Force, a fighter pilot, Commander of all Air Force operations in the Indo-Pacific, recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, the Air Force Distinguished Service Medal, and a Bronze Star, among others. Fired. Not for cause, not because he lacked the experience or the qualifications to lead. Rather, he was fired by President Trump.
All right, so finally, we got a real politician. About 20 or 30 minutes into the hearing, finally we get to hear from someone that has some brains. Senator Walkinshaw.
Amid an ideologically motivated purge of military leaders. After, by the way, Secretary Hegseth suggested that he got his job due to race. Kind of ironic from someone who got his job based on being a cable news celebrity. Admiral Lisa Franchetti, Chief of Naval Operations, a former surface warfare officer, former commander of U.S. Naval Forces Korea, Deputy Commander of U.S. Naval Forces Europe and U.S. Naval Forces Africa during the 2018 strikes against Syrian chemical weapon facilities. Again, fired without cause. My colleagues here today want to spin a false narrative. They want to claim that diversity efforts are at odds with merit-based policies. But these firings did nothing to bring or restore merit to our armed forces. President Trump's policies are removing the best of the best from positions of power. Not because they lack qualifications or experience, but because this administration is hostile to seasoned leaders whose views differ from theirs, perhaps, and whose backgrounds don't fit their specific stereotypes. And when this plays out in the institution of our armed forces, readiness suffers. But don't take my word for it. In the words of Admiral McRaven, the 4-star who oversaw the raid that killed bin Laden, there is, quote, no doubt that General Brown and Admiral Franchetti were war fighters, committed to the cause through and through. If President Trump and my Republican colleagues and our witnesses here today want to talk about advancement based on merit, they owe the American people an explanation for dismissing two, and I'm just talking about two here today, exceptionally qualified military leaders while the president is starting wars of choice across the globe. In the words of General Stanley McChrystal, a 4-star who oversaw the Joint Special Operations Commander in the Iraq War, these efforts are a complete distraction, a waste of time, and in fact run counter to the concept of a meritocracy. What they're really about, as General McChrystal observes, is making the U.S. military an exclusive organization that only values service from people of a certain gender and of a certain race. Admiral McRaven goes on. These recent firings raise a risk that senior officers will be overly cautious about providing their best advice, and therefore the risk of military miscalculation, and wow, have we had some miscalculations lately, will grow dramatically. So let's call it what it is. Efforts to exclude qualified women and people of color from positions of power. They're not doing away with DEI. They're just doing racism and sexism. And the
Walkinshaw calling it how it is.
People will suffer as a result. Ms. Felcher-Stepman, you expressed concern that this administration's, quote, new commitment to meritocracy might be lost in a future administration. Do you agree or disagree with Admiral McRaven, General McChrystal, that these firings had nothing to do with merit?
No, I have no way of doing that, but there are only several bases on which it's illegal and unconstitutional to fire someone. And that's the purpose of the hearing today, right? Is
Do you
to talk
think
about
these were
those-
were these merit-based firings?
The
Is there any
president
evidence
has
to
have
suggest they were?
legitimacy. The president, we elect a president, not generals, right? So he has to have the legitimacy to choose.
Should he fire them based on merit?
He can make any decision he wants for the people who are working under him because the American people elected him.
Maybe your organization should look into these firings and see whether they were merit-based or race-based or sex-based. Will you do
If they
that?
were race-based or sex-based, they would be illegal.
Why don't you
I
look
don't
into
see
them?
any evidence of that.
Why don't you do a report on that?
I don't see any evidence of the fact that it was race-based or sex-based, and
Thank you,
those are
Mr.
the
Chairman. I
only
yield
ways that it's illegal to fire someone. The president can fire somebody for disagreeing with him.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. Yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. Dr. Shires, what is DEI?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion, as my colleague, Mr. Gonzalez said earlier, is none of those three things. It is an ideology that's based on a philosophy. It comes out of the academic world. It's based on a philosophy that society is driven by we are driven by our environment and our identity, and the world that we live in is constructed from it. As a result of that, we are victims of the world around us, essentially. And in that world, they divide people into oppressors and the oppressed in the Marxist tradition to leverage power.
Are DEI policies compatible with meritocracy?
They are not.
Could you elaborate?
Meritocracy is based on the idea that you measure somebody based on what they're doing, not what they look like. DEI policies actually call for equal outcomes for everyone. And so if I perform at a different level than someone else, they are automatically placed in that same level.
What do DEI policies mean in practice?
In practice, it means quotas. It means that
Racial quotas.
It does, and just like the congressman mentioned, the perception that people are promoted to ranks without the adequate backgrounds, whether that's legitimate or not. In this case, I don't think it is, but that is the perception that arises because you simply assign people status based on who they are and not what they've done.
Ms. Stepman, racial quotas seem un-American to me, don't they, to you?
Yes, and they're illegal.
And they're illegal. Under DEI regimes, what races do colleges and universities typically least prefer in their admissions processes?
Whites, men, Asians. Men is not a race, obviously, but there actually might be a little bit of reverse discrimination actually going against women now because women so predominate in universities. But yes, whites and Asians primarily.
Why do you think that it's primarily those groups?
Because they're in a war with the reality of these disparities. So if you want to have a quota that comes out perfectly racially balanced at the end, the only way that these universities have been able to achieve that is by discriminating on the basis of race and sex in their admissions.
And you mentioned that a lot of colleges and universities, you expect to fight DEI restrictions. Why is that? You said that there was an ideological component there.
Right. I think my fellow witness correctly referenced the idea of the oppressor and the oppressed. There's this idea that all differences in culture, disparities, outcomes, all of these are somehow immediately evidence of discrimination and some kind of unjust system. And so there's an ideological commitment to make sure that they kind of force the world to look the way that they think it ought to. And unfortunately, that's both immoral, discriminatory, and fortunately for us, it's illegal under the law of the United States.
Could you walk us through, practically speaking, what a DEI policy would mean for a college admissions process?
It means that in practice, they place a thumb on the scale for applications that may have no more or in fact lesser qualifications than other applications purely on the basis of race. And by the way, we saw this in the data in Students for Fair Admissions. Harvard was absolutely discriminating against Asian and white applicants who are comparably situated to other applicants. And we know that universities have been doing this for decades.
Mr. Gonzalez, BlackRock has a scholarship exclusively for diverse students. That's their words. What do you think diverse means in that context?
Yeah, that is actually diversity should mean that you have people of diverse backgrounds. Often enough, diverse means members of any of the so-called marginalized groups alone, without any participation by Asian Americans or white Americans.
That seems discriminatory, does it not?
And as Ms. Felcher said, it's not just discriminatory, it's also illegal and immoral.
We see this across the corporate world. Starbucks has a training program for employees limited to, quote, Black, Indigenous, and peoples of color BIPOC partners. Do you think that's discriminatory?
And illegal. I think the corporate world, I agree with Ms. Felcher. I think the corporate world is, in fact, trying to move away. I've heard many anecdotes of
Their goal at the time was for.
Hey, what's up? What's up, James? That's funny. Dewey Cox. Hey, I love that movie. What movie was Dewey Cox from again? Oh, that was just, I think the movie was called Dewey Cox, huh? That was a funny movie. What was that actor's name? He was the same guy that was with like Will Ferrell and all those other movies, like Talladega Nights.
To be at least 30% at all corporate levels and at least 40% at all retail and manufacturing.
Hey, what's up, everyone? What's up, Ryan? What's up, Long Bong? What's up, Jeb Common? What's up, Van? What's up, James? Hey, appreciate everyone that's hanging out, sharing your opinions, just having a little YouTubeville watch party. You know, we got free chat in here. Everyone's welcome. You know, like the old saying goes, you know, opinions are like a-holes, but you know, we're all adults here, so we can all have a civilized discussion. So appreciate everyone that's here. You know, like the old saying goes, it's all shits and giggles until someone giggles and shits. But this has been a pretty interesting hearing, and it's going to get better because I kind of skimmed through it, and there's like a lot of other politicians that pull up and ask some good questions. So looking forward to seeing that. And thanks for hanging out. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
Goals by
right
2025. That sounds like a racial quota.
That's a quota. That's illegal. That's immoral. However, since President Trump was elected, they're actually coming forward and saying, "Hey, we're so glad you're making this illegal. You're discouraging us from doing this. We didn't want to do it in the first place." And so I agree with Ms. Felcher that the corporate world is moving at a much faster rate than the academy.
Thank you. And my time is up. So thank y'all. And I now,
Mr. Chairman, a UC request?
Yep, without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a February 21st, 2025 article from Military Times titled, "Ending Military Diversity Efforts Will Cost Us Talent and Readiness," which shows active duty service members believe dismantling programs is undermining military readiness.
Hey, what's up, Bug 101? That's funny.
Diverse talent.
Without objection.
Ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a March 27, 2026 article from NPR titled, "Defense Secretary Hegseth Intervened to Stop Promotions of Black and Female Officers."
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to enter into the were victims of racial discrimination, as well as another article called "The Left's Incurable DEI Addiction." And with that said, I will now recognize Ms. Presley from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Today's hearing is irrational. Today's hearing is...
Oh, I like this lady. Oh, she's about to throw down right here. Miss Presley. All right, let's go. It's about to get... Hey, let's get our popcorn out, guys. It's about to get juicy.
Ms. Presley from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Today's hearing is irrational. Today's hearing is irrational. It is misguided. And it is consistent with the Republicans' war on diversity, equity, and on inclusion. Now, Republicans control the White House. They've rigged the Supreme Court. They have majorities in both chambers of Congress. And they are using the full weight of that power, the full force of that, and your taxpayer dollars, might I add, of this federal government in this moment to enact precise harm on working families. There are no oversight hearings on high unemployment and the rising costs, and there are no hearings on protecting voting rights or affordable health care coverage. Instead, Republicans have decided to focus on attacking everyday people who are just trying to make ends meet. Their agenda is anti-Black, it is anti-immigrant, it is anti-LGBTQ, it is anti-worker, and again, since we're talking about DEIA and the dismantling of it, it is also anti-veteran, it is anti-rural, it is anti-disabled, and it most certainly is anti-woman. Diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives were created to promote fairness. because there are real biases in America that disadvantage specific groups of people. That is a fact backed by mountains of data. While there has been progress, the work is unfinished. Actually, the work is piling up due to Republicans emboldening greater discrimination while simultaneously dismantling civil rights protections. For example, women face systemic gender discrimination. I know you can't tell by looking at the Republican Party, but women make up 50% of this country, and we deserve equal rights. So I'm going to start with a simple question, and Ms. Felcher-Stephan, I'm going to begin with you because actually the fact that your women's forum even exists.
I remember somebody in a comment section here one day said something cool. They said, not all maggots are racist, but all racists are maggots.
Some might even consider that to be a DEI initiative. But let me just ask you a question. Do you believe America should have gender equality, meaning that women and men should have equal rights under the Constitution and our laws? Yes or no?
I believe that women and men
Yes or no?
do have
Yes
rights
or
under the
no?
Constitution.
Yes or no? One more time to keep it clean here. Do you believe America should have gender equality, meaning that women and men should have equal rights under the Constitution and our laws? Yes or no?
I believe they should have equal rights, yes.
Okay. And Dr. Shocker, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes or no? All right. Well, unfortunately, the Constitution is silent on this topic. And that is why I've introduced legislation to add the Equal Rights Amendment as the 28th Amendment, enshrining it as the law of this land. Now, look, y'all, every Democrat in the House has signed on to my bill, but I'm still waiting on my Republican colleagues to join. So until we are able to codify gender equality in the Constitution, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies have supported women in every aspect of their lives. For example, women have served in the military for more than 200 years, yet Republicans and your anti-diversity campaign have denied multiple women promotions just because they are women. Not to mention those that have just been fired. Women get paid less money for doing the same work as men, but since Republicans are anti-equity, the EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, has weakened enforcement of pay discrimination laws, maintaining and widening our gender wage gap by the day. Y'all have any daughters? Not to mention, Black women making 65 cents on the dollar to white men. And finally, women are underrepresented in medical trials to find cures for diseases that affect us. But because Republicans are attacking inclusion, they cut funding for women's health research projects. So let me sum it up. Anti-DEI is anti-woman. And those harms are compounded by attacks on voting rights, like the so-called Save America Act that Republicans are fixated on passing, which could disenfranchise nearly 70 million women simply because their last names on their ID no longer match their birth certificates after being married, which pro-family people seem to care about. Not to mention the attacks on bodily autonomy. As women, our bodies are treated as a debate, and Republicans are passing laws that restrict what we do and when we do it. Something men have never had to struggle with. So when it comes to Republicans on this committee who are all men, enacting more harm on women through anti-DEI hearings like this one, we need to call it out and fight back. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record this June 2026 article from Afrotech titled Civil Rights Organizations and Nonprofits Sign Letter Demanding Transparency and Response from the Trump Administration Regarding DEIA Ban.
Without objection.
So y'all, since Donald Trump is so loud and proud about these efforts to dismantle and defund DEIA, why do you think the Trump administration is hiding all the data on their firings? Okay, I guess that's my time. All right then, thank you.
Thank you. The gentlewoman's time has expired. Thank you, Congresswoman. And I'd be happy to look at your Equal Rights Amendment.
That was Miss Senator Presley. That's a strong woman right there. She represents the country well. She's a true patriot. She's got more patriotism than all these MAGA cult members combined.
And read through it. I guess my biggest question was, does it define what a woman is? We'll take a look at it. I just was hoping for some analytical clarity, but thank you. We'll take a look at it. And I've got some.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Dan Fries? Hey, good to see you. How's It's been hot, man. I don't know. You've been staying cool. Yeah, it's good. We're in a heat wave right now over here in Los Angeles. I think it's just hot everywhere.
UCs as well. DEI has jeopardized air safety.
I mean, that's the only thing that Trump's right about, that we're the hottest country with all his drill baby drill and him destroying the environment. You know, he is making us the hottest country, but like weather-wise.
DEI policies threaten medical excellence. Uncovering radical efforts to disguise DEI. Justice Department investigation determines UCLA's medical school discrimination based on race in admissions. And with that said,
I have a request, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record January 26, 2025, an article from CNN entitled "Trump Gutting of Federal DEI Programs Will Hit Rural Poor Communities," which shows to push.
without objection.
Okay, it's right here.
I'll now recognize Mr. Menifee for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. We've heard a lot today about y'all's views on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. My take is these are about leveling out a playing field that has historically not been level, where there are folks in this country who are all running the same race, but for some people, their lane has obstacles in it. It has hurdles, it has water pits, and that is because of discrimination that was pushed, instituted, and facilitated by government at every single level. So I'm gonna start with you, Dr. Shires. You've written much about how DEI programs fuel racial stereotypes. You talked here a little bit today about your opposition to these programs, and I think that's consistent with what we've heard from our Republican colleagues, as well as Vice President Vance, who I believe called them a deliberate program of discrimination against white men. So let me ask you this. Take a random white person in America today and a random black person. When they go apply for jobs, when they apply for a home loan, when they're getting their home appraised, when they're seeking higher wages, would you say that those two people are more likely than not to be on the same playing field?
Legally, yes.
I have no clue what that means. In practice, are they likely to be on the same playing field?
I guess what I'm trying to understand is what playing field are you comparing them on? I mean, in your metaphor, you talk about how some lanes on the track have obstacles and others don't. The solution to that is to remove the obstacles. It's not to change the finish line. And DEI changes the finish line, whereas the federal laws against discrimination are there to remove the obstacles. So if you're asking, if the question is, how do I get to the situation where both of them have the same access? The answer is removing the obstacles and enforcing the law. It's not changing the finish line.
Well, there are also DEI programs that remove the obstacles that the president has removed from the federal government. But my question to you is, if a random white person in this country and a random black person in this country go to get their home appraised, right? Why is it that the black person is much more likely to get a lower value on their home appraisal?
Because they live in a different neighborhood?
Okay, great. We'll get to that in a second because that's wrong. Black people in this country were enslaved for at least 240 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and after slavery ended, you had about 100 more years at least of Jim Crow and legal segregation, where government at the federal, state, and local level blocked black people from owning land, from getting bank loans, from living in certain neighborhoods, from attending certain schools. All that happened too, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my question to you is simple. Name the year that the playing field became completely even. I want you to give me a date.
Again, it depends on what playing field you're talking about. I mean, if you're looking at
For home loans, you brought. I think we talked about home loans and appraisals. For home loans, what year did it become equal?
Well, according to the DEI movement in 1991, when they imposed disparate impact.
So you're telling me today that if a black person goes and applies for a home loan, they have the same likelihood of getting accepted for that loan as a white person does?
I'm saying under the DEI rules, yes, that would be the case. We know in practicality that people have different income profiles and experiences. If you're asking me a person that lives next door to another person, if one is white and one is black and they go both apply for a loan, do I expect different outcomes? No. And if there are, then it should be enforced under discrimination.
So you're talking about rules, I'm talking about outcomes. So let's play a game of true and false, and let's start with wealth disparities. The median net worth of a white household in this country is $285,000. The median net worth of a black household is about $45,000. True or false?
I don't know.
Okay, you came here as an expert today in a DEI hearing and you don't know that? Basic facts about wealth accumulation in this country? All right, let's go to the next one. For every $100 in wealth held by white families, Black families hold about $15. True or false?
Again, I don't know those specific numbers.
Okay, well, I have data here. It's true. So we know that the answer here isn't just that Black people believe in saving less than white people do, right? It's that government in this country has put one set of folks in a better position to succeed than other people. And it was the law for a very, very long time. And it became ingrained in our institutions. Government was part of the problem. And so it has to now be part of the solution. So let's do this true or false game again for employment and wages. Black workers are far more likely to be unemployed as white workers at almost every education level. True or false?
That is true.
So do you just believe that Black people are more lazy or aren't as good at applications? Why do you think that data is the way it is?
I think the data is that way it is because our educational system has dramatically failed the Black community. And instead of solving it, we just let them into college where they then have a higher rate of failure because they.
I wasn't aware that there's a Black education system and a white education system. In my district, we have schools that are represented, all races in there, in the same outcomes. The same school has different outcomes for Black kids and white kids. My time is up, but in short, if the government was part of the problem, the government now has to be part of the solution.
Thank you, and I now recognize Mr. Jack for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge my friend, John Bonk, and his wife, Laura, who are in the audience with us today. Wanted them to see a committee hearing, and I wanted them to see, Mr. Chairman, what a freshman can do when they excel in this committee. As you no doubt are exemplary proof. When you are a great freshman, you have a chance to lead in Congress and get a gavel, and that's exactly what you've proven. So today, Mr. Gonzalez, I'd like to start with you. I'd like to learn a little bit more about the history of DEI and some of the initiatives we've seen in the corporate workplace. Could you help us understand what, from where this emanated and who developed these initial ideas to implement these policies?
Representative Jack, thank you for your question. So they have been around for many years. As initially they were a response to the Civil Rights Act. They wanted, throughout the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they wanted to make sure that companies were doing the things that the government demanded, first of contractors, government contractors, then of just any business. Very quickly, these degenerated into practices and trainings that were part of a larger framework that saw America as being basically racist. And that's when, especially since in the last 15 years, when the acronym has become more defined, they began to look a lot more like the struggle sessions that practiced in the Cultural Revolution in China, which were meant to change the thinking of the whole society.
And I'm just curious, over those past 15 years, I mean, what's really precipitated the acceleration of this? It seems like it's commonplace now and something that we're trying to identify. We're having a congressional hearing on it today. Was there or is there funding that's going toward this? Are there groups that are trying to sow division and discord vis-a-vis this initiative?
Yeah, you can see a lot of studies have been made on the use by newspapers and the academy of the terms of DEI, whiteness, systemic racism, etc. And they begin to really spike in 2014. And I have associated that with the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement in 2013, in June 2013, and then the Ferguson riots in 2014, when the country began to change enormously. And that obviously culminated in 2020, which is when really diversity trainers were brought here to Congress. Robin DiAngelo met with members of one party, nearly all of the members of one party, and gave a training session. So you had two spikes, 2014, and then a huge spike in 2020.
Doctor, thank you very much for your testimony. Dr. Shires, I'd like to talk a little bit about what the Trump administration has accomplished with respect to shutting down DEI policies at over 300 colleges and universities. But it seems like some of these academic institutions are just changing the name or trying to rebrand the effort to comply with some of the executive orders. Could you expound on that for us?
Absolutely. It's important to remember that the Students for Fair Admissions ruling came down during the Biden administration. The Biden administration did effectively nothing to implement the idea that we were supposed to have colorblind admissions in universities. And so the Trump administration has been open and transparent. It's shining the light of sunshine, if you will, on the actions of these institutions. We see the lawsuits with the Department of Justice against the medical schools right now, the engagement with the ABA. It's literally just raising the conversation to say this discrimination is happening and we need to stop. And so the main actions have actually been these negotiations with high-profile institutions. The administration offered a compact to talk about creating transparency around these issues. I was part of the accreditation rulemaking where they added complying with civil rights laws as part of the responsibilities of accreditors to ensure that universities respond to federal law. So it's kind of a full court press. Most recently, the administration issued new guidance on disparate impact rules and how they're used. And again, this is Department of Justice guidance. It still hasn't been tested in the court yet.
And in our closing 30 seconds, what more could Congress do to help accelerate and codify some of these actions that the Trump administration has led on?
Well, I think the first is to codify the disparate impact changes. And I know Chairman Gill has a bill on this that would touch those issues. I think beyond that, it's a lot about transparency and it's about enforcement. I think Congress should revisit the Higher Education Act and take some of the issues around civil rights and the public interest in higher education. For example, having intellectual diversity on campus as a key dimension to why the government funds higher education. And those should be codified in the Higher Ed Act. I think that continued conversations and rulings around our hearings around these issues as well.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Hey, what's up, Sir Gerd? Oh, man. Man, whatever you said, I don't even think you watch Fox News. You must watch some North Korean propaganda or something.
I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a UC request.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Time Magazine, February 25th, 25, how Trump's attack on DEI are hurting communities that voted for him, which describes how his initiatives have hurt programs in West Virginia.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir.
I now recognize Mr. Min for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Gill, Ranking Member Simon, for hosting this hearing.
Oh, nice. We got Senator Min on the mic. Hey, this guy's a solid politician right here, guys.
I just want to note again, this is a task force nominally created to defend constitutional rights and expose institutional abuses. I'm still waiting on the hearings on, say, the constitutional rights protecting people against illegal search and seizure from political motivated prosecutions, or on Article 1 and its clear edicts that Congress and only Congress can declare war, appropriate funds, or levy taxes. But I guess we'll keep waiting for those hearings. Now, before getting into politics, I was a law professor. My research focused on banking and corporate governance. I actually served on the admissions committee for 2 years. So I have some insights on diversity and inclusion here. And I think people often falsely frame diversity and merit as competing concepts, and that is not typically the case. This is about expanding opportunities, about leveling the playing field. And as someone who's on the admissions committee before the Harvard case where the Supreme Court overturned and nullified affirmative action, but post Bakke, which you're all familiar with, where we were allowed to use race as a factor, we used it as a factor. It could not be dispositive. There were no quotas. And I also know there's a lot of misinformation about what diversity, equity, inclusion actually look like, say, in higher ed. I know that was also the case in workplaces, in government hiring practices, and the like. We were allowed to use it as a factor. And one thing I will just point out is that we actually much more explicitly used ideological diversity as a proxy because we wanted to have a diverse institution. We didn't want to have all liberal students. So we actually pushed up a lot of students that probably would not have qualified because they were outspoken conservatives. And I just want to make that point that I think a lot of folks in this room have problems with diversity unless it includes, say, their viewpoints. And their viewpoints, let's be honest, for a long time were underrepresented in higher education institutions, in the workplace, because by pure numbers, people who are outspoken conservatives were not typically measuring up in getting into places like Harvard or Yale. So they had to adjust and try to get people in. I will also note that the research is pretty clear that diversity is associated with better outcomes, whether it's in the workplace, whether that's in decision-making in academic institutions, whether that's in research, and certainly in the boardroom, which is what I'm familiar with. And you're probably all familiar with the litany of research out there that not just suggests, but very clearly shows a correlation between diversity in boards, corporate boards, and ROI. And so the McKinsey study is one example of the many, many studies out there. I think McKinsey found that
I like diversity, you know? I mean, imagine going to like a farmer's market where everyone looks like Jeff Bezos and all they serve is like Oscar Mayer Wiener hot dogs.
Firms in the top quartile, top 25% of diversity on their corporate boards were 27% higher ROI than their counterparts. That is typical of the findings we have. And the reasons for it's not just theoretical, it's because we have a lot of outcomes associated when you don't have diversity. You have groupthink, you have echo chambers. These have all been well documented. You have the problem of yes men. And I just want to highlight something that I think is a very clear example of this today. Pete Hegseth is probably Secretary of Defense, probably the most notorious example of someone who has tried to get rid of diversity in the name of pursuing, I don't know, something that looks more like him, that people that look like him, that talk like him. He has notably apparently fired or prevented the promotion of a number of African Americans and women. And yet I think by all accounts, what we have seen to date in less than 2 years is an absolutely disastrous Department of Defense. We have a Secretary of Defense that is more concerned about facial hair than constitutional violations. There appeared to be no exit plan, no strategy when he went into Iran. This is a problem when you have groupthink and you're just trying to promote people that look like you. You create that echo chamber. And I think this is a very clear example. I will also just note that across the board in my district in Orange County, which is one of the most diverse places in the country, where we have one of the most booming economies in the country, I invite you all to come visit. You can see it's really great when you can go get boba or an In-N-Out burger in the same day, like across the street from each other. A lot of great outcomes associated with the diversity that is being so vilified here. And Orange County, I think, benefits from that diversity in our institutions, among our entrepreneurs, among our elected officials. And the problem right now that we're seeing is as diversity is being stripped out of so many agencies across the board at the federal level, I have heard from just so many of my different stakeholders, whether it's pharmaceutical companies, whether it's construction companies, that they have difficulty now because the expertise that was in place at agencies like the FDA, USDA, whatever else they're dealing with, no longer there because in an effort to strip out diversity, the Trump administration has stripped out expertise. Now, with that, I don't really have any questions for you because I think we've heard your comments. I just want to close by saying diversity matters. It is.
Oh yeah, Trump removes all the intelligent people because he wants to be the smartest one in the room. I mean, he's already got very low IQ, so he's threatened by people that are smarter than him. So he just gets rid of all of them. That's why he said he loves that's why he said he loves the uneducated and the uneducated love him.
The heart of this country is what has made America so great to begin with. As a son of immigrants, I will say that proudly. I believe that the reason our military, our institutions are so much more powerful and effective and lethal than any other countries in the world that don't have that diversity is because that diversity gives us strength. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, you recognize?
I have a unanimous consent request.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter into the record 3 items. First, I'd like to enter into the record from the U.S. Department of Education, a press release entitled.
Hey, what's up, Sir Dern? Nobody's getting robbed buying any boba, dude. I mean, anything can happen anywhere. You just have your head on a swivel, but for the most part, Gavin Newsom, he's made California the hottest state.
U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights launches Title VI investigation into Fairfax County Public Schools.
Without objection.
I'd like to enter into the record an article from Fox News. Watchdog urges DOJ probe of top research university over alleged illegal DEI practices defies common sense.
Without objection.
And lastly, I'd like to enter into the record an article from America First Legal, which is CMS removes Biden-era DEI framework from kidney transplant program following America First Legal's rulemaking petition.
Without objection.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a May 8th, 2025 article from CNN, which describes how the Trump administration's anti-DEI push has gutted critical medical.
Without objection.
It's titled Trump's Diversity Purge Freezes Hundreds of Millions in Medical Research at Universities Across the Country.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a March 12, 2025 article from The Real Deal titled Doge Cancels Affordable Housing Deals and Anti-DEI Push.
Without objection.
And second, a December 5th, 2022 research article from the Brookings Institute, How Racial Bias and Appraisals Affects the Devaluation of Homes in Majority Black Neighborhoods.
Without objection.
Thank you.
I now recognize Ms. Simon for her 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate us having this conversation today because what we're lifting up is it seems like a lot of anger and frustration with the way that they.
Oh yeah, this lady's cool right here. Hey, Miss Simon. Hey, she's about to cook right now, guys. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. Let's go, Miss Simon.
In this moment, and I would agree, the American people all over the country, from sea to shining sea, they're angry and frustrated and afraid as they see the cost of living skyrocket under the administration. Prices are up.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Eric Klein?
Families across the country are struggling to make ends meet. We all know if you go to the grocery store right now, the price of ground beef or orange juice. We're talking about DEI. But I have a couple of questions as it relates to what is actually germane to most folks in this country in this moment. Mr. Gonzalez, the Bureau of Labor Statistics has found that the price of everyday goods like food and housing and clothes has increased more than 4% over the last 12 months. Mr. Gonzalez, yes or no, is DEI the reason that Americans can't afford clothes or groceries?
No, I believe Biden was.
Okay, no, I'm asking you right now, is DEI groceries?
Oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me. Another MAGA meat-riding politician blaming it on Biden. That's all they got when they're backed into a corner.
I don't think that DEI has anything to do with it.
Man, this guy, Mr. Gonzalez, is a DEI hire.
I'm going to move forward. What about housing? Is DEI the reason why 2 teachers working in any state in this country can't afford to buy a house?
Again, I would say Biden.
Okay, Biden is the reason why, but not DEI. So Biden.
I don't think DEI has
But we're not.
anything to
But
do with
Biden is not the president right now. But we'll move forward. Ms. Stepman, and if I mispronounce your name, I really apologize. The American families on average paid $310 more for groceries in 2025 under the current administration than they did in 2024. Yes or no? Did DEI cause that?
No, there are in fact other issues under the sun.
Thank you. Dr. Chars, under our current administration, gasoline prices have increased by more than 50% since this disastrous war. Is DEI the fault of that?
I don't believe so.
Thank you, sir. This is why, I think all of us, many folks who are watching, are struggling with the conversation today. City after city, in rural space after rural space, folks are struggling with the realities of not gas and grocery prices. Just a few days ago, a family called my office, not from my state, from a red state, requesting resources because their child's clinical trial was cut by this administration. That baby who is struggling with cancer, the clinical trial is over. The port has been taken out of her chest. She will go home to die. And we are talking about inclusion and equity and diversity. While SNAP benefits are cut, folks can't afford their mortgage, and we're having a conversation about the lexicon of diversity. But okay, did DEI make the president's approval rate fall to 39%? Is DEI the reason that Republicans can't pass any of their bills on the floor this week? Is DEI the reason that the Supreme Court upheld birthright citizenship? Did DEI kill the dinosaurs? I don't think that the American people are buying this attempt to divide and distract and scapegoat. Because what I would say, Mr. Chairman, it's feeling and sounding a lot like 1967 in this room. If you know, you know. We know what's happening. We know what this conversation is really about. And none of us have any real answers about what we're doing today outside of having a conversation that is set to break the commitment to include all Americans, to uplift the fact that we look different, We have different languages. We may pray differently, but the assaults on that beauty, that's what we're litigating. Okay, but it's disgusting. And you want to blame DEI, you want to blame foreigners, you want to blame people of color for the price of gas, for the inaffordability in this country, and the fact that literally right down the street, folks who are working 2 and 3 jobs can afford to take their baby to daycare. And I'll yield back. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for this conversation today.
Thank you, Ms. Simon, and I would just note that DEI policies are what drove the United States allowing foreigners to buy up homes with FHA loans. I think they did drive up the price of—
Mr. Chairman.
Oh my God, this guy's a clown right here.
Mr. Chairman.
That lady had a powerful speech, and this guy had to follow it up with some lame ass comment.
Do you want to talk about the GI Bill and the Stanford study that literally showed tens of thousands of mortgages being taken out, and less than 1% of those GI mortgages are 1%.
Is hoping for is for college admissions and business hiring decisions to not be based on.
I don't think that white men are in the minority of any of the top 10
I don't either. Never suggested that. With that, and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there's no further business, without objection, the task force stands adjourned.
All right, that was interesting. So that's what the MAGA politicians are worried about. DEI. They should be having hearings about like getting us health care and ending the war, Trump's illegal war. But anyways, what up, everyone? Happy Wednesday morning now, I guess, right? Well, it's still Tuesday for me over here in LA. It's 11:30 p.m. So the night is still young, guys. I got a T-bone steak I'm gonna slap on the grill right now. So let's play another hearing. Let's see what else we got. Let's check out this hearing. This one looks pretty good. Got to catch up on all these hearings because the Todd Blanche hearings tomorrow, and then I think the confirmation for Todd Blanche hearings tomorrow, and the other confirmation hearing is for like the new national security guy, something Paxton, the guy that took over for Tulsi Gabbard. So, and then all these hearings came out today, so I'm gonna try to watch as many of these hearings that came out today to catch up. That way, can watch the other. I like watching all these hearings, especially with the YouTubeville. So thanks for everyone that's hanging out.
We'll come to.
All right, this guy's about to gavel in right here, guys. This is hearing 2 of 2 here. This one came out this morning. This one's titled Fed Chair Kevin Warsh Testifies Before the House Financial Services Committee. All right, this should be pretty good. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
Without objection, the chair.
And feel free to comment, interact, share your opinions, criticisms, concerns, whatever it may be. You just want to shoot the poop or hang out, get to know one another. Appreciate everyone that's here. We all want to be heard, and we all want to hear what you got to say.
To declare a recess of the committee at any time. Today's hearing is entitled the Federal Reserve Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I now recognize myself for a 4-minute opening statement. First, let me welcome our witness, the Honorable Kevin Warsh, in his first appearance before Congress as our new chairman of the Federal Reserve.
All right, so this is the guy that took over for Jerome Powell right here. This is his first hearing here.
Inflation is still running above the Fed's 2% target. One only need to recall the bitter experience of double-dip inflation from the 1970s and early 1980s and the actions of then-Chairman Paul Volcker was forced to take to defeat it, to know why this second surge needs to be stopped. There's no more punishing tax on American industry or on the hard-working, innovative citizens of our nation than inflation. In its first statement under your leadership, Mr. Chairman, the FOMC said that it, quote, will deliver price stability, close quote. Congress expects the Fed to remain focused on that mission and keep it until price stability is achieved. Today, we face the consequences of some of the Fed's former choices. In August 2020, the Federal Reserve adopted a flexible average inflation targeting framework in which it decided to allow inflation to run, open quote, moderately above 2% for some time, close quote, after periods in which it had been running persistently below 2%. This framework, combined with the irresponsible fiscal policy and a slow response to inflation that began in March 2021, led to an inflationary surge, the likes of which had not been seen since those early 1980s. In 2025, the Fed wisely abandoned its flexible average inflation targeting framework. Going back further today, we will also review the consequences of the Fed's experiments with large-scale purchases of treasuries and agency mortgage-backed securities, better known as quantitative easing, or QE. Though perhaps justified in its first round during the immediate onset of the 2008 global financial crisis, long past that crisis, the Fed repeatedly expanded QE, with the cost of each successive round of QE higher and benefits lower. And while the emergency facilities in QE were resurrected in early 2020 in response to the unknown economic and social ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic, yet with a clear V-shaped recovery well underway, those facilities and policies were not ended and promptly phased out. The result of these decisions was a Fed that held a quarter of the federal debt in 2022. And though that share has decreased, it still creates incentives for fiscal policymakers to avoid the tough decisions on debt and deficits today and leave the consequences to our kids and grandkids. You have said recently that inflation is a choice. I want to echo this and say that debt and deficits are also a choice. For years, the Congress chooses unrestrained deficits and out of control debt and has repeatedly drafted the Fed into being an enabler. Both, in my view, have to stop. Turning to the Fed's regulatory and supervisory policy in the recent past, the Fed is engaged in mission creep, resulting from political capture by certain partisan actors attempting to accomplish policies through the Fed on which they cannot build a consensus and pass through the Congress. From crusades against digital assets to trying to make the Fed a climate regulator, these decisions took the Fed far beyond the boundaries that Congress has authorized in statute. It's not the Fed's role to make decisions for the American people on major questions of political or economic significance. That's Congress's responsibility. The Fed needs to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past and reform itself to guard long-term monetary policy independence and restore the reputation of the Fed in an apolitical as an agent carrying out the Congress's statutory directives. I look forward to your testimony today, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back. And I want to recognize our distinguished ranking member of the committee, Mrs. Waters, for 4 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Chairman Walker.
Oh, nice. We got Maxine Waters on the mic, y'all. We got Maxine Waters in the house. Let's go, Maxine Waters.
You're taking the helm of the Federal Reserve at an important moment. Congress designed the Fed to stand apart from politics so that it can support stable prices, maximum employment, financial stability, and the long-term interest of the American people, and not the personal interest.
Oh, yeah, for sure, Dan Price. Yeah, that guy, man. Yeah, every single person in Trump's cabinet is just incompetent.
Of a president. Today,
and liars and gaslighters and crooks.
Working families are being crushed by the rising cost of living. They pay more at the grocery store, more at the gas pump, and more for housing than they did a year ago. Just today, the Bipartisan Joint Economic Committee reported that Americans have paid a total of $56.4 billion more in gas since Trump began his endless war with Iran. That's $477 for each household in America. In fact, the Federal Reserve's own research shows that 1 in 10 Americans skips meals because they simply cannot afford it. Workers are also worried about what artificial intelligence means for their jobs and their financial security. The one common thread of all of this is Trump, whose policies and actions made the economy and the concerns of American people so much worse. His tariffs have driven up costs for consumers and businesses. His attacks on independent financial regulators have undermined confidence in the mission of institutions that have protected the public. His war in the Middle East, which has no end, continues to hurt gas and grocery prices. Despite this pain being felt by American families, there is one family making fistful of money, the first family. The Trump family has earned more than $2 billion since Trump returned to office, primarily from new crypto ventures that Trump's administration is supposed to oversee. Yet instead of addressing these growing conflicts of interest, Republicans are legitimatizing all of them. They blocked all efforts to stop this profiteering when they passed the stablecoin and crypto legislation. Chair Warsh, I understand you have committed to divesting all of your financial assets to avoid conflicts of interest. That should also be the case for the President of the United States of America. Turning to the Federal Reserve, Trump has repeatedly attacked your predecessor, Chairman Jerome Powell, because he refused to kiss the ring and bend monetary policy to the president's demands. His administration continues to try to remove your colleague, Governor Lisa Cook. I hope we hear from you today how exactly you will defend your colleagues and the Federal Reserve. You should also take no comfort in the Supreme Court's shielding the Fed when it overturned Humphrey's executor. The court vastly expanded presidential authority over independent agencies, and it is likely to still come for other functions of the Fed, like bank supervision next. Committee Democrats will continue fighting to protect the independence of the Fed and other agencies, strengthen consumer protections, and build on an economy that prioritizes working families, not the president, the wealthy or the well-connected. So I look forward to your testimony today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. I now recognize the chair of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, for a 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Warsh, to your first hearing as chairman, and congratulations on your confirmation. We look forward to your testimony today on the Monetary Policy Report. In your first meeting, you announced a number of welcome reforms, including establishing 5 task forces that many members are eager to get your thoughts on. For example, former Chair Powell had committed to review some of the Fed's communication tools. And although we expected that to be completed last August, alongside the review of the consensus statement, it is yet to happen. A review of the Fed's communication tools is long overdue, and we look forward to your focus on completing that project through the task force. We also spent time this Congress examining the composition and the size of the Fed's balance sheet, an effort that you are now undertaking at the Fed. It is vital that the Fed get this right. We welcome continued collaboration on that front. I have a lot to talk about today. I look forward to your testimony and our discussion, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I recognize the ranking member of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, Mr. Vargas of California, for a 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Waters, for calling this hearing. Further, thank you, Chairman Warsh, for coming before this committee, especially so early on after being confirmed. Public service is a noble undertaking, as you know, so thank you once again for taking it on. We appreciate it. I enjoyed our conversation last week, and as ranking member of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, I will remain vigilant of the actions you take as chairman. The independence of the Federal Reserve is my top concern. No influence from the president or others to raise or lower interest rates whenever they want to. That independence is one of the essential pieces that maintained the strength and reliability of the U.S. monetary policy. I encourage you and the entire Federal Reserve to keep that independence for the betterment of all of us, not just a few. that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Today, we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Kevin Warsh, Chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Chairman Warsh, we thank you for taking time to be with us today. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your written testimony. Without objection, your testimony will be made part of the record. I now recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, other members of the committee. Good morning. It's a real privilege to join you. And
there he is, Kevin Warsh.
Our very first appearance here before this panel, I'm particularly honored to represent my superb colleagues from the Federal Reserve System. In submitting the monetary policy report, as is our obligation and our duty, I think of a long line of central bank chiefs that have appeared in this very room before Congress in keeping with the Federal Reserve Act. One of the largest figures in Federal Reserve history is Alan Greenspan, who passed away about a month ago after a century of life. We at the Fed recall the chairman's strong and steady leadership, his strong hand in a period of rapid economic change. And today we honor his memory. As a country, we just marked our 250th year. And when Americans count our blessings, we include an economy predicated on the brilliance of our constitutional design and a system of ordered liberty, an economy without equal in all it's done for human flourishing. Some forms of Fed communications, which I've spoken about previously, are discretionary, but not this one, and for good reason. It's a prudent and wisely conceived obligation designed to keep the Fed accountable, responsible, and faithful to its congressional mandate of full employment and price stability. These obligations are of a piece with the Fed's rightful independence in the conduct of monetary policy. Stepping back, I would say today as we sit here, Mr. Chairman, we're at a hinge point in history. It's up to all of us to meet this moment. The task for this generation of policymakers and of individuals and households in the private sector is to ensure that the American economy excels far into the future. Now at the Fed, our number one objective is getting monetary policy right. That's our clear and constant aim, the star we steer by. And if we get policy right, and I can assure you we will, the inflation surge of the last 5 years will be a thing of the past. Just a month ago, I chaired my very first meeting of the FOMC. My colleagues and I recognize that high inflation has been an undue burden on American households and businesses. And while monthly price volatilities and variations are inevitable, especially in an unsettled world, underlying inflation over longer time horizons is determined largely by monetary policy. As the chairman said at the outset, inflation's a choice. The members of our committee have no tolerance for persistently elevated inflation, and we share a resolute commitment to ensure price stability. This was the focus of our June meeting, at which we decided to hold the target range in the Fed funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. Now, naturally, our work at the Fed demands a proper reading on economic conditions. As you see in our report, economic activity grew at a solid pace, showing remarkable resilience in the face of recent developments. Household consumption, moderate. Manufacturing output, it moved up steadily this past year. The housing sector, however, gives a somewhat different picture and continues to lag. I want to highlight the most striking feature of this economy right now, and it's business investment. The rapid pace, which appears to be accelerating, reflects in part the construction of data centers and other infrastructure, and the immense demand for AI-related equipment and software. Investment in equipment overall increased about 8% for the year in the first quarter. Within that category, high-tech spending logged an especially impressive growth rate of nearly 25%. At the Fed, we don't yet know fully the extent to which the economy will benefit from AI. Yet it seems inevitable that that which we're now calling AI investment will soon just be called investment.
All right, hey, what up, everyone? I'm gonna start a new poll here. Let's see here. So thanks for everyone that voted in this poll. We got 400 votes, and the whopping 60% of the people voted that Trump is nothing but a racist bigot. So it makes sense. It's pretty much how the midterms are gonna go. So I'm gonna start a new poll now.
So new opportunities for the economy introduce new challenges for central.
I just threw a T-bone steak on the George Foreman grill.
We at the Fed are monitoring the implications for employment and for inflation. That brings me briefly, I'll end here so I don't go afoul of the time commitment, to the supply side of the economy, which sure deserves equal measure of discussion. Productivity growth has been strong, predating gains from AI adoption. America's labor force appears stable. Job creation has in fact kept pace with the workforce. The unemployment rate is low and changed little over the last year. And we've seen relatively few layoffs. In closing, I will say this. I came to my new position as...
Hey, what's up, Thorne? Hey, how's it going? What's up, everyone? What's up, Eric? What's up, Sati Sen? What's up, Rod? What's up, True to Myself? How's everyone doing? This is the beginning of the new Federal Reserve dude, Kevin Warsh, hearing that he had today. He's doing his opening statement right now. Looking forward, though, I think he's going to start getting grilled by a bunch of politicians.
In the very best of the Fed's traditions.
He's going to get grilled like I'm grilling this T-bone steak right now.
I'm heartened by the welcome I've received and by the encouragement of my colleagues in considering how best to advance the conduct of monetary policy. We have a duty to point this institution forward, take a fresh look at current practices, to make sure we're serving the objectives you gave us, and we're going about it systematically. I've appointed task forces that you already referenced in 5 key areas to improve the broad conduct of monetary policy. 1, Fed communications. 2, our balance sheet policy. 3, our use of existing data sources. 4th, productivity and jobs in an era of remarkable transformation. And 5, and not least important, the Fed's inflation frameworks. The purpose of this initiative is to equip the Fed to make better decisions in monetary policy and put these years of high inflation behind us. We're starting a new chapter, Mr. Chairman of the Federal Reserve. In this consequential time for our nation, I can report to you that we at the Fed intend to be fit for purpose and focused on the future.
I'm gonna make a clam chowder soup. Clam chowder soup with some saltine crackers.
We are the Federal Reserve, Mr. Chairman, and we're determined as ever to fulfill the mission that Congress has given us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Warsh. We'll now turn to member questions. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. As outlined in your statement, inflation is the result of many factors. Of these, the Fed has control only over one: monetary policy, as expressed through its interest rate and back.
Oh man, those chunky clam chowder soups. Under Biden, they were $2. Under Trump, they're like $4.50. They've more than doubled in price under Trump.
Policy. Today, a potential second surge of inflation is appearing due to factors outside the Fed's control. What the Fed can't control is how it reacts. Though upward pressure on prices may diminish on its own, it's not a sure thing. The Fed may be able to look through these inflationary pressures, but the Fed has believed that before and has been wrong. High inflation affects Americans in the here and now, not in some hypothetical future.
Oh yeah, the T-bone steaks that I'm cooking right now, they sell them in like 2-packs at the store. I like to get them every once in a while because Carlo the Husky, he likes the T-bone. But yeah, under Biden, they were like $10. Under Trump, they were $23. Everything under Trump's like more than doubled in price.
Opposed of long-term projections or of inflation expectations. Mr. Chairman, I was very encouraged to hear both in your testimony and your opening FOMC statement about restoring price stability as a top priority for you. When we think about
Hey, what's up? What's up, Rock James?
near term, though, how do you and your colleagues on the Open Market Committee plan to accomplish that given the policy tools at your disposal?
Thank you, Mr.
That's funny, Eric Klein. Soupflation, I like that. So you had some chips and avocado dip? That sounds delicious. It's a good combo right there.
We want economic growth to be more broad-based. And
Oh, the Epstein files. Oh, those are on the forefront. Yeah, Trump's doing all these like ICE murders and unlawful wars and crimes against humanity to distract from the Trumpstein files, but they're gonna go after him. We just got to get back the House and the Senate. Blue wave tsunami, and it's gonna happen.
the change in prices, the increase in inflation be more limited. There are a lot of things that are happening that are outside of our control, as you mentioned, conflicts overseas and the rest. We can't have and shouldn't have a direct control on that. But inflation's a choice. We monetary policymakers need to choose lower prices, and that's the commitment my colleagues have made. In direct answer to your question, I would say we're doing three things. One, commitment, which you heard at our first FOMC meeting, and I hope you heard today, is we're committed to the Fed to deliver price stability. We're committed to the 2% inflation goal. And so for businesses or households or market participants who came into this saying, well, they said before they were committed, but they seem to have tolerated a higher level of inflation, that commitment is resolute. Second thing that we can do is take ownership. This isn't a time for us to pass the buck, to blame others. The Federal Reserve can and will deliver price stability. We have the tools that you mentioned, both interest rates and balance sheet policy, that can help us achieve that aim. And we have the tools to deliver that. So it's a function. And we're 3 for 3 and we'll deliver.
Thank you. I referenced in my opening statement about the 2020 decision on tolerating higher inflation and that it's now been abandoned by the board. Clearly, I think that was a policy error. It was praised by some at the time in August of 2020, but I found it alarming at the time it took place. First of all, do you agree with the FOMC's decision to abandon that? And secondly, how do you consider this past 6 years of experience when you look at the task force work on the framework question for looking at inflation?
Yeah, so there's no secret that at the time that the framework in 2020 was announced, the new framework, which was intended to get inflation higher, that at the time and in subsequent years before finding my way into this job, I was very critical of it. That central bank wasn't the first central bank to ask for a little more inflation and end up with a lot more. It was a mistake. The framework did not succeed in its objectives, and I am pleased that before my arrival, that my predecessors took that and cast it aside. All central bankers are going to make some share of mistakes, but when they make a mistake, they've got to call it out. Had that mistake been called out sooner, I don't believe we would have been burdened with this undue tax over the last 5 years. It's nearly the same degree. That's why we are reform-oriented. That's why my colleagues and I are so driven by these task forces to think about them anew. And in final response, I just say one of the task forces you mentioned is to revisit the inflation frameworks that the Federal Reserve uses so that we can better understand what will cause inflation to rise and fall and what we can do about it.
Well, thank you. And you also referenced courage in your opening statement, and you've just outlined the toughness of the set of policy choices that you and your fellow governors have. So difficult that your longtime predecessor, Arthur Burns, described that mission as the anguish of central banking to try to cope with the different structures. So in the last seconds I have left, will your task force work review the issue of what you have control over versus what is in the control of the Congress and regulatory and executive branch authority?
Yeah, I'll be brief in my response given the time. There's no anguish in central banking here, Mr. Chairman. We have the commitment, the power, and the responsibility to deliver on the mandate that this committee gave us, and we will. We've got full ability to do it, so you will not hear me blaming anyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired, and I recognize the ranking member, Mrs. Waters, for questions for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Walsh.
Nice. Maxine Waters.
Section 10 of the Federal Reserve Act states, and I quote, "No member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System shall be an officer or director of any bank, banking institution, trust company, or Federal Reserve Bank, or hold stock in any bank, banking institution, or trust company," quote unquote. This prohibition ensures there is no conflict of interest arising from your role in making decisions as a regulator that could lead to your personal profit. Yes or no? Do you think that's a sensible prohibition?
Check your mic.
Excuse me, ranking member. It's the law you've written, and it's the law we will follow.
Let me keep going. Vice Chair Bauman and FDIC Chair Hill testified last year that this prohibition is good public policy as it ensures that bank regulators serve the public's best interest.
All right. So the T-bone steak is done. Let's see how it looks. Well, it's hard to see. But yeah, the T-bone steak is done, guys. Carlo's gonna get the T-bone part of it. Got some A1 sauce. Let's see, maybe this is a better view. Oh shit. The juice is dripping and Carlo's licking it up.
Of their own. Now, unfortunately, President Trump undermined the independence of financial regulators, mandating the White House must now review and approve regulatory rules put forward by banking regulators, including the Fed, except when it comes to monetary policy. And instead of focusing on the job Americans elected him to do, the president grossly profiting off of his position to the extent the president and other executive branch officials now have a say in regulations in the Fed issues. Chair Walsh, should those officials be prohibited from owning any businesses where they have a role in regulating them, whether it is crypto company or bank or anything else? Yes or no?
So, ranking member Waters, I don't mean to disappoint you, but we're going to stay in our lane at the Federal Reserve. The more we stay in our lane, the more we stay out of politics. The rules and obligations for others outside the Federal Reserve are not something at which I feel it's appropriate for me to opine.
I have here President Trump's most recent financial disclosure, which shows that Trump made billions of dollars in the first year of his presidency, the bulk of which came from his family's crypto businesses, all while he is responsible for overseeing the agencies regulating crypto. This is an egregious conflict of interest, and Congress must put an end to it. Now, I want to just show you, in case you haven't had time to look yet, that this is the president's disclosure of his financial interests. This is, how many pages? 900. This is 900 pages of financial interest. When you have time, I want you to go through them so that you'll know and understand exactly what I'm talking about. So let me ask you, do you believe we must put an end to it?
Ranking member, you've given us a big job. We're begun in 6 short weeks to tackle the big job, and I'm focused on that.
Well, let me just go further with the prediction markets. I'm deeply concerned by the potential for regulators to profit from the use of material non-public information on prediction markets. There's a pattern of insiders appearing to profit ahead of market-moving Trump administration decisions, like when officials with close ties to the administration make trades prior to major tariff announcements. Chair Walsh, what oversight does the Fed conduct over its employees with regard to insider trading? And given the rise of prediction markets, is the Fed increasing its oversight for its employees profiting from the use of material nonprofit information?
Ranking member, at the end of my very first week on the job, I sent a letter to 23,000 employees of the Fed, reminding them the best of the Fed's traditions, which is our culture. And included in that culture is integrity. Included in that culture is ensuring that we abide by the law and the very highest standards. That's a commitment that we've made to each other and will make to you.
Well, thank you. Chair Warsh, in 2019, I posed a simple question to former Chair Powell. I asked, if you get a call from the president and he said, I'm firing you, pack up and it's time to go, what would you do? Chair Powell said, of course, I would not do that. The answer would be no. I asked further, he does not want to go any further. Do you think the president doesn't have the
He can answer that answer. He can give you an answer in writing, and I'm sure he will do that in a timely way. Thank you so much. The chair recognizes the chair of our task force monetary policy, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I want to start off discussing these task forces you've created. Clearly, Chairman Hill's monetary policy task force idea is catching fire as we see this go across the landscape. What do you anticipate the result of the task forces to be? Can we expect public reports or other documents? How do you envision presenting the results of these findings, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much. Right now, they're in discovery mode. I've given the 5 task forces a tall task to go back to first principles, see what we're doing, see what can be improved upon. They were starting with a blank sheet of paper, and you had a highly credible central bank running the most important monetary policy in the world. What would we do? Are there existing practices we could improve upon? Are there hard questions we could answer? The changes in the economy relevant to that. In terms of disclosure, we're going to make sure that the external independent task forces, which are staffed by some superb Fed staffers, that they get to share their views first with the decision makers. There are going to be 19 of us around the table that are committed to listen to them with an open mind and make decisions. But there's going to be nothing held in secret here. This is a public discussion on these 5. And I'm happy to share the results and the thinking periodically between now and the end of the year, at which point I hope we've got some real conclusions.
Of course, the committee task force is very sensitive on this thing. Let's move to the communications and balance sheet. A concern I raised with your predecessor is the potential for confusion on the purpose of adjustments to the Fed's balance sheet, absent clear and frequent communication. For example, the trading desk announced yesterday it's continuing the $10 billion in bill purchases this period, presumably to maintain ample reserves. I understand not wanting to preempt the work of the communications task force, but can you share your thoughts on balance sheet policy communication? Will you make it clear to the markets when shrinking the balance sheet is intended to tighten monetary policy rather than a deregulatory effort to avoid market distortions?
You raise a couple of very good points. First, that some of the boundaries of these task forces will overlap. In some sense, each of the task forces are charged with obligations that are ultimately the FOMC and the Board of Governors. So the communications task force and the balance sheet task force, there might be some overlap in their work. Let me cut to the chase. The balance sheet policies since the global financial crisis when I last served, the balance sheet regime has changed quite significantly. The size and duration of assets the Fed's holding have changed massively. They changed first in a period of crisis. That was the design of this new balance sheet policy. I don't want to prejudge decisions that this task force makes, but it's no secret of my long-held views. And I'll just state them 3 ways. One is the balance sheet is part of monetary policy. Monetary policy is made both through interest rates and through the balance sheet policies. The balance sheet isn't merely about plumbing. So that's point 1. Second, I want to assure you that if there were a change in balance sheet policy, that we would preview it, explain it, debate it, and no changes in balance sheet policy would happen without good advance notice to the likes of this committee and broadly financial markets. And 3, as we think about balance sheet policy, we at the Federal Reserve have to do, I think, a strong and compelling job to stay clear of fiscal policy. We want to be out of the fiscal policy business, which is between you and the Treasury Secretary and the President, and focus on monetary policy. Those are among the big questions I've asked this group of 3 distinguished leaders to take on, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say about it.
The composition of Treasury purchases continues to trend towards more price-sensitive market participants. The NPR details this trend along with strong demand and increased liquidity, though we know from experience conditions can worsen quickly in the crisis. How are you thinking about financial stability and the threat of fiscal dominance as Congress fails to get spending under control while the demand for our debt, including the Federal Reserve, continues to change?
So it's an excellent question. As we sit here today, the average duration, that is the average outstanding stock of assets that are held by the Fed in U.S. Treasuries is about 6.5 years. The Treasuries that held in the market are about 4.5 years. I understand in periods of crises, like the 2020 pandemic and the 2008 crisis, central banks by design needing to step into markets to create a fair price. But in more benign times, when our overall holdings are larger than the market, that's something where monetary policy is, in the language of former Chairman Volcker, on the edge of its authority. These are among the questions that this task force will look at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez of New York, for 5 minutes.
Right here. Welcome to the committee. I would like to start with a straightforward, simple question. Do you work for Donald Trump? Yes or no?
If I'm permitted to say, we're an independent central bank. We're honored to be independent. Our independence came from you.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. What steps would you take if the president or others in the administration target you or your fellow governors because he doesn't like how many of them are voting on interest rate policy?
So it's not my intuition to engage in hypotheticals, but I'll tell you this: the Supreme Court said
that's an easy way out.
The Supreme Court said that the Federal Reserve and the conduct of monetary policy is independent. To the extent there were questions about it, the courts answered those questions.
So what would you do?
That's another one they resort to when they're backed into a corner, is the but Biden or the hypotheticals. It's like, yo, dude, that's your job. You're supposed to deal with the hypotheticals.
I would continue to do my job.
Okay, good. Chair Warsh, do you agree that current monetary policy exists in an extremely polarized and politicized environment?
Outside the four walls of the Federal Reserve, there's no doubt a lot of politics. My goal inside the central bank is for there to be no politics. To the extent there's politics there, we're going to get rid of them.
Well, I, along with many on my side, will say that the attempted firings of a sitting Fed governor and Fed chair in the central bank's 111-year history is quite the politicization and polarization of the Fed. Chair Warsh, at your nomination hearing a few months ago, you said, and I state, I am committed to ensuring that the conduct of monetary policy remains strictly independent. You just said that. Are you still committed to conducting independent monetary policy today?
Absolutely.
Given the current mistrust of government and the political environment surrounding your appointment, the decision to limit communications and offload Fed objectives to clandestine task forces with no clear transparency calls your motivations into question. Can you commit today to institute an explanatory framework that details the reasoning of the Fed's actions following policy changes?
I'm here today, Congressman, to do just that. And I think I've demonstrated in my first 6 or 7 weeks in office a commitment to independence and a commitment to reform. Those two are of common importance, and I'm going to deliver on both of them.
I'm glad to hear that. Chair Warsh, at your first post AOMC
I like this lady. I like her accent. She's cool.
as chair. You were asked how you intend to handle Fed communications going forward. You answered, and I quote, "We made some changes today. I expect more changes to come, and some of those might well be worthy of a press conference." To me, that is not a very definitive standard. Can you commit today to creating a fixed public standard for which FOMC decisions and procedural changes trigger a press conference rather than deciding case by case which ones might be worth it? Yes or no?
So if I can be a slightly longer than yes or no, the last 63 months, maybe 64 months of high inflation above the Fed's objective suggests that it is immediately important to think.
Hey, what's up, Foxy Freya? How's it going? This is a hearing of Matt Warsh, the new Federal Reserve dude that took over for Jerome Powell. It happened earlier this morning or 13 hours ago, so it's pretty fresh. But what up, everyone? What's up, Miss? What's up, Almost High? What's up, Glenn Levy? What's up, everyone? What's up, Foxy Freya? Hope you guys are all doing well. Thanks for hanging out, sharing your opinions. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
Reforms, including in communications, and that's what we're going to do. I don't expect any of the change in communications to be about hiding the ball.
Hey, what's happening, Henry? Hey, good to see you. Thanks for saying what's up.
Changing communications is to do one thing right, which is to get monetary policy.
I hear you, but are you instituting any standards that will qualify the press conference as a worth news for the public and hear us in Congress?
So in a word, yes, and we have a task force that's going to help us think about how to do that and do a better job of getting policy right, making sure that you know what we're doing and what.
Hey, Glenn Levy. Hey, I bet Glenn Levy has like Trump socks, Trump shirt. He's got the Trump flag on his car, outside his house. He's got like the Trump coffee mug. His bed sheets are Trump. He's got a big portrait of Trump.
Can you give me a single objective or criteria right now on how you will determine whether or not a change at the Fed is significant enough for you to hold a press?
Oh, hey, what's up, Almost High? That's cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hey, cheers up. I'm smoking some hippie lettuce myself over here.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite.
But yeah, definitely watching these YouTube hearings is a lot more enjoyable watching them with YouTubeville. So, I mean, I'd be watching this regardless, you know, so I figure I might as well live stream it in case anyone else wants to check out, and we can have a little watch party about it. So yeah, thanks for everyone that's hanging out. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
Answer that question in writing, please, for the gentlewoman from New York. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, welcome.
Yeah, it's awesome watching it with YouTubeville too, because you never know who you're going to get in the chat, you know, all walks of life and people from all around the world. So it's pretty interesting to hear everyone's feedback. And thank you for sharing.
Delighted that you're here. This is your first time here, but you'll get used to coming back. You'll be here twice a year. So your report to Congress is important, and we do count on the factual nature of that. I'd like to refer, if I can, to 3 questions and allow you to speak instead of myself most of the time. Number 1, housing interest rates, that would be on page 2137. Then understanding better the agriculture.
Hey, what's up, Foxy Freya? That's hilarious. Yeah, that's crazy. Just Trump everywhere. Huh? I heard a lot of towns are getting rid of all their Trump, you know, paraphernalia. They're like burning it, throwing it in the trash.
Stability of that marketplace. I represent
my friend. She pops in here every once in a while. She's from Florida. She said they took out all, like, in her town. It used to be all Trump, but lately, like, when she drives around, there's no more There's no more like Trump billboards anywhere or anything Trump. No Trump flags. They're all gone. MAGA movement's dead.
Hugely agricultural district. And second, or lastly, the labor market outlook, that's page 16. I'll let the gentleman please move forward, and I'll prompt you now on the first one, housing interest rates. You would please talk to us of your view of that. It's higher than what I want, but you're the person that's in the seat today.
So as I mentioned in my opening statement, prepared remarks, the economy is solid. Financial markets look like they're in very good condition. When we look at housing markets, the story is much more uneven. 30-year fixed rate mortgages, which is really the relevance of much of this discussion to a lot of hardworking Americans. It's higher than it's been. And
oh yeah, for sure. The maggots, a lot of them are like, when you look at like whatever rallies they had, I remember they had like a little rally for like their anniversary of their January 6th insurrection where they try to overtake the government under Trump's orders. But yeah, I remember they had a little rally for their anniversary. There was like 20 people there and maybe like 6 teeth in total. You know, they can't handle the tooth. That's why they get all triggered whenever they see the truth. You know, they can't handle the tooth, the whole tooth, and nothing but the tooth.
that's because of inflation that has been above the Fed's objectives.
Okay, and looking forward?
So we have
your goal. What can we look at you and say, what is our new chairman going to do about that?
So he's going to deliver price stability with his colleagues at the FOMC. And what we can do in making sure that people are confident that the change in prices is at such a level they don't have to think about it. They don't have to talk about it. That is consistent with long-term trend.
Yeah, they're like that movie The Hills Have Eyes. Just out there, living in the hills, voting for Trump.
Bills being lower, and that's also consistent with mortgages being more affordable.
Well, I agree with that. I'll look forward to that. Agricultural outlook, as you know, farmers, the farm economy is going through some changes. Your viewpoint on that?
As you know, the Fed does not target particular sectors, but that doesn't mean these sectors aren't incredibly important. Housing economy matters to the economy, the overall economy, and so does the ag economy. It's the breadth and diversity of the U.S. economy that gives it its strength. It's the dynamism of what's happening in each of these sectors, including in agriculture, that gives us great comfort that economic growth can be materially higher than it is. We are not afraid of productivity-led growth, and that's not unique to AI. That's across all sectors of the economy. As I mentioned to Chairman Hill, we're looking for growth to be broader and the change in prices, the inflation in prices to be more limited. Agriculture is not immune to either of those developments.
Well, the Agriculture Secretary has been added to some of your important committees to make sure there's discussion. I hope that you will listen to her. It is important for you to understand that when people talk about the stock market or investment, farmers and ranchers look out in their backyard at the cost of their equipment, at the cost of their land, at the cost of things. They don't have a stock market. They have their own investment. And I think that the secretary can be there to completely continue to remind you of that. Labor market outlook really looks good. Page 16, sir, your take.
What's up with this dude's suit right here? Looks like he straight came out of the movie like Casino or something. Where do you get that suit at? Like a thrift store or something? I don't know. It's pretty nice though. I like it. Styling. It's got the red tie.
So the labor market has been...
Too bad he doesn't have any brains to go along with it.
Resilient. The increase in nominal wages has been solid. You might have heard in my comments at the beginning of this a bit more focus on the price stability part of the mandate. I want you to know, though, that there is no...
Mervyn's, yo. That's an oldie but a goodie right there. I remember shopping at Mervyn's when I was a kid in the 80s. I remember rocking the Bugle Boys. The Bugle Boy, shorts.
Part of the legislative remit that you gave us. The dual mandate is your word to us that we're going to focus on price stability and on full employment. I intend to do just that. And if I could add one other thing, in my view, the two parts of the mandate are not in conflict. This is not an either or proposition. The more we can do to deliver low and stable prices, the more we can get it such that people aren't worried about inflation. More employers are going to want to hire more.
That's funny, Foxy. Yeah, he probably has a grinder date appointment right after this hearing. That's why he's wearing that suit.
So you gave us a remit. We take both parts of it seriously. As we look out the window now, the labor markets look to be in pretty good balance. We've got some work to do on the inflation front.
And there's nothing wrong with gay people. I love the LGBTQ community. The problem is with these MAGA meat-riding politicians, they're all in the closet. That's why the Grindr app always crashes. Like they're all in the closet, and the problem with it is they're voting against everything that would benefit their own, the LGBTQ community. But, I don't know, they're just like, I think what it is that they're just like raised so into like churches and stuff. I don't know what's going on with these people.
Well, we in the One Big Beautiful Bill encourage people to go back to work. And that is why we do not tax overtime pay and why we do not tax what would be tips. We need to get people back in the marketplace. We hope you helped us out, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to us, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman of California, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, first I want to commend you for looking to improve the data on which you base your monetary policy decisions. Up until now, we've relied on survey data as a substantial part of that, and increasingly Americans just don't voluntarily answer survey questions. I want to commend you for declaring your independence. We saw what happens in Argentina, Venezuela, and most notably Turkey when federal central bank independence is eroded. I would say ironically that had your predecessor caved to Trump and lowered interest rates below what economics would call for, we would have much higher inflation today. And that would have been bad for Americans. It would have been absolutely terrible for the Republican Party. So the independent, your agency has saved Donald Trump from himself. And finally, I would say don't rely on this distinction between the Cook and the Slaughter cases. The idea that every congressionally created independent agency isn't independent except yours, you don't want to be relying on that. The distinctions the court makes between your agency and every other agency are rather weak historically. Our capital markets support our business expansion and our economy. Money market funds are an important part of that, buying short-term commercial paper from corporations. Our payment system is designed to meet the needs of honest Americans. That's why we have an anti-money laundering, know your customer rule that makes it a bad system for drug dealers, sanctions evaders, etc. There's a rival to these institutions, and that is a cryptocurrency, which literally means hidden money, and is designed to, and then we have in particularly stable coins, which are just like a money market fund, except you earn zero interest, and everything is hidden. Now, the Federal Reserve established liquidity facilities to support money market funds in the last crisis. Will the Federal Reserve support cryptocurrency or stable coins if they face a runoff from investors?
So Congressman, thank you for mentioning many of those issues. We talked about a lot of them in your office, so I appreciate it. I still have the scars from the 2008 financial crisis. I still have the scars from the extraordinary efforts that my colleagues and I, under Chairman Bernanke's leadership, had to do. That is not something we want to repeat.
Can you assure us
that we need
that you will not be bailing out stablecoin and cryptocurrency?
So I don't want to, I can be more broadly than that. We do not want to be in the bailout business, full stop.
But your predecessor did provide a liquidity function for money market funds. If God forbid we faced a similar circumstance in the crypto world, would you bail them out?
So I want to be very clear. We're going to do everything we can to mitigate those sorts of extraordinary risks. If and when they were to come in the next 4 years, we want to be in a position where we're not bailing out anybody, including crypto.
You're not really answering the question. Obviously, everybody prefers our economy works well. And I'm certainly concerned with giving non-banks direct access to the payment system, and this Kraken filing with the Kansas City Fed is concerning, but I want to move on to Basel III. Your predecessor said that the capital requirements for banks in 2019 were about right. The current reproposal substantially raises those capital requirements. Were capital requirements about right in 2019, or should they be higher than that today?
The good news is we have a proposed capital rule that's out for comment. I'm quite interested in getting the reports and the comments on that. And I look forward to reviewing those and making a judgment. I would say, as a first principle, strong capital ratios, strong liquidity ratios, strong supervision, and strong market discipline, they're all of a piece to ensure we don't find ourselves in a world where there's unsafe or unsound institutions.
We, of course, want strong limits. On the other hand, if you go overboard, you hurt economic growth and hurt the economy. I hope in that review process you'll look at low-income housing tax credits, where you've already moved from 400% to 100%. It should be closer to 20%. These are very stable assets.
Gentleman's time has expired.
My time has expired.
Appreciate you, Mr. Chairman. The chair recognizes the chair of our subcommittee on financial institutions, the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Warsh, congratulations on your confirmation and swearing in as the 17th chairman of the Federal Reserve. I am grateful for your commitment to reforming the Fed, and that appreciation is surpassed only by our shared love for Kentucky thoroughbreds and your love of the great sport of horse racing. Let me just ask you, first of all, since you're swearing in over 7 weeks ago, things seem quite a bit different over at the Fed. A few examples: elimination of forward guidance, abstaining from the dot plot, creation of these 5 specialized task forces, and maybe most impressively, taking accountability. Instead of blaming inflation on the pandemic or supply chain interruptions or tariffs or the Strait of Hormuz, you are saying that inflation is always and every time the result of the Fed supporting printing too much money. Tell me, Mr. Warsh, you appear to be quite different from your predecessors. How are you different?
So I've known 5 of my predecessors. I've learned particular lessons from each of them. I can only be my own man. I served before at the Fed for about 5.5 years under Chairman Bernanke, and I learned a lot of things then. But you're right. In 6 weeks, we have caused, I think, a sea change in new thinking. The beginning of a set of reforms that are going to be put in place across at least 5 dimensions in monetary policy. And it's a broader discussion about reforms that will be forthcoming in everything we do, including supervision and regulation, where there's already been a good start, in payments and the rest. We made a lot of progress in 6 weeks, but I think it's important to use this opportunity wisely. The 63 months of inflation above target has been an unfair burden and has been a tax on the American people and businesses. We plan on getting rid of that tax. That means we need a regime change in policy, and we need new consideration of practices, some of which have been working, some of which haven't. That's what we aim to do, and we're just getting started.
Well, I appreciate your commitment to being different. Let's talk about overhauling Fed communications. This from a Wall Street Journal editorial on June 15th. They write, few innovations since 2008 have been as counterproductive as the adoption of forward guidance as a policy tool. The constant yammering, long policy statements, press conferences after every FOMC meeting, nonstop speeches by Fed officials, and above all, the quarterly summary of economic projections has exposed how little the Fed understands about the economy and trapped officials in errant policies. Chairman Warsh, why is it important to do away with the dot plot and end once and for all forward guidance?
Well, Congressman, I've made no secret probably over the last 15 years of my views on communications. I think when central bankers speak like I am before you, it's either one under obligation or in this case under obligation and purpose, which is to share a set of new reforms so that American households and businesses might say to themselves, this is a regime change in policy. We're only beginning it. I'm keenly interested in the views of these 5 task forces. And ultimately, these are decisions that are going to be made jointly. The best of the Fed's traditions are to work collegially, and I've really been quite impressed how open-minded my colleagues have been to take it up, specifically in communications. If we were to share with you our every passing thought, I worry not that there's anything wrong with us, but we're human. And if we were to give you my projection today about what we'll do when we meet in 2 weeks, what we'll do over the course of the year, that we then find ourselves sort of taking information that's consistent with our priors and rejecting information that's inconsistent. It's not the way we want to do things. We want to get policy right. And I think being somewhat more circumspect in our communications, at least for me, is a better way of calling balls and strikes.
Finally, thanks for your commitment on dealing with this mission creep. In recent years, the Fed has concerned itself with matters outside of its dual mandate, including diversity, equity, inclusion, climate change, and the like. That's why the Fed's joining the network of the greening of the financial system distracted the Fed from the very important job of price stability. How will you keep the Fed from rejoining the network for the greening of the financial system or veering into these peripheral and distracting matters that go beyond the statutory remit of the Fed?
By being very clear of our obligations. You told us that our job is full employment and price stability. You gave us plenty of other hard work to do. We'll have a series of reforms outside of monetary policy. Our plate is full. We will not be wandering into other areas, I can assure you, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And congratulations, Mr. Chairman. Let's jump into this because in your testimony, you talked about the Federal Reserve's, and I quote, rightful independence in the conduct of monetary policy, which is good. Now, as the Chairman Hill has indicated, I also do some foreign affairs work. And I'm very concerned about what's taking place in the Strait of Hormuz and rising cost of gas, because we know that when those prices go up at the pump, it means higher transportation and energy costs, and they work their way through the economy, generally making groceries, high-end household goods, etc. So it depends upon handling it. So if the administration's handling of the conflict with Iran contributes to another inflationary shock, will you make the decision you believe is in the best interest of the American people and the American economy in that rightful independent stance?
Congressman, that is always our commitment to make the best decision we can, consistent with the remit and our understanding of the world. And as I said to the chairman at the outset, we'll deliver price stability.
So, and that's, still based upon what we've seen from the president thus far. Now, I just want to be clear, make sure that, because I got to be clear on this, that if the president publicly pressures you to pursue a different course than the one you believe is in that you believe the economic data supports, will you follow the president's wishes or follow the data?
My commitment to you is to follow the law and follow the data, follow our very best judgment.
And that's even if he publicly criticizes you for doing it. If you decide this is the way to go, this is what the data shows, and he publicly criticizes you and tells you how disappointed he's in you and all of that, will you still do what the data tells you to do?
I will, Congressman.
You ready for that?
I'm ready to follow the law, and I'm ready for the Fed to deliver on the expansive remit that you gave us. I'll make only one other note. We have a wide lens. We're interested in what's happening in the war. We're interested in what's happening in military conflicts around. We have to take that all in, but then we have to shut the door and and make our very best decision. That's what we're going to do in a couple of weeks, and that's what we'll do in the remainder of my tenure.
Thank you. So now I want you to know that I support innovation, but I also believe that the Federal Reserve has a responsibility to protect the integrity of our payment system from political pressure and short-term enthusiasm. And I believe that the administration has made expanding access to fintech and digital asset firms a clear priority of his, but the Federal Reserve has long evaluated access to its payment infrastructure based on safety and soundness, operational resilience, and effective risk management, and the stability of the financial system, not politics, not political priorities.
Hey, what's up? The Zen Crewfer, what's up? It looks like the MAGA party is over there practicing DEI, huh?
Can you, and what I should say this also, because what I'm concerned about is that there are firms that's connected to our nation.
Hey, by the way, what's up, everyone? What's up, Almost High? What's up, the Zen Crewfer? How are you guys all doing tonight? What's up, Rod? What's up, Tim Brown? The Trump savings account? Oh man, I think that's just another grift. Just like Trump University. Yeah, I wouldn't sign my kid up for a Trump savings account. It's probably just gonna harm them more in the long run. I'm sure there's something in the fine print where it just benefits the Trump family. That dude never does anything for anybody. He only cares about himself, fattening his pockets.
Payment infrastructure that must have robust cybersecurity, fraud prevention, compliance, and operational controls.
Oh, just chilling, Tim Brown, over here watching this hearing that happened earlier today. This is the new Federal Reserve guy that took over for Jerome Powell. So thanks for everyone that's hanging out, sharing your opinions.
Because failures can undermine public confidence in the financial system and leave consumers exposed to significant harm. So my question is, can you commit that decisions about access to the Federal Reserve's payment rails will remain grounded solely in the Fed's independent assessment of systemic risk, safety, and soundness, and not political direction?
We're going to keep politics out of the Fed. We're going to stay focused on the responsibilities you've given us. I think you highlight something very important. This new technology revolution, which is hitting the Federal Reserve and the economy, provides huge opportunities. The United States can lead in payments. Our economy can be the strongest in the world and improve its growth rate, but it's not without risks. And we at the Fed are going to strike the right balance between the challenges and the opportunities in payments and more broadly.
Let me just ask this, I got 28 seconds, but what objectives?
Oh yeah, exactly. Foxy Freya. Yep, everything the orange turd touches just turns to poop.
Does any firm satisfy before you conclude that the benefits of innovation outweigh the risks to consumers and the broader financial system?
I like the way you think. A benefit cost test is a good test for economists like us, and the benefits exceed the costs, and that's the kind of a policy, procedure, and objective we want to pursue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the chair of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ann Wagner of Missouri. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Warsh, and congratulations to you. My work on the Capital Markets Subcommittee as chairman has been focused on giving the American people and our small businesses more options and access to our markets, giving the everyday investor and the local employer better opportunities to grow their financial future and kind of on their own terms, I'd say. Under the previous administration, we saw a heavy-handed regulatory approach that aimed to strip risk out of our markets entirely. And time after time, the Biden-Harris administration pushed policies that limited financial freedom and stifled growth. Our capital markets are, as we all know, the envy of the world, and that is because we allow Americans to weigh risk and reward for themselves. and make the financial decisions that are best for them and their families. Chairman Warsh, at a high level, how do you view the Fed's role relative to the financial system, both as a central bank and as a bank regulator? And I guess what I mean is, should the Fed try to engineer all risk out of our economic system, or should it act as a prudent observer that only intervenes when truly necessary?
Congressman, it's a leading question, which I can answer with we need to strike the right balance. We are not trying to take risks out of markets in normal times. The economic growth that I mentioned to your colleague just a moment ago comes about because of a certain dynamism in our financial markets, which comes from a dynamism in the real economy. That isn't created by the Federal Reserve, but we can be a foundation with clear, steady policies, delivering on the remit that you gave us, so that the American spirit and American economic growth can continue to be the envy of the world.
Something on the top of mind for myself and certainly for my constituents in Missouri's 2nd Congressional District is the state of the economy, including the cost of living, job growth, and interest rates. Though it is often characterized as being tasked with a dual mandate, the Fed, in fact, has multiple statutory mandates, including stable prices, maximum employment, moderate long-term interest rates, and financial stability. When the Fed leans into one of these goals, sir, it can create ripple effects on the others, forcing a balancing act between competing priorities. Chairman Warsh, how do you weigh these different mandates and the trade-offs between them?
So I'm a little different than some in the economics profession on that, Congressman. I do not think we have a cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. I think the mandate that you and Congress gave us are entirely consistent. If we can ensure stable prices, the American economy can thrive, businesses can hire more employees, and the dynamic economic engine we talked about can continue to be the envy of the world. I don't think we have to run a balancing test. I don't think it's an either or proposition. We're in the business of doing what we can to ensure financial stability over a business cycle and financial cycle. And we're always in the business of ensuring stable prices and full employment. At different times, our focus, our lens has to turn to one of those priorities, but I think they're entirely consistent with each other.
Which leads to my next point here. There are some who believe, Chairman Warsh, that the Fed should be used as an everything regulator, where instead of acting as an observer of markets, the Fed attempts to actively manage them beyond its statutory responsibility. Chairman Warsh, how does this mission creep affect the Fed's reputation? And should the Fed take actions beyond those specifically authorized in federal law?
We should follow the law. There is a tendency when circumstances get tough for any regulatory agency, to go to the edge of their authorities, but that's when politics enter the door. My objective, the objective of my colleagues, is to keep politics out. The way we do that is we steer clear of things that we aren't authorized to do.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
My time's expired, and I think that's the answer we're looking for. I yield back.
The chairman recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on digital assets, Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chairman Warsh. Good to see you. My congratulations. I was pleased to see that in your opening remarks, you spoke to the issue of artificial intelligence. And as the ranking member on AI and crypto, I was just curious to try to tease some more of your thoughts out on that. Not only in the financial services context, but AI in general. I mean, in the past, the Federal Reserve has been able to identify risks of impact to the financial system, but also in a wider context as well. And I wonder if you'd share some of your concerns about that, and I guess I'd like to know, under your leadership, what will be the Fed's approach on AI and how you protect the system from some of the risks that may be attendant to the adoption of AI.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. We talked about this a bit in your office, and I appreciate the time. This is perhaps the most significant change in our economy in my adult lifetime. I take the new investments in intelligence.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Paul Kelly? I think that like time change bill passed. I'm not sure what the next step is though.
Sense to be one where we have to recognize it's a huge opportunity, but it also comes with risks and challenges. It is not the job of the central bank to provide or be certain of what the consequences are over the next 12 or 24 months. But we recognize that the United States is likely to be a big winner. The United States is at the forefront of these technologies. Both the human capital and the capital provided from investors are happening here. So the efficient frontier of these technologies are happening in the United States. This is a benefit broadly to our economy. But I don't want to sound overly complacent about it. These technologies also offer threats when they find their way into adversaries' hands. The infrastructure at the Federal Reserve, the infrastructure at our banks, large and small, they must feel new pressure as people are looking to use these technologies to do harm. So these technologies can be used for good and for harm. Over the long term, I think the US is the winner. Over the long term, I think there is a material improvement in productivity, which should have a material improvement ultimately in wages and the strength of the economy. But the long term it can be quite far out, and we've got to monitor things month by month, quarter by quarter as we get there.
Yeah, the thing that troubles me is every time we talk about AI, I hear about this race, and it's us against China, or it's us against South Korea, or countries in the EU. The problem with that thinking is that in this race, and we're seeing the velocity of change is enormous. It's exceeding obviously our ability to regulate AI. At the end of the day, I don't see the United States as the winner. I don't see China as the winner. I see artificial superintelligence as the winner. That's where we're rushing along this course, and at the end of the day, we're creating either us, and it doesn't matter whether the creator of artificial superintelligence is a good guy or a bad guy, or a good gal or a bad gal. That superintelligence itself will be the entity that we have to confront. And I just worry about the broader impact of what's going on right now. There's tremendous resources, as you know, being poured into AI. I just hope that the course of regulation does not meet the same fate that the regulation of crypto did, where the crypto industry spent close to $250 million up here on Capitol Hill, and they got the bill they wanted. If that happens with AI, we are in serious existential trouble, not only in this country, but in this world. And I do believe that the Fed, your position, has influence, has the ability to seek out those dangers that others may not identify. And I just ask you to please consider your role and the resources that you have, that maybe you can put a task force together to look at the broader implications of the adoption of AI. They can't even show us, they can't even explain some of the things that they're using right now. The explainability gap is enormous, but I welcome you. I wish you the best. I really do. I wish you the best for all of us.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, the Vice Chairman of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Loudermilk. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Warsh, welcome. Thank you for being here. Godspeed with the position you now have, and we wish you the best of luck. First, I want to talk about Operation Choke Point. As you are fully aware, Operation Choke Point 2.0 involved partisan actors at the Fed using, quote, reputation risk as a means to target and debank firms and individuals in the digital asset ecosystem. The energy industry and really anyone that partisan actors at the Fed believed unworthy of a bank account or loan. This was especially egregious given the fact that the Fed does not have a statutory authority from Congress to supervise for reputation risk. While I'm happy that reputation risk has been wiped from the Fed's guidance to examiners, can you please tell us what steps the Fed can take to durably ensure that statutory silence is never again abused by partisan actors to attempt through the Fed what they cannot make through law in Congress, and also what actions that you may be taking?
So thank you, Congressman. Reputational risk.
Oh, hey, what up? What up, Aloha Kitty? Sorry, I just saw your comment. Snuck by me. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in.
Has been removed from the dashboard that supervisors and regulators will have anything to do with. My view is that being a good supervisor and regulator is tough business. We don't need to make it harder by bringing politics into it. Vice Chair Bowman has begun a series of reforms before I arrived in this. And I think you're going to find in the coming quarters and years, we're going to continue to reform and refine our regulatory system so that we can have a safer and sounder financial system. And I'll add a more competitive one too.
All right. Thank you for that. And we appreciate your work in that area. The Fed currently holds a considerable share of federal debt and has for almost 2 decades now. With a ready buyer and low interest rates, it's not surprising that Congress has been incentivized to run up large and growing deficits over the same time frame. You've spoken before about the Fed's role here and the threat of monetary dominance and fiscal dominance. How can the Fed get out of the business of underwriting Congress's fiscal irresponsibility?
One thing we can do is think hard about when we're going to be buying debt from the Treasury. This might not sound like perfect virtue, but when we have a crisis like in 2008 and 2020, my view is you created the central bank to take extraordinary actions. In more normal times, in a more normal business and financial cycle, fiscal policy needs to be a decision that you make with the administration. Fed should have nothing to do with it. I've set up a task force to focus on the balance sheet, to ask the question, first, what's the effect of the balance sheet on the conduct of monetary policy and ultimately inflation? Second, what are the pros and cons of different regimes? I'm not of the mistaken view we can go back to where we were when I arrived at the Fed in 2006, but I think there are several other sustainable equilibrium we can achieve. And the third.
Oh, wow. Damn, this is a long-ass hearing. We're not even halfway through yet. We still got like another like 2 hours and 45 minutes left to go. Oh, no, wait, an hour. Yeah, an hour and 45 minutes. Why not? Let's ride it out to the end.
Equally important. It took us nearly 18 years to find our way into this balance sheet. We're holding a lot of long-term treasury debt, long-term mortgage-backed securities. We won't be able to make changes overnight. Any changes that we make would be well deliberated, would be public, would be understood, and there would be quite a bit of time before any of that was operationalized. I look forward to the recommendations of the task force.
All right, so I just skimmed through the rest of the hearing on my desktop, and it's definitely worth watching till the end because it looks like a lot of good politicians are going to pull up and ask the tough questions.
Forward to hearing from my colleagues around the FOMC as we contemplate alternatives.
Thank you for that. And what are your greatest concerns with regard to the threat of monetary dominance?
Yeah, so you have a different job than we do. The independence that many of your colleagues have spoke about this morning is a political and economic decision to give us the pen on interest rates, to let us be the deciders of monetary policy. I've always taken that as part of a bargain. You're giving us independence in that, and my judgment is we should be staying out of fiscal policy. We shouldn't be weighing in, no matter how tempting it might be, either directly by buying assets that have some flavor of fiscal policy, or by opining on subjects that really isn't our business. We're going to try to stick in our lane at the Federal Reserve. We've been good at that for the last 6 weeks, but there's always a temptation to wander in other areas. I'm going to try to be reserved in my comments on fiscal policy with you and your colleagues. That's your job, it's not mine.
Well, thank you for those answers. They're very thorough and very refreshing to hear. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Texas, Mr. Green, who is a ranking member of our subcommittee on oversight and investigations. Mr. Green.
All right. We got Al Green in the house, guys. Here, let me pause it for a second. Give the MAGA cult members that are hanging out in the shadows time to go get their tissues for their MAGA tears, because Al Green's about to take the microphone. Let's go, Al Green.
Here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well. And I welcome you to the committee, Mr. Chairman, but I would also say to you that I will pray for you. And I'll pray for you because many of the questions that have been predicated today hinge upon a belief that you will sanction the president's desires. It is thought among the general public that you're in the position you're in because the president could not have the influence that he wanted to have with the prior chair, and he believes he can have it with you. So I hope that you will stand firm and honor your commitments that you're making, though some of them are not firm commitments as I understood your language. You indicated that you're interested in war. I appreciate this, but I believe you should also be interested in speculative bubbles. My assumption is that you are. Are you interested in bubbles, speculative bubbles, Mr. Chairman?
We've got a wide lens. We spend a lot of time thinking about what's happening.
I'm going to take that as a yes. Now, given that you're interested in speculative bubbles, let's just talk about a bubble that occurred. President Trump's meme coin, $ Trump, profited an average of $1.74 million per day over his first year. $1.74 million per day. This amounted to approximately $636 million in total royalties and licensing fees generated at its launch. While this was happening, during that same period of time, nearly 1 million investors lost a combined $3.8 billion. This is because that meme coin lost value, dropped precipitously in value. It was a bubble, by the way. It is nothing. Anybody who's listening to me, if you've invested in a meme coin, you've invested in nothing. Zero. In a righteous world, it would be illegal. But given the Secretary of the Treasury that we have currently, it is not. And that's very unfortunate. SEC, Secretary of the SEC, it is not. I think that we should concern ourselves with these speculative bubbles. And whether you like it or not, you have to concern yourself with it, because when you lower interest rates, you lower the rates such that there's more capital available for people to use for speculative reasons. So you have to be concerned about it whether you want to or not, because you don't want to see a speculative bubble. Can I have your assurance that you will be concerned about these speculative bubbles, Mr. Chairman?
So, Congressman, we want a resilient, strong, safe financial system. And we are looking at financial markets, and we're looking at the real economy to make sure we deliver on what we can. Some of these other subjects are really more in your purview and responsibility.
They're in my purview. Excuse me for interrupting, but I have to. They're in my purview, but only because I choose to have them in my purview, and I make an issue of them. I have to vote on them. But they're in your purview too, because you decide whether the rates go up or down. If you lower them, then people can engage in these speculative bubbles, such as the Trump meme coin, and they can lose a lot of money. losing billions of dollars while the president makes millions on a daily basis. This is the epitome of ridiculosity. At some point, we all have to take a stand, Mr. Chairman. This is going to be your opportunity. You're going to have to take a stand at some point because this president is interested in making money. He puts money ahead of the people of this country. The people of the United States of America are secondary when it comes to the president. They may even be tertiary or quaternary, but they're not first. And at some point, you're going to have to make a tough decision as it relates to this president. Look, I'm not going to prejudge you. I'm going to assume that given your statements and the latitude that the Supreme Court has given you, that you'll make the right decision. But you're going to have to be concerned about a speculative bubble, especially as it relates to crypto. This is something that we'll all have to address. I thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the Vice Chairman of our full committee, Mr. Heisinger of Michigan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Warsh, congratulations. I join many of my colleagues in seeing you there as a very positive thing. In late 2021 and 2022, as has been referenced by a few others, the Fed had recognized inflation was not transitory. I'm reminded of actually a hearing we had where we had then Secretary Yellen, former Fed Chair Yellen, sitting next to the then current Fed Chairman. And when I brought up the question about whether it was transitory, they did not have the same answer. And it was interesting seeing how that lag, and it sort of played into the fear that many of us had that there had been more to this foot dragging coming out of the Biden administration. The quick question is, while the appropriate speed of a response depends on what is driving inflation, I think you would certainly agree. I'm curious your view of how the Fed should make that judgment and act quickly once it does, because I think, as has been pointed out, there was a lag.
So, Congressman, I appreciate the question. We only look to the past for lessons learned. We're not trying to relitigate the decisions that are made.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Aloha Kitty? Yeah, we're halfway through this this hearing here. Just gonna ride it out to the end. Another hour and a half to go. Yeah, it's been pretty interesting.
Predecessors, but the reforms that I've already announced in communications, the task forces that have been established, are an attempt to make the conduct of monetary policy better, swifter, more sound, so we can deliver price stability. Our number one objective is to get policy right. And my judgment, as I said to one of your colleagues before, is that demands an open mind. That means not pre-committing to decisions before we take it up inside the four walls of the Federal Reserve. And so you'll hear from me a lot less forward guidance and a lot of listening. Generally, as a practice, what we're going to try to do, especially at the beginning, is deeper, more serious discussions among us, fewer pronouncements.
So I appreciate you don't want to relitigate the past, but I do think, as we all know, we also learn from history. And during the previous administration, the Fed took some pretty major regulatory actions, some within its statutory authority, and in my view, maybe excessive, but others that were clearly beyond what Congress had really authorized. And everyone agrees a safe and sound banking system is essential to monetary policy, the economy, and the American people. But when the Fed exceeds its statutory authority or reinterprets old laws to claim new powers, that to me is mission creep. Can you assure us that future bank regulatory proposals will respect the important procedural guardrails established by the Administrative Procedure Act? The APA has been in many ways trampled, I believe, which often received only nominal consideration under the previous administration. How are you going to handle this?
So we're going to follow the law just as you say. You've established a set of laws. There's a set of regulations by which changes in supervision and regulation, changes in guidance can be made.
You guys ever watch that 80s like sitcom called Growing Pains? Yeah, it was from the 80s. It was like Kirk Cameron was in it. This guy kind of looks like Kirk Cameron's best friend in that movie, Boner. His name was Boner. He kind of looks like Boner, huh?
To follow them with an objective, as you mentioned, of a safe, sound, and again, I'll add, competitive banking system. Is a huge strength for the United States, and our banking system is stronger and more resilient than most around the global economy.
Expound a little bit about your views of the importance of a bank.
And this guy right here, he looks like he's like a Tamu Senator Kennedy.
To the American people and the benefits to them of a Fed sticking to the authorities that Congress has given it rather than going far afield.
So we've got to keep politics out of the Fed. Politics can find their way into the Fed through any of the range of powers that you've given us. Our supervisors and regulators have a lot of authority over the thousands of banks that are regulated in the United States. Explicit authority and also authority when they knock on the door and they ask a series of questions. One of the great strengths of the U.S. economy is the diversity of institutions we have in the banking business. Most of the G20 counterparts we have, they have a handful of banks. They're implicitly backed by their government. One of the untold strengths of our economy is the diversity of our banking system. We've got regulators that need to ensure that the regulation and supervision are tailored to what happens in those institutions. One size fits all might work for other countries. It doesn't work in the US. And the vision I have, Congressman, is liquidity and credit that comes up from the real economy through the banks.
Thank you.
And gets aggregated, not top-down liquidity provided by the Federal Reserve.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Cleaver. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first, before I ask any questions, express my personal appreciation for you and Ranking Member Waters for allowing and giving my partner, Mike Flood, and I the opportunity to go out and deal with this housing issue that, frankly...
Hey, this dude's wearing the same exact suit as that other guy.
...is going to add a whole new dimension to our ability as a federal government to increase this human need for housing. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I know he does as well, all of the freedom that you guys gave us. Thank you, Ranking Member. Mr. Chairman, congratulations for your new step and your career and for being here. I appreciated having a good conversation with you prior to this hearing. And I'm sure that you're not surprised that there's a great deal of interest in independence and in theology. So there are 4 endowments of the human species, and one of them is independence. We have an independent will, and I'm interested in.
He kind of looks like Morgan Freeman.
A declaration of independence, if you will. Wax eloquent on your view about the independence of the Federal Reserve.
So the independence of the Federal Reserve is sacrosanct. Part of the reason for the Fed's power comes not just from a printing press, though it can be useful from time to time. It comes from our credibility to make the best choices we can, consistent with the law that you've written for us. And that credibility is bolstered if we are and are perceived to be independent. And so that's a commitment I can make to you, because that's the way we can best do our job.
Thank you very much. Independence is a big deal in the real world, and then certainly with the Federal Reserve. But I also have to say that there is a terror of the unknown part of who we are. And the oldest and strongest of the human emotions is fear. It's almost the first thing we have. Even babies will jump because there's a fear of falling. Even they may not even realize they are in the world, but there's this fear. And I'm not sure what to call this, maybe AI anxiety, but I clearly have it. And it's only my youngest son is an actor, and it would be unfair for me to tell everybody here to watch Sweet Magnolias on Netflix. However, I am concerned, he's concerned, as many people in that business, about what AI can do to that whole profession. But there's this fear that at some point that AI may become more intelligent than human beings, and then put us in a situation where we become obsolete. Do you have, as the chair of the Federal Reserve, concerns about AI that you wish we knew and would address?
Thank you, Congressman. This is the most exciting opportunity, but with it comes the kinds of risks and challenges that you highlight. We at the central bank need to look at these with a view towards what do they mean for our mandate? What does it mean for our expectations of inflation over the next couple of years and beyond? What's it mean for employment? You told us that's our job. And so we have to look at artificial intelligence and the surge of technology with open eyes about it. I must admit that part of these challenges, I see huge amounts of talent and thinking inside at the Federal Reserve, but I wanted to bring in some outsiders to share a view. So I've created a task force on productivity and jobs to help us think about that connection. We're not outsourcing anything. We're ultimately going to make these decisions. But American ingenuity has found its way into artificial intelligence, and it's an exciting time, but one that we're not complacent about.
Appreciate it, Sharon.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the chair of our subcommittee on digital assets, Mr. Stile of Wisconsin. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, thank you for being with us today. A year ago on Saturday, the Genius Act was signed into law. And with that, a series of deadlines for rules to be promulgated began, and the clock began to tick. You've came into your job confirmed approximately 2 months ago. The deadline for the Fed to promulgate rules is this Saturday. Will the Fed meet that deadline?
Well, it's a fair and open question. I have been corrected. I've not been in the job 6 weeks, but 7. We're racing to put that out by this deadline. I'll just add one other thing, Congressman, without taking too much of your time. I think rulemakings from the bank regulators are best when we have a family fight between and among us, so that there would be one proposed rulemaking for comment. It might not be exactly true this time, but that's my objective, that we be coordinated in issuing our rulemakings at the same moment.
I appreciate that. I think from this body, I think there's a huge opportunity with stablecoin, in particular, to make sure that consumers are protected. That was one of the drivers of us passing that legislation. There's a lot of work to be done. You're new in your new role with the Fed, but we would like to be updated if, in fact, that deadline is not made. And then, in fact, when those rules will be promulgated, we're all anxiously awaiting. So appreciate your attention to that. Let me shift gears. There's been a lot of talk about AI. Obviously, as any new technology, as you have said, brings forward opportunity, but also risk. One argument, of course, is the labor market could collapse. We heard that offered by a couple of our colleagues. Of course, as we look back at other technological cycles in the United States, we've actually seen standard of living increasing. Jevons paradox tells us that actually as technological cycles come through, we have opportunities for greater employment, in particular if we get the rules of the road right, as in many ways the United States has in previous technological cycles. How are you analyzing your role with full employment, in particular as it relates to this next technological wave?
If this cycle, Congressman, is like the previous positive technology shocks, the U.S. will be richer, will be more productive, there'll be more labor, there'll be more wages, there'll be more compensation. That is, if this follows prior trends, this technology shock is likely more significant. This is probably the biggest change in my adult lifetime, because it's not just the creation of a new widget. What it is, it's changing the method of innovation and the speed of innovation. And I can't think of a country on earth as well positioned to take advantage of it. So that's on the one hand, but on the other hand, it can lead to disruption. My own best guess is that the advent of the technology will be augmenting existing work, that employees that were there will be more productive. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't believe in the lump of labor fallacy. All the jobs that are there have already been created, and the technology will remove some. Well, it might be disruptive in the near term. It'll create a lot of other jobs. Just to give one example from history, and then I'll close. Who knew at the creation of the internet that the internet would create 1.5 million Uber and Lyft drivers? I certainly didn't. So I want to be very open-minded about the job producing elements of it. But we have a day job, and it's to deliver on price stability and full employment. I've asked this outside task force of a few incredible experts to think hard about it over various time horizons, and we'll keep our eye on making sure we deliver in every one of those time horizons to ensure stable prices and full employment as best we can.
Thank you for that. I think there really is optimism, although there is downside risk. And I think one of the imperative aspects here is that we get the rules of the road right so that the innovation development is occurring in the United States of America and not offshore. One of my big concerns is how the Biden administration looked at emerging technologies in the financial services space, is that they were pushing that innovation development offshore rather than encouraging that here in the United States of America. With 30 seconds left, a lot has been said on the positive numbers that came out today. How does that shape your short-term and long-term outlook with the final 25 seconds?
So it's one data point. The reason I create a task force on data is I don't want to overread or cherry pick data. There might be some that look at this morning's data and say, oh, mission accomplished, everything is swell. That is not my view.
Thank you, cognizant of the time. Appreciate you being here today, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on financial institutions, Dr. Foster from Illinois. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, congratulations, and I hope that you cherish the scars from surviving the financial crisis that we both suffered through 20 years ago. I entered Congress and the Financial Services Committee in March of 2008, where I was right in the front row there, about 2 meters from Ben Bernanke and Hank Paulson, as they came to Congress to ask for a $700 billion bailout, watching the sweat drip down Hank Paulson's forehead. So I hope you don't have to go through that.
I remember I had when all that went down, I think it was like 2008, I had Washington Mutual as my bank. But then I guess Washington Mutual didn't survive that. But yeah, I liked Washington Mutual. They were cool. They were ahead of their time in the banking industry throughout the 20th century.
You know, one of the Fed's most important roles outside of monetary policy is the operation of the central bank swap lines. And these, as you know, are absolutely crucial.
Yeah, they got gobbled up by Chase. Yeah, they became Chase.
Preventing the global financial crisis from becoming a global depression. And I think, to my mind, remains the major reason why the U.S.
Hey, what's up, Laverne Day? What's up, everyone? What's up, Kenneth? What's up, Tim Brown? What's up, One More Fireworks Channel? How's everyone doing? What's up, Cold? What's up, the Wolf King? What up, Aloha Kitty? What's up, Richie?
The world's indispensable reserve currency in an area where, by the way, the Chinese are trying to become increasingly competitive. And so the problem, of course, is that right now we have in the White House an occupant who sees his every power as a means of rewarding his friends and punishing his enemies, domestic and foreign. We saw that example in the Argentine bailout, where he implemented swap lines.
Hey, what's up, Richie? So you made a fortune renting out Section 8 housing under President Biden? Sounds to me like you need to send a super chat.
The Treasury's Exchange Stabilization Fund, I think he pretty much maxed it out. But to reward one of his MAGA allies internationally with a $20 billion loan at well below market rates, or probably they couldn't get a loan from anyone at that point. And so the question that I have, that when you and the FOMC are operating those lines, particularly in times of crisis, do you see yourself as an agent of the president or as an independent actor?
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate the question. The swap lines that we put in place in the 2008 financial crisis, like you, I think, played a remarkable benefit in trying to mitigate the risks for the U.S. economy. And it reinforced that the dollar is the dominant currency in the world. Now, my judgment as central bank chief is to let the dollar policy be discussed by the Treasury Secretary and leave that to him. But historically speaking, I think the swap lines played a major role. The dollar liquidity swap lines that the Fed has put in place are about the conduct of monetary policy. So those are independent, but I just want to distinguish one thing. The Treasury has separate authorities and can use the Exchange Stabilization Fund for swap lines that are unrelated to our powers and responsibilities.
Right. Yeah, but that's the big dog in swap lines. I mean, the ESF is, I think it's somewhere a little bit north of 20 billion, I think, is the most that they could deploy, which they did, much, and I have to say, not to the benefit of U.S. farmers that I represent, but anyway, he decided to bail out his friend in Argentina. But that was the Treasury, and that was different, So the question is, what happens if there is a crisis and you get a call from the president and says, "I got this friend that I want you to bail out or punish by politically allocating those swap lines"? Is there an independence there that we have to protect as well?
So the independence of the conduct of monetary policy and everything that comes along with it is independent. Just to go back to the 2008 financial crisis, when all that happened, as you'll recall, the Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chairman, they often had to work in tandem. It's hard to distinguish in crisis times, separate from more benign times, exactly where those roles and responsibilities are. And when we put in those swap lines, when I was a governor at the Federal Reserve, I remember frequent discussions between the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. We have our independent authority, but I don't want to leave you with the impression that in 2008 or 9 we did that without a discussion with the Treasury.
Okay, well, I'm just, be very careful of that, because you are going to be coming under extreme pressure. Now, let's see, I applaud all of your focus on data, which we talked about when we talked, and in particular your need for better real-time data. The question of whether we could have picked up the inflation earlier with more leading and real-time indicators, I think is a very valid point. I applaud you for having your committees investigate that. But does this interest also go into real-time regulatory information as well, which I think is really going to be crucial in a world where there's 24/7 banking operations? Banks and financial institutions can get in trouble fast. And so are you also going to be looking at the need and benefit for regulatory data on a faster timescale?
Absolutely. I've only been here for 7 weeks. The focus in those first 7 weeks, I must admit, is making sure that monetary policy gets back on track. But many of these lessons learned, like in data, how do we make real-time decisions isn't just as monetary policymakers, it's as supervisors and regulators. The world, as the discussion about AI suggested, the world's moving faster, the world's accelerating, and the Fed has to move with that speed.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the chairman of our Subcommittee on National Security, Mr. Davidson from Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Chairman Warsh, thank you for your testimony today and frankly for leading at the Federal Reserve. The Constitution gives Congress the responsibility for monetary policy, and since 1913, that's fallen to the Federal Reserve. And, a lot of people say, well, what did we create when we created the Federal Reserve? And the fight over the shape of our monetary policies is as old as Alexander Hamilton versus Andrew Jackson. So I think a lot of my constituents wonder, what happened to the purchasing power of their dollar? So could you share with us what you consider to be the definition of sound money, and what's the state of that today?
The discussion we had in your office was a lot of economic history about the first and central bank of the United States. I'm gratified that this is our third central bank of the United States, and it's more than 100 years old, and hopefully we've learned some lessons. One of those lessons is ensuring that we are as focused, at least as focused on the real economy as we are the financial assets and what's happening on Wall Street. This committee had long committed to a 2% inflation target. That is our resolution. That's what I'm here to say and double down on. But as we discussed privately, I'll say publicly, my broader definition of price stability is a change in prices such that households and businesses don't have to worry about it, don't have to think about it. And the test today about whether inflation is too high is represented by this committee. Inflation is the dominant set of questions because it matters to households and businesses. I'd like the change in prices to be such that no one's talking about it. That was a definition from the Volcker era, and I dare say the Greenspan era. It should suggest to you that as I sit here today, this Fed will deliver price stability consistent with what we have been saying for several years, which is inflation shall be delivered at a level of 2%. That broader price stability objective is still one in the back of my mind, and we'll see whether there's further reforms to be had.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying, because if you measure it by what people are talking about, they know that the affordability isn't there. They know the purchasing power isn't there. And whether you put it in number like 2% or whatever, you look at, for the long run, it's been significantly higher than 2%. But it seems like one of the biggest roles of the Fed is to prevent deflation. And if you're going to have a number where the mean is 2%, and you've got a long period of time where you've had it well above 2%, you'd have to have some significant periods of time where it would be below that. But I wish you the best in your challenges, because my constituents are counting on us to get this right. So it truly is one of the most consequential things for our country. Sound money is truly essential to defending freedom. So I think the stakes are really high. One of the things that we look at is the connection to the way that the market functions. The Federal Reserve covers massive fiscal deficits, and they certainly do that when they're the purchaser of treasuries. They load up their own balance sheet. In some ways, you don't get a price signal. What's the real 10-year? What's the real 30-year? Well, when the buyer is the Federal Reserve, you don't know whether they're creating a higher rate or preventing a higher rate from happening because it distorts the market. And we also talked about, in this regulatory role, there's a sort of bridge between the Federal Reserve as a regulator and a monetary policy role. So I wonder, when we think about what we created with this version of the Federal Reserve, do you consider the Federal Reserve subject to executive authority? I mean, when there are executive orders that are issued, let's say just relating to the regulatory side, not monetary. I get some of the concerns on steering monetary policy. Presidents have always had an opinion on that. But if you put out a regulatory framework and the executive order relates to the regulatory structure of the Federal Reserve, is the Federal Reserve subject to executive orders?
So it's a good question. Let me say a word, if I can, in 53 seconds about that, and go back, if I can, to say something about what you were talking about in setting prices rather than taking prices. First, as you know, I'm prepared to do everything I can to ensure the independent conduct of monetary policy. You can hear from all sorts of people, but we're going to call it the best we see it. On regulatory and supervisory policy, I do think that it works best when the bank regulators, who you've all given authority to, when we can work in concert. I tend to not like it when there's a regulatory arbitrage, if an institution is trying to choose between whether to be regulated by the OCC, the FDIC, or the Fed. So I'm encouraged to have a robust discussion with my colleagues at other bank regulators about what we think is the right public policy. But if we think that the right public policy is different than theirs, we'll put it out for comment and notice, perhaps even as early as Saturday.
My time has expired, and I yield it.
Chair recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on national security, Ms. Beatty, also of Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and to you, Chairman Warsh. Thank you for being here today. And let me first start out by thanking you for reaching out to have a dialogue with me, and I look forward to making that happen. Also, I certainly appreciate your response, particularly to Congressman Meeks and Congressman Foster, on you holding firm on independence and that you would protect the data and the law. That goes a long way with me. I want to start with a question about the housing market. As you're aware, the Federal Reserve monetary policy heavily influences the United States housing market through setting of benchmark interest rates that directly dictate the mortgage rates and housing affordability. Many homeowners were able to access mortgages at historically low interest rates during the pandemic, but rates have more than doubled since then. And I'm concerned about the impact this is having on first-time home buyers and minority borrowers in particular, who are also facing high home rates and insurance policies. Homeowners are exiting pandemic-related forbearances and also are struggling to enter into affordable repayment plans due to the high interest rates, which in many cases could push them into foreclosures. Now, I understand that the Fed can't increase housing supply or prevent foreclosures directly, but I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the impact of rate hikes on the housing market, especially for those more vulnerable homebuyers. And certainly, we have a new amazing housing bill, the 21st century. I have to get that plug in, that I have 6 bills in that. So now I yield to you.
Thank you, Congressman. We stay out of housing policy, and as the debate that's been had in this room suggests, you all have a lot to say about what housing policy is going to be. But I don't want to suggest that we don't touch it. We don't target housing, we don't target any particular sector, but the decisions we make have a big effect on housing. And housing plays a huge role in most households' family budgets, in their savings. So we recognize the importance of it.
And rate hikes. Correct.
Absolutely. We, as I said in my opening statement, I think broadly about the conduct of policy today. I sounded quite optimistic about what was happening in manufacturing, what was happening in output. But you heard me say a somewhat more cautious note about housing. I think that's in part because monetary policy, when rates were cut to extremely low levels, provided what was thought of as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the first house. I would prefer a set of monetary policies that are not boom and bust, that don't just make one
Hey, what's up? What's up, Sizzle? Good to see you.
And more fortunate about being able to afford their first home than the next. So what we can do in monetary policy is try to be clear about our objectives, deliver price stability in the context of full employment, and not react overtly to any data that happens one day or the next. But we have an effect on long-term rates, and we take it very seriously.
And you'll be sensitive to the issues that I'm bringing up. Okay, in my last minute, let me now turn to fraud and scams, which is one of the top concerns that we've been dealing with lately in this committee and my subcommittee. As you know, payment frauds, including scams, often involve multiple institution and payment methods, and no single agency or entity can solve it alone. What specific role do you believe the Fed Reserve should play in helping build a more coordinated cross-sector approach to frauds and scams?
Yeah, so it's another fair one. The Financial Stability Oversight Council, which the Fed is a key member of, fraud is on that agenda. That committee is run by the Treasury Secretary under the law, but the Fed has equities there, and the Fed needs to ensure that, especially with this new generation of technologies, that the American people don't lose confidence in our payment system, don't lose confidence in the banking sector that we regulate. So we do have an important role to play there as well.
I'm going to interrupt only because I have a few seconds later. I'm glad you mentioned this new generation. I've received feedback that better information sharing between financial institutions and online platforms is key. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Real-time information between lender and borrower is a way to make credit more available to more hardworking Americans.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill.
and thanks to Ranking Member Waters for holding the important hearing. And Chair Warsh, thank you for being here with us today. Chairman Warsh, prices for agricultural inputs have, after experiencing a spike during the Biden inflation that began in 2021, have remained stubbornly high. Needless to say, families are also in my district were themselves hit by the rise in food prices that began under Biden and your predecessor in 2021. And grocery prices remain persistently high. This strains household budgets and makes it harder for people in my district to put food on the table while also paying for all of life's other necessities that are also more expensive following that inflationary period. We saw in the 1980s how hard it is to deal with persistent inflated prices and the difficult decisions it can place on the Fed to get and keep them under control. Can you please tell us what is the Fed doing and what do you intend to do to ensure that a resurgence of inflation does not materialize?
So that's job number one. We cannot, I don't want to overstate, we cannot have a direct, immediate effect on short-term particular prices at the grocery store or in agricultural goods. But the job you gave us, the job we are resolute about accomplishing, is to make sure that any short-term changes in particular prices don't broaden out, don't change to a generalized change in the price level. Unfortunately, that's what's happened in the last 63 months, and those days have to be a thing of the past. I'll make one other note. Good economics, going back a couple of generations, talks about sticky prices. The longer that prices have been above the inflation target, it's usually a bit harder to dislodge them and get them lower. Our job, my commitment to you, is to take sticky prices and to unstick them.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly with that sentiment. So thank you for your perspective. The Fed made some interesting judgment calls during the last administration when it came to its supervision and regulation decisions. Whether it was the war on digital assets, the crusade to make the Fed a climate regulator, or the use of reputation risk to debank disfavored firms and individuals, the Fed allowed itself to become the instrument of partisan actors pursuing goals beyond the powers that Congress has authorized. The Fed needs to stay in the lane that Congress has handed it and not veer off course whenever political winds shift. When the Fed does the latter, it undermines its standing in the eyes of Congress and the American people. Chairman, will you commit to getting the Fed back to truly sticking to its lane? And if so, how do you plan to do it?
So I can make that very commitment. Our credibility in monetary policy, our credibility as supervisors, our credibility in payments, these are all tied together. And the way we erode that credibility are two things. We wander outside of our lane into your lane or into the lane of another executive branch. We don't deliver on our promises. The first thing we can do is to deliver on our promises. And the second thing is, as you said more eloquently than I did, stick in our lane. That's what we're going to do.
Thank you again. Both the G7 and the administration have issued statements or executive orders on quantum computing, encouraging financial authorities and U.S. federal agencies to step up their timetable for transitioning to post-quantum computing encryption algorithms. With just a few years until experts warned that quantum computers could break widely used encryption algorithms, what is the Fed doing to address this future risk?
Yeah, so like you, Congressman, it's a future risk. Since I graduated from college more than 30 years ago, quantum computing was always just a few years away. I hope we're there this time because, like in artificial intelligence, the United States can be a huge beneficiary. But like with AI, there's risks. I've spent quite a bit of time in my 7 short weeks at the Fed thinking about our vulnerabilities as an institution, thinking about if bad actors were to take technologies that are now at the frontier or might be with quantum in a few years and try to pressure us to do harm to the perception of the U.S. or the Federal Reserve and the system. So we need to harden our technologies. We've got an enormous amount of talent at the Fed. The world's moving faster, and we've got to move fast with it.
Thank you, Chairman Warsh. I see my time is about to expire, so Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our task force on monetary policy, Mr. Vargas, California. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank the ranking member. Of course, I want to thank you, of course, Marcia. I appreciate, like everybody else, the communications that we had, and I want to be honest with you that I wish you the best success. I really do. I think if you're successful, I think the Fed will be successful. If the Fed's successful, I think our economy will be successful. If our economy is successful, I think the American people benefit. So I'm one of the ones cheering for you, and I hope the best for you. Now, I have to say, though, I'm glad we're not litigating the past, though it seems that a lot of my colleagues like to. We talk about the past, Chair, and some of the things the previous president said, so I'm not going to litigate, but I would remind them that they did pass their big ugly bill and put trillions of dollars in the deficit and the debt. They seem to forget that, so there's a little bit of amnesia there. They remember some things well, but they forget others. Now, one of the things that I have sort of strange in my background, maybe not, I studied to be a Catholic priest for a long time. I was a Jesuit. And they make you do things that are kind of odd when you're starting off as a novice. One of the things they made me do is to take communion to people who were sick. And they would do it as an experiment to test you and to do different things. I remember one person very clearly. He was a man who had been blinded, I should say, at World War II. Wonderful guy, lived in the Santa Barbara area. And I'd take communion to him. I had to sit there and listen to him for a long time. And he would just talk and talk and talk. And I'm thinking, I'm not getting anything out of this other. I'm sitting with this guy, which is fine. And I finally started listening to him. And I actually learned a whole lot from him. I understood why my novice master had sent me there. And one of the things he said was really interesting. I never forgot this. He said, yeah, people march around. And, yeah, they look pretty in their uniform. But you never know how a person's going to react until they're under fire. And the reason I say that is, you kind of mentioned it too. In ordinary times, it's easy. When the crisis hits, that's when the issue is. That's why if you litigate the past, yeah, okay, you can litigate the past. But the truth of the matter is things happened. The Great Depression, things happened. We were, so blindly stuck on the gold standard and other things. And of course, we talk about the great wealth that the dot-com did. Well, I remember the dot-com bust too. $5 trillion disappeared just like that. And then, of course, you talked about the 2008 crisis when you were here. And all of a sudden there you had, the government working together, the Fed chair and the Secretary of Treasury. You had to because, the economy was melting down. Now, I don't wish any of that upon you, but the truth is that you could get that. You could get an AI collapse. I mean, the Magnificent Seven have really driven the market tremendously, and sure, there's great opportunities. And I hope that it is successful. But if it's not, then I hope that you also have the flexibility to figure things out. I mean, my colleagues love to talk about, what Chairman Powell did. They seem to forget that there was a pandemic, and that we could have been slipping into a depression if we hadn't done some of the things. They seem to forget too, the person who closed down the government was actually the economy was actually President Trump. It wasn't Biden. Everybody blames it on Biden. I was here. It was Trump that did that. The decision he made, I don't know if it was good or bad, but it was the decision he made under fire. So anyway, I wish you the best, but I do want to ask you about that. What happens when, as they say, it all hits the fan? How will you react? Will you react in a way that's flexible, or will you react in a way that almost seems today almost robotic?
Well, I appreciate it. I take that as a blessing that my 4 years will be ones of calm and peace and price stability and full employment. So I take it in the way it was granted. But we have to be prepared for shocks that are unanticipated. We have to be open-minded to things that might happen. So while it might not be common for the economics profession, we have to show a lot of imagination. My general view, again, coming out of the 2008 crisis, is we need to think ex ante about what we might do when the shocks happen. And it'd be okay to share with the world how we're buying insurance, how we're trying to protect the resiliency of the Fed systems, how we want the banking system, if times aren't always perfect, to be strong and resilient and competitive. And in the conduct of monetary policy, we want to anchor stable prices, deliver full employment. So if and when the shock happens, we have rebuilt the credibility that may have been somewhat lost in 63 months of higher prices. I am not relitigating the past. I know my colleagues have been trying to deliver on stable prices and full employment for a long time.
Time is up.
I intend to do so too.
they were honorable people, and I think they did the best they could, and I hope you do too. I know you're an honorable person. Good luck, sir.
Gentleman yield back. Chair recognizes the chair of the House Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams of Texas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also Chairman, congratulations to you. America's banking system is the engine of prosperity in this country, and it plays a critical role in creating opportunities. From the community banks that serve small towns and Main Street businesses to the larger institutions that support our capital markets, access to credit is essential for families, entrepreneurs, and job creators. And as a businessman who has owned and operated a small business for 57 years, I know firsthand how important it is to have a banking system that's both safe and accessible. And the American public and American people expect a chance to pursue their American dream, and access to affordable credit is often what makes that possible. So under the Biden administration, we saw proposed regulations that threaten that dream by making credit more expensive and harder to obtain. So my question would be, can you tell us how you think the Federal Reserve's supervisory role can promote a safe and sound banking system while ensuring businesses and families continue to have access to the credit they need to pursue the American dream?
It's a great question, Congressman. I'd say two broad things. One is we need a highly competitive, diversified banking system. This is the secret, one of the unheralded secrets of the U.S. economy. Our banking system is larger, number of institutions. I think part of the reason why the U.S. has grown faster than our G7 and G20 colleagues is because the banking system here is fundamentally different. Secondly, what I would say about how we do that is we need to have tailored regulation that befits the kind of institution and the customers that they're treating. One size does not fit all. And finally, I'd say I am all for international coordination of banking standards. It is a useful effort so that we meet in Basel to try to come to some international standards. But the Basel endgame is not America's endgame. That is not the Federal Reserve's endgame. Our endgame is ensuring that we have the right rules that befits our economy so we have a safe, sound.
Hey, what's up, JFO? Yeah, I'm eating some, I just got out a snack right here. I got some Lay's Kettle jalapeno chips. These are pretty good.
The banking system and anything we agree on with international counterparts have to be in service of the American economy.
Thank you. And businesses depend on clear, consistent rules. When Congress passes a law, it reflects the will of the American people. And agencies like the Federal Reserve have a responsibility to faithfully carry out those laws, and regulatory certainty gives businesses like mine the confidence to invest, hire, and grow. So question would be, can you tell us how you intend to guide the Federal Reserve, and will you commit to ensuring the Fed carries out the laws of Congress that Congress passes without expanding beyond its statutory authority?
Yeah, I can make that commitment to you, Congressman, because that's how we keep politics out. That's how we stay independent in the conduct of monetary policy. The Federal Reserve is not a repair shop for broken statutes, or we aren't empowered to go wander into areas outside of our remit. We've got a big and important job. I understand it, but it's bounded. We have to stay inside of those bounds.
My last question real quick, Chairman. One lesson I've learned in business is that your word matters, and when you make a commitment, people expect you to follow through, and consumers' trust is earned by doing what they say you are going to do. So the Federal Open Market Committee has made a commitment to the American people to restore price stability. Families and small businesses across the country are trying to plan for the future, and they are counting on the Federal Reserve to deliver. So, Mr. Chairman, in the short time we have, what is your strategy for restoring price stability, and what confidence can you give the American people that the Federal Reserve will achieve its price stability target?
So I can give you the commitment that we will deliver price stability. I was comforted at my very first meeting about a month ago. As I looked around the table of my 18 colleagues, there was no willingness to tolerate higher prices. There was a commitment that was unambiguous and unanimous that we're going to deliver. So the next question is, how are we going to deliver it? First is, I would say, make it very clear to you and the American people and to U.S. businesses that is not a commitment we're going to walk away from, and we're not finding acceptable higher inflation that has endured in this country for more than 5 years. The second thing that we're going to do is take responsibility. As I mentioned to one of your colleagues before, in our view, in my view, there is no anguish in central banking. This isn't saying, oh, I wish this or that were to happen. You gave us a lot of the tools to deliver on that commitment. We intend to do it. And the third and final thing I'll say is we have the tools to do it. We have a printing press.
Hey, what's happening? Hey, what's up? What's up, OHS? Good to see you. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Hope all is well.
We have a balance sheet and interest rates. They have both provided significant accommodation and restrictiveness during different parts of the business cycle. And over the coming period, I'm going to ask our colleagues and have a good family fight about the extent and timing in which we would need to deploy those to deliver on the promise.
Appreciate your leadership. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, congratulations again, and thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you.
You stated that the use of AI technologies is, quote, a paradigm shift, and that the United States would be, quote, a big winner in the medium term. How has the use of AI impacted your view and the future of the global economy, and how is the Fed reacting? How should it react, and especially vis-a-vis China and our other competitors?
So I don't view the U.S. economy as in a zero-sum game. I don't think that weakness abroad is good for the U.S. But what I do mean to say is if there was one thing that is the biggest driver of American prosperity, it's productivity. Productivity gives companies the ability to invest in new capital, workers that have that new capital and can deliver and ultimately have higher real take-home wages. This is a supply shock in the United States. I have to admit it's happening faster than I would have projected 18 months or 2 years ago. We're seeing this technology and the capability of these models.
Hey, yo, what up? What up, Corey? Yeah, I got to put in some overtime to catch up to these hearings. Because, MAGA Mike Grinder Johnson had the government shut down, so they finally came back to session as of yesterday. So today, like 7 hearings came out, so I'm trying to binge watch all of them because there's going to be some good hearings tomorrow of Todd Blanche confirmation hearing, and then also the new NSA guy, something Paxton. So we're going to see those hearings, and then I think on Thursday Trump's going to do some speech crying about the election from 6 years ago.
At exponential rates, something like a hyper Moore's law is happening. I don't want to suggest that we know exactly how this is going to shake out, but the U.S. is best positioned to be a winner. But again, as I may have mentioned earlier, you gave us a job to deliver stable prices and full employment. What are the consequences? What are the implications of this positive technology shock to that? I've taken 3 experts, I've asked them to deliver their views to us over the coming 3 to 6 months. And then internally at the Fed, we're going to...
Hey, cheers, Corey.
That at the end of the day, the U.S. is a winner, but it's not going to be a linear path. And I'm open-minded to challenges both to the full employment and price stability part of our mandate.
Right, because as part of that, I assume the workforce employment is going to be, what should our goals be? Should they shift? I assume those are the kind of questions you all are debating.
Yeah, we're debating just those questions, Congressman. And if I were to look over the last few months, it looks to me as though this technology hasn't displaced workers at this point. It's made them a bit more productive. And I say a bit because I think the productivity is in front of us. But a year or 2 from now, will these intelligence tokens be adding to the workforce or causing the workforce to temporarily be disrupted? It's something that we're very focused on as we think about what the economy looks like 12 and 18 months from now.
Thank you. We're seeing an unprecedented number of children using apps on their phones like prediction markets or sports books to gamble. Research is showing especially young people are very active in the past year. 11 to 17 have gambled in the last year, 36% of them. What is your view regarding possible insider trading on these markets? Are you thinking about that? Do you think we should bring more, protect our children on these betting apps? Have you thought about that at all?
Well, I thought about it in 2 respects. First, when I was sort of a junior in junior high school, in high school, I was the nerdiest kid probably in this room, so I wasn't wandering into those.
That's saying a lot. You should be the chairman.
Yeah. But generally, questions about the use of kids and smartphones and whether insider trading is happening and the rest is almost entirely outside of the Fed's jurisdiction. So I'll defer to other people around, both in the Congress and the executive branch, to take those on. I don't really have much more for
Let's pivot to something else. Modernizing and expanding certain aspects of the federal deposit insurance remains an important priority for me. We'll help ensure that small businesses remain stable and Main Street is able to thrive. What are your thoughts on mandated federal deposit insurance?
Hey, what's up, Sunrise? Hey, good to see you. Hey, I like your name, Sunrise. Yeah, good to see you again. Hope you've been well. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, just watching this Senate hearing that happened earlier, as of I guess technically yesterday now. But yeah, it's pretty recent regarding the new Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chair, the new Federal Reserve guy that took over for Jerome Powell. But yeah, we're almost towards the end. Maybe about 40 minutes left.
Across the board for all banks? Should there be specific asset thresholds, a tiered system? Is there a middle ground in this debate?
So we're going to follow the law, and we're not going to weigh in on what we think the right deposit insurance caps are. But I don't want to walk away from the question entirely. The FDIC insurance caps should be binding. Hey,
what's up, JFO? Oh, that's what's up in Texas. Hey, shout out to Texas. Hey, what up, Corey? Hey, thank you. Oh, nice, 420. That's what's up. I'm actually packing one up right now. That's awesome, man. You're cool, man. Thank you. 4 a.m. in Texas. Yeah, we're night owls. I'm definitely a night owl, especially in summertime. It's hot over here in Los Angeles. Like it's 2 a.m. Pacific Standard Time where I'm at right now, and it's nice. It's like nice right now, you know, the calm before the storm, because it's gonna be like 100 degrees tomorrow. We're going through like a heat wave right now, so I like these like nice chill summer nights. You know, I got Carlo the Husky posted up right here. He's taking a nap. He ate a T-bone steak for dinner. What's up, Carlo? Good boy. He's got his ball right there in his bed. He's smart. He lays on the tile where it's cooler. But when it's winter, he lays on his little bed right there. He's got a bowl of water. Yeah, thanks again, Corey. Appreciate you for the support. I like that 420. It's a good number. About to pack one up right now. Cheers, mates. But yeah, shout out to Texas over there. And how's the how's the weather out there in your neck of the woods? Is it been pretty hot as well? But yeah, I like night times. I like being a night owl. It's all quiet. Everyone, you know, it's like you're in your own little world, you know. But it's nice. It's especially nice though being able to watch this stuff with YouTubeville. So appreciate it, anyone that's here hanging out and sharing your opinions.
Of a supervisory and regulatory system, such that if a few banks get in trouble, either myself or the Treasury Secretary don't have to, in unusual and exigent circumstances, provide backstops for everybody, including depositors. So the way I think about it is deposit insurance reform and proper deposit caps should be of a piece with strong reform-oriented supervision and regulation. So the law that you decide should be the right caps for individual deposits. That should be the case both in good times and bad.
Last question. Do you think that people in my district, young people, keep coming up to me and saying they're not going to be able to afford a home, to be able to get a mortgage? Do you feel confident in your tenure people are going to still be able to afford to get a mortgage?
I'm a great believer in the American dream, and I know that a mortgage and first-time house is one important step to do that, and we'll do what we can to support it.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Congressman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair also wants to, as I call the gentleman from South Carolina, just offer condolences to the gentleman from South Carolina and all the people of South Carolina on the loss of Senator Grant. And with that, the chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chairman Warsh, for appearing before the committee today. The Federal Reserve has an important responsibility to carry out the mission Congress assigned to it. Maintaining public confidence depends not only on sound economic policy, but also on staying within the statutory mandate. In recent years, many Americans question whether the Federal Reserve moved beyond that mission through actions involving climate-related financial regulation, digital assets, and reputational risk. I appreciate the steps that have been taken to refocus the institution on its core responsibilities. Looking ahead, it is important to ensure the Federal Reserve remains focused on the responsibilities Congress has given it. Chairman Warsh, what steps will you take to ensure that the Federal Reserve remains faithful to its statutory mandate and develops institutional guardrails that prevent future departures into area beyond the authority Congress has delegated?
So this is no time to wander, Congressman. The job you gave us that's clearly in the four walls of our authority in monetary policy and payments and supervision and regulation, we're early in a reform agenda. All of our assets, all of our resources.
Oh, well, hey, that's awesome, Corey. Congratulations. Yeah, you're welcome here anytime. Yeah, there's only like 115 days left till the midterm, so I'm going to try to stream as much as possible, to interact with people, see what everyone's opinions are. But yeah, congratulations on the scratcher. That's cool. Did you hear about the guy that won the lottery? I think he won like $10 billion, and then like right away they tax you. So it's like they're taxing the billionaires right there.
Talent of my colleagues need to be focused there. Good intentions are not enough, and it is not the culture of the Fed or the best of the Fed's traditions to wander into areas that are not our responsibility. And when we do, we sacrifice the credibility we need to accomplish our core tasks.
Yeah, the most I've ever won on like a scratcher would probably be like, I don't know, $10 maybe. Free tickets.
Thank you for that. More broadly, the issue of mission creep has challenged many federal agencies over time, and the Federal Reserve has not been immune. Following the financial crisis of 2008, the Federal Reserve assumed an increasingly expansive role through extraordinary monetary interventions. More recently, the institution became involved in matters such as climate-related financial supervision, digital asset regulation, and the application of reputational risk in bank supervision, leading many to question whether these activities extended beyond the responsibilities Congress intended the Federal Reserve to perform. Mission creep carries meaningful institutional cost. It diverts resources from core responsibilities, exposes agency actions to legal uncertainty, and risks undermining the Federal Reserve's credibility as an independent institution that derives its authority from Congress rather than from evolving policy preferences. The central bank is strongest when it exercises the authority Congress has granted with discipline and restraint. So, Chairman Warsh, as chairman, what principles will guide your efforts to ensure that the Federal Reserve remains focused on its statutory responsibilities and resists institutional pressures to expand beyond the role Congress has assigned?
The most important thing at the Federal Reserve, as I mentioned before, is not the printing press, it's our culture. And the best of the Fed's traditions tell us what our culture should be: accountability, responsibility, and performance. By reiterating that, by reminding all of our colleagues that that's what drives us, I've started to do it in my first 7 weeks, but it's resonating. I hear it back in the hallways. I hear it at the cafeteria. And so at some level, people might think of this job as getting the answer right, well to the right of the decimal point. And occasionally we do have to wander there. But in order to deliver on what you've asked us to do, I've always thought that most of this job is the left of the decimal point. We're going to get the culture right. We're going to get the strategy right. We're going to get policy right. And we're going to get the organization right. If we can do those big things, getting the right answer to the right of the decimal point, I think will be a lot easier.
Thank you for that. I would also like to discuss inflation, because maintaining price stability remains one of the Federal Reserve's most important responsibilities. American families have experienced the highest inflation in more than 4 decades. Rising prices reduce purchasing power and place real restraint on household budgets. While inflation has come down from its peak, recent data suggests that inflationary pressures remain and price stability has not yet been fully restored. The people I represent should not have to endure another sustained period of elevated inflation. Stable prices are fundamental to long-term economic growth, household financial security, and confidence in our monetary system. Chairman Warsh, what is your assessment of the current inflation outlook? And what policies will the Federal Reserve pursue to ensure that restoring and maintaining price stability remains its foremost monetary policy objective?
First, I agree, Congressman, with your diagnosis. For too long, American households and businesses have suffered the undue hardship of high inflation. This Fed will deliver price stability. This Fed has the power to do it. We have the tools to do it. What I would also say is I'm not in the business of trying to prejudge what the committee that I'm honored to lead decides. I think we need to have a continued good family fights on this subject. That'll start again in a couple of weeks. And when we have news for you about exactly the methods of solving this problem, we'll be very clear about what they are, and so will the American people, to deliver price stability.
Thank you. Are you back, Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman goes back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. Ms. Presley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Chair Warsh. Congratulations. And welcome to the Financial Services Committee. I represent the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District, a beautiful, dynamic district.
Oh, nice. We got Senator Presley. I like Senator Presley. She's awesome.
And also one that is deeply unequal. In fact, in a 3-mile radius from Cambridge, home to your alma mater, to Roxbury, historically Black, vibrant community in my district. That being said, median household income drops by $50,000 and life expectancy by 30 years. That's just in a 3-mile radius. And those inequities are not naturally occurring. They are man-made. They're the result of intentional and deliberate government action. So I'm here, and what guides me is the work to be just as intentional and just as deliberate in making sure that government works for all people. And I know we're just getting to know one another, but I hope I can count on your partnership in that mission, Mr. Chair. I'm going to begin with what should be an easy yes or no question. Are you committed to fulfilling the maximum employment requirement of the Federal Reserve statutory mandate?
Oh man, there's never an easy yes or no question with any of these.
Congressman, absolutely. We have no disfavor
with any of these MAGA meat-writing politicians.
Stability and maximum employment are not an either-or proposition. I'm committed to both of them.
Well, that was my next question. If you view this mandate as equally important as the price stability mandate. Now, since Trump took office, hundreds of thousands of people have been pushed out of the federal workforce. The current unemployment rate is 4.2%, which is higher than when Biden left office. And if you look deeper into the data, Black unemployment writ large is at 6.6%. Now, the Federal Reserve semi-annual report highlights that Black people have continued to have higher unemployment rates and lower wages than white workers. This is a problem. Now, it's a problem for Black workers, it's a problem for the Black family, but it's a problem for everyone. It's a problem for workers like Teresa in my district, who despite being educated, qualified, and good at her job, was let go from her public health position due to government funding cuts. And with the state of HHS, our country needs to employ all of the public health experts that we can find. But this is also a problem for our national economy.
Hey, that sounds good right there, Corey. Some rum, actually, yeah. Watching these Senate hearings with a little bit of rum sounds pretty good, actually. Maybe I'll try that next time.
And financial stability. Let me illustrate what I mean. According to one report, Black Americans held a buying power of $1.6 trillion in 2020. Economists estimate that 2% of Black women being fired has led to $37 billion being lost in GDP spending. So when that money is lost, it impacts everyone. It impacts our small businesses that spur local economies and workforces. So the point is, when Black workers lose, everyone loses. So Chair Walsh, given the persistent racial disparities in unemployment, will you, as Federal Reserve Chair, commit to confronting these workforce challenges that Black workers are forced to endure?
So Congresswoman, I'll say this, which is the U.S. can ill afford to leave any individuals behind. The economic opportunity, which is essential for America's growth trajectory over the next 5 and 10 years, means that every American needs to have opportunities to be productive. And I believe.
Oh yeah, I like Malibu rum and Captain Morgan. Those are pretty good with some like pineapple juice or like a pina colada.
Like some in the economics profession, that productivity-led economic growth is a good thing, not a bad thing.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Chairman.
I'm hopeful that the Fed, we can be supportive of opportunities for economic growth.
And I want to say specifically for Black workers, because of a problem of this magnitude, there are 700,000 unemployed Black women right now. If a problem of that magnitude was happening to any other group, we would do the analysis and we would have a plan. So I'm going to ask of you what I asked of your predecessor, for you to come and brief the Congressional Black Caucus on your strategies and efforts specifically to the Black worker, given the disparate impact. You've talked about the refusal to tolerate a persistent high inflation. I need the same rigor, the same vigor, and the same commitment when it comes to the Black worker. It's already a part of your mandate.
So American workers, no matter their backgrounds, have my commitment to do what we can at the Federal Reserve to make sure they have all the opportunities in front of them, regardless of any characteristic.
Well, Mr. Chair, experts believe we need targeted structural efforts to address unemployment disparities. So I'm asking
Gentleman's
for
time
focus.
is expired, and invite the chairman to answer your question in writing. And thank you. Chair recognizes the chair of our subcommittee on oversight and investigations, Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also appreciate very much yours and Vice Chair Bowman's work on fraud and scams. We have a report coming out next week from my subcommittee, which we'll be looking forward to sharing with you. As you know, CPI came out this morning. Well underestimate, we could say. For all intents and purposes, the underlying economy is strong. The small businesses, community banks I speak to for the most part, throughout Pennsylvania, report steady demand and positive business outlooks. As well, the businesses are profitable. Tax revenues for the federal government are up 6.9% in 2026, which is phenomenal. In Pennsylvania, by the way, they're up 2.4% this last fiscal year, and they're glowing about that, raving about that. So federal revenues are way up, which shows businesses, again, are profitable. Many of us in this committee have made the case for quite a while now that the Fed needs to review the big picture, as you've been making commentary towards. Supply side growth and lower interest rates are not in conflict. They are, in fact, very often complementary. As lower interest rates encourage more cap investment, they can put downward pressure on inflation simply by using the well-known equation: when supply exceeds demand, prices go down. I'm glad you appreciate that very much. So, Mr. Chairman Warsh, you've created these task forces, which we're all pleased to see, I think. And will you express how these task forces will help achieve the Fed's goal of 2% inflation?
Thank you, Congressman. I'd be happy to. The 5 task forces are an attempt to go back to first principles. Ask whether the way the Fed has conducted business for more than a generation, the way we've gathered data, the way our models make forecasts about what's going to happen next, our understanding of changes in productivity and changes in the supply side. These are all big fundamental questions. And I think we are better equipped to make smarter decisions on policy so that we can deliver price stability and full employment if we get the benefit of some outside views. Again, we're going to then decide what to do with them. We're going to make the decisions. We're not going to outsource them. But if there was ever a reason after a long period of inflation that was too high to go back to first principles, this is it. And like you, while I reviewed the data that came out this morning on CPI, and it was positive relative to expectations, I'm not for cherry picking. I'm not going to show up here and say mission accomplished. And what I'd say is there's plenty of work to do, and I would feel more confident if we had better data to inform our decision making. We have a task force that's going to be focused on doing just that.
And I know you're also going to utilize balance sheet process as well. You've critiqued the QE planning or activities for a while. You've stated you plan to reduce the Fed's balance sheet. How do you plan to do that? What role does the private sector play?
On the balance sheet, again, I don't want to prejudge the conclusions of the task force, and I can't speak for 18 of my other colleagues. As a first approximation, I'll say now what I've been thinking for years. In normal times, the Federal Reserve should be a price taker, not a price maker. We should be observing what is the price for a 10-year treasury between a willing buyer and willing seller. We shouldn't have our thumb generally on the scale. Now, when it comes to a crisis, I don't want to suggest that we're going to be able to sit on the sidelines. I would hope we could, but I can't say that for sure. The Fed balance sheet, both its size and duration, are worthy of a very worthwhile review. I'm inclined to think that there are better regimes we can go to, but we're not going to do it without due consultation with the markets and with members of this committee.
Great, and certainly the reserve requirements of banks and all may put this in the hands more so of the private sector, as I think you believe. Chairman Greenspan in the 90s recognized that a productivity boom from computers and the internet was putting a downward pressure on inflation, and he cut rates based on that data, ahead of the data. Does AI present that same kind of opportunity today?
If you've seen one productivity boom, you've seen one productivity boom.
Okay.
I take very seriously the productivity booms that we've had. And generally, if you look at the surge in productivity in the post-war era in the United States, we tend to move from a relatively low productivity realm environment where productivity grows about 1.5% a year. And then for a decade or longer,
Gentleman's time has expired.
To a higher productivity realm. I think this could be that opportunity, but I can't say it for certain as of yet.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Castett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Warsh, nice to see you here. Welcome. I want to start with just a purely academic question for you, just on economic theory, but with some context. You talked to Dr. Foster about your experience in the 2008 downturn. I was not here in 2008, but I remember in 2020 when former Chair Bernanke came in as someone who had some experience steering through a crisis. I remember that we had this meeting in March of 2020 saying, we've never seen unemployment spike this quickly since the Great Depression. We've never seen GDP collapse this quickly since the Great Depression. And here's someone who steered the economy through an $800 billion bailout, which at the time seemed like a big number. I mention that, number one, because I hope you don't find yourself in the future being asked to address Congress based on your own expertise steering through a crisis, although certainly Chair Powell got his chance there as well. But the difference in the way that we responded to COVID and the way we responded to 2008 was a much heavier fiscal stimulus, whereas 2008 crisis was, largely QE and monetary, as big as $800 billion was. We also recovered from COVID a ton faster, not only faster than everybody expected, but faster than all of our peers. And should we find ourselves in another crisis, what do you, just as an economist, how do you think about the right shaping of fiscal and monetary policy? Obviously, you only have purview over one of those, but your voice is going to matter.
As I said in an analogy to one of your colleagues, I'll say it here. If you've seen one financial crisis, you've seen one financial crisis. So I'm careful about extrapolating. More generally, I would say the response to the 2020 pandemic had some very similar areas with respect to monetary policy. That is, the central bankers in 2020 took some of the toolkit that we innovated on in 2008 or 2009, and they provided overwhelming liquidity. That's in our remit in crises, not in more normal times. My judgment in 2008, judgment in 2020, and if we were to have a crisis when you and I are in these roles, I would be describing to you what the central bank can do. I would also try to describe to you the limits of our authority, such that you have the opportunity to make whatever decisions you think are right. But I'm going to make a promise to you now that I would hope to hold to then, which is the fiscal policy response is going to be a decision of you and the administration. We're going to do our very best to steer clear of that.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I think none of us want to go there again, but we also want to make sure that monetary policy can target some sectors of our economy, not the others. We need to work together. On a similar subject, I want to pivot, and I was spinning through, and I love these reports all the time. Send them. It's always good reading. I want to talk specifically about Figure 1 and Figure 43. Figure 1 shows U.S. CPI over the last decade or so. Figure 43 shows global CPI trends. And what's very clear is that U.S. inflation picks up immediately after Liberation Day on account of the tariffs. Global inflation picks up after the Iran war. You can see the spike. So, we had inflation generally coming down after 2020, starts picking up on account of tariff policy, and then starts picking up again on account of foreign policy in the United States. And you can just see in those charts what was domestic and what was international. How effective is monetary policy when it's fighting with fiscal policy or foreign policy or economic policy? Because I don't really understand the theory of the case that interest rates undo tariffs or that interest rates undo high oil prices. Or for that matter, QE or the other thing. So, how concerned should we be about monetary policy that's got a different set of goals than the outcomes of fiscal policy right now?
So generally, Congressman, I'd say a couple things. First, we are takers of the fiscal policy decisions that you and your colleagues make. We will take that into account. I'm not suggesting that we act in isolation. But
to be clear, we didn't vote on tariffs or the Iran war.
But the policies that are made of the executive branch and of Congress, we're aware of them. We have a wide lens, but we then take those on board and make whatever decisions we best can consistent with our remit.
Do you have the tools to counter them?
We have tools that are powerful. Whether they're working at cross purposes or consistent with them is never easy to know in real time. But let me make one other important distinction. Military conflicts overseas, changes in trade policy, changes in immigration policy, those have an effect and we can take them into account. Often they have an effect on prices in the short term. Our business is whether those prices in the short term end up spreading out, and that's our responsibility.
Out of time, but let's stay coordinated would be my
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, who also chairs our Asia Pacific Subcommittee on House Foreign Affairs. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member, for hosting today's hearing. And Chairman Warsh, welcome. This, I understand, is your first appearance before our committee since your confirmation, so congratulations. Earlier this year, you may have heard I introduced Payments Access and Consumer Efficiency Act, PACE Act, with my Democratic colleague Sam Mercado, because I kept hearing from my constituents in Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties about how important these payment modernization is in helping small businesses owners make payroll and make sure that their workers get their paychecks on time. And President Trump understands that, which is why he issued the executive order earlier and signed that to call for a financial system that is more innovative and is affordable for American families and businesses. So Chairman Warsh, I understand you share that goals and vision for the Federal Reserve as well. But currently the situation is the payments company holding money transmitter licenses in all U.S. states and complying with every Bank Secrecy Act rule and holding customer funds in a 1-to-1 liquid reserve still has no legal pathways to access the Federal Reserve payments rail directly. So as a result, small businesses and consumers bear the burden of increased costs and slower payments. So the PACE Act is trying to address that by creating OCC supervised activity-based registration for sophisticated payment companies that trade federal safeguards, BSA compliance, and capital reserves for direct access to FedNow, FedWire, FedACH. So, Chairman, can you talk about how you plan to work with the OCC and Congress to ensure that well-regulated payment companies have access to the infrastructure they need to lower costs for American consumers?
So thank you, Representative. I look forward to working with you on any details of your legislation without picking sides. What I would say is the payment system that the Federal Reserve supports needs to be resilient, needs to not play favorites, needs to be able to withstand shocks, and needs to be reliable and accessible so that we can do our part to ensure that the payment rails in the United States are strong. I would make a distinction between that and any payments that interact directly with retail customers. This is a business that the central bank needs to and should stay out of. A competitive banking system, a competitive payment system provides huge benefits to the US, so I wouldn't want to infringe on the businesses and practices of the private sector.
I appreciate that. As you know, I took my team and I talking to the stakeholders quite a bit since last year until we introduced it in a bipartisan way. So I look forward to having that conversation with you. But I think we agree that across the board, we need to modernize and reevaluate how we consider banking charters to ensure that our financial system continues to be the most competitive in the world. So to that end, I just want to let you know that PACE Act is again in response to President Trump's executive order. And when you know that the US is the only G7 country that does not have a system that allow fintech or non-banks direct access to traditional payment networks, I think it's really important that we work together. And I do want to work with you on this issue of a master account access and the PACE Act. So I hope we can take the time, and I hope that you and your team, now that you are in office, to review it, and we hope to get your technical assistance on the PACE Act from your team shortly. Thanks. Another major priority of mine has been expanding access to workforce housing. Last week, as you know, we, as part of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, I was able to increase the cap for investments in community lending and affordable housing. So as we continue to build on that momentum of expansion of the low-income housing tax credit, one thing that has caught my eye is the 100% risk weight for these types of investments in the proposed Basel Endgame rulemaking. Historically, these types of investments are extremely low risk, with very few resulting in foreclosure. So, Chairman Warsh, can you offer any insight into how you are considering the risk weight for these investments?
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite you to answer that question offline as the gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan. Ms. Khalid, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chair, for being here. You know, public transparency and democratic accountability is important to American people, not just to my residents at home. So just bear with me here in regards to this. You know that you've said that.
Oh, I like this lady right here. She's cool. She's a good politician.
Should talk less to reduce the influence on financial markets. Is that correct?
When the Fed speaks, it should matter.
Yeah. But there's a difference between giving less guidance to traders, you know, but explaining less to the public is what I'm concerned about. You know, these hearings exist because Congress is paired with the dual mandate with, you know, we have a duty to report on progress towards various goals. So, you know, again, it matters what kind of communication you reduce. So, for instance, you know, transparency in regards to, like, one of the things that bothered me is, like, you as the Fed chair has to publish the calendar, your calendar, right? Correct?
I believe subject to FOIA requests, we turn over, consistent with FOIA, the appropriate entries.
But when you provide it, you don't actually put the topic of what those meetings were about.
So I've only been in office 7 weeks, so I haven't even provided it yet, but we'll fully comply. We'll fully comply with the law when such requests are made.
Yeah, I just think, you know, I think what the American people want, or anybody, is not just who are you meeting, but what the topic is, I think is important. So let's get back to what you provide to the public. So when the Fed communicates less, how does the public or the committee judge whether or not the evidence was, or the method was responsibly implemented?
So I draw, Congresswoman, an important distinction.
Yes.
our number one objective is getting policy right. And if we get policy right, we can deliver lower prices. Transparency and communication is usually quite essential to do that. So I'll draw a distinction between our internal deliberations, where we get to have a good family fight and talk about the hard issues, and then our decisions. I think our decisions are things that you should know everything about. You should understand our rationale. We should be responsible and accountable. And if we don't deliver what we say, you should hold us account.
Yeah.
So in that, I
But
favor
how
full
you-
transparency.
Yeah. So it sounds like you will be open to absolutely being regards to the method and the rationale and the thinking behind the decisions.
Yes.
Okay. So if, again, this is something of a concern for me because when people say that to me, I'm like, if the Fed speaks less than public, then the words that are spoken in private to banks and invited audiences and off the record settings, that's why the calendar, it's like, don't just provide the calendar, provide what topic, because I think it's important. So what specific steps will you take so that a quieter Fed, because that's what you sound like you're towards, you want a quieter Fed, isn't a Fed heard only by the well-connected?
So I don't think there should be any special dispensations to the well-connected. My judgment is what matters most is the real economy.
Yeah.
Financial prices then can capture what's going on. My message more broadly to you, but also to people that are in the cottage.
Oh, hey, what's up, Corey? That's funny. You watched Kimmel? Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I guess there's some explosive diarrhea, like parasite or something like that. So I guess you gotta just watch what you eat or just be lucky, because yeah. I mean, it's Donald Trump, all these diseases and everything happened under Donald Trump's watch. Like, the measles, the screwworm, COVID-19. Like, I think Donald Trump's so miserable and his diaper's so full of crap that he's like, he probably, he's probably responsible. He's like, if I got explosive diarrhea, I'm going to give the whole world explosive diarrhea is probably his take on it.
Following the
I know,
Fed.
but the regular person out there is not going to get a meeting with you, not going to know a lot of these things. That's why I'm asking. So will you at least commit to publishing readouts of your meetings with market participants?
I'm committed to follow the law, and I'm
But we should
committed
know
to
what
do
you're
more
telling
than that.
We should know what you're telling them because not the 750,000 people in my district can get a meeting with you, and you want to talk to the public less. So
Oh, it's in the lettuce? Oh, good to know. I'm going to stay away from lettuce for a while.
I just want to make sure that we understand the intent and the decisions that are being made. So in 2025, you said that Fed had, quote, redefined its legislative remit and signaled a willingness to accept like a higher inflation and all that stuff. Really, my folks are thinking this isn't going to impact employment. This is going to, what is going on here?
Yeah, so what went on is the Fed changed its academic framework and its operational framework, and it led to higher prices, which did more harm to the least well-off among us than any policy that I could have imagined. And so that's why we have to reform it.
I know.
The Fed's begun that reform, and we're going to continue it.
Okay, last question. At your June press conference, you said that there is, quote, no cruel choice, that strong employment and low prices are mutually compatible. If there's no trade-off, pursuing maximum employment costs you nothing in terms of inflation. So, Chair, what concretely are you doing to pursue maximum employment right now?
So concretely, what we're doing is going to deliver price stability. And when we deliver that, households and businesses will be stronger.
Explain that more.
So I can think of few things.
Gentlewoman's time has expired, and I invite the chairman to carry on that explanation in writing, and I thank the gentlewoman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 5 minutes.
Chairman, thank you so much for being here. I am trying not to be redundant on the questions you've already been asked, but Chairman, the June FOMC statement reaffirmed the Fed's policy of maintaining ample reserves in the banking system. While your balance sheet task force is reviewing the benefits and risks of that framework. So if you go back to 2019, when reserve scarcity kind of contributed to stress in the short-term funding markets, what market indicators, in your opinion, should the Fed watch most closely to determine whether balance sheet reduction is moving too quickly, which is a concern?
So, Congressman, we have to look at a mosaic of information to judge how best to conduct policy. I wish there were some simple rules that we could rely on for monetary policy or clear and simple rules on the balance sheet. What we have to do right now is go back to first principles and ask ourselves whether this large balance sheet of a duration that is much higher than it was some years ago, whether that's consistent with good monetary policy. Then we're going to ask ourselves whether there's a better regime, and finally, how to get from the current regime to something else. We haven't prejudged any of those answers, but the goal isn't to be disruptive to markets. It's such that markets, the banking sector, and the real economy can understand the change and have time to adjust if we end up doing so.
Thank you, Chairman. In the interest of time, I'm going to yield my time back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York. Mr. Torres, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
How are you, Chair? Thank you for your service. During your Senate confirmation hearing on April 21st, 2026, you said, quote, "The measures I prefer looking at are things that are called trim averages, where we take out all of the tail risks." Separately, on May 31st, 2026, the Wall Street Journal reported that you want the Federal Reserve to give greater weight to the Dallas Fed's trim mean PCE. So I want to offer a critique and then have you respond. Trim mean PCE lagged behind core PCE in detecting the inflation shock that began in 2021. Core PCE crossed the Federal Reserve's 2% target in March 2021. Trim mean PCE did not cross that same threshold into July, a 4-month lag. By February 2022, core PCE had risen to 5.4%, while trim mean PCE stood at only 3.6%, a divergence of nearly 2 percentage points. And so here's my question. If trim mean PCE detected the inflation shock later, understated its severity, and diverged from core PCE by nearly 2 percentage points, why should the Fed place greater weight on it when setting monetary policy? And to put a finer point on it, your core criticism of the Fed is that it was behind the curve on inflation. That same criticism can be leveled against your preferred measure on inflation. So why the disconnect?
So none of those are very good measures of underlying inflation. That Wall Street Journal story that you referenced is incorrect, that I have a preferred measure from one of the reserve banks. If I had a preferred measure, I wouldn't have called for a task force to go back to first principles. And the data task force will be looking importantly at inflation measures. My view is that we need new measures to understand the underlying changes in inflation. Am I interested in what's the mean or median price of a good in a big box retailer? You bet I am. And none of these measures capture that. I am super interested in finding new measures to do a better job to help us inform our decisions so that the inflation of the last 5 years don't continue.
You have repeatedly described inflation as a choice. A simple yes or no question. Do you mean a choice by the Federal Reserve?
I mean a choice by the Federal Reserve and fiscal policymakers both, but I'm not trying to push the responsibility onto you. The Congress said that we're in the business of ensuring stable prices, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
So combating inflation is part of the Fed's statutory mandate, and you view inflation as a choice by the Fed. Combating unemployment is also part of the Fed's mandate. Do you view unemployment as a choice by the Fed?
We have no legislative orphans. We can't just take one part of the statute you give us and disown the others. I will just add a touch of complexity. We have more control over the price level ourselves than we do the unemployment rate. We have some say there, but so do all the policies that you and your colleagues put into place.
But obviously, if you aggressively raise interest rates, that could have the effect of causing unemployment. So in that sense, it's a choice, right? There are multiple forces that shape both inflation and unemployment, and the Fed is one among many. Quantitative easing. Do you believe quantitative easing is inherently inflationary? Yes or no? And
that question I can answer simply. I don't think it's inherently inflationary, especially if we adopt quantitative easing in the depths of a crisis. It can often provide liquidity to markets that need it.
So from 2008 to 2014, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet grew by a factor of 5, from about 900 billion to about 4.5 trillion. Yet over the same period, average headline PCE inflation was 1.7% and average core PCE inflation was 1.5% below the Fed's 2% target. So the notion that quantitative easing may be inflationary fails to explain the non-inflationary effects of a multi-trillion-dollar five-fold expansion of the Fed's balance sheet from 2008 to 2014. Can you explain that for me?
Yes, Congressman, I can. If the balance sheet expansion were our only policy tool, then that is a reasonable conclusion to draw. But we have several policy tools. The dominant one is interest rates. And so we need to think about both of them in the context of
I want to
monetary
quickly
policy.
interject. Do you believe changes in the size of the Fed's balance sheet have an effect on inflation comparable to changes in interest rates?
You had me except for comparable. They can substitute for each other. They can complement each other.
But you don't see them as comparable.
But the balance sheet, they have different effects. The balance sheet tends to work more through asset prices first.
And I want to interject.
It's more through the real economy.
Do you acknowledge that IORB weakens the relationship between the size of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet and inflation?
Not precisely. I don't know if I can answer that fully in one
You
second.
need to answer it in writing. It would be very interesting because these were good questions.
I look forward to doing that.
With the time we have remaining that the chairman's allocated us, the chair now recognizes the chairman of our subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Flood, and I recognize you for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Chairman Warsh. I'd like to begin by emphasizing the importance of the independence of the Federal Reserve. Markets rely on our financial system and the dollar as a stable, safe place to put their money. The stability of our financial system is at the center of our global influence. Our adversaries know that if they can break our debt markets, if they can break the dollar, they can remove one of the largest and most significant advantages we have as Americans. The strength of our system and in turn our ability to stand up against foreign adversaries that seek to destabilize it is partially a function of having an independent Federal Reserve. If we lose an independent Federal Reserve, we will lose the confidence of people around the world that use the US markets and the US dollar as a safe haven, and that would be devastating for our economy and the economic security alike. Thank you for your work. I want you to know that I strongly support your ability to operate in an independent fashion. And to that end, Mr. Chairman, before I get into the rest of my questions, I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak on the importance of an independent Federal Reserve.
Thank you, Congressman. I'm happy to do it. The Fed will remain independent on my watch. Fed independence is essential to the proper conduct of monetary policy. And I expect and will ensure that monetary policy is independent over the 4 years of my term. And like you, I think it provides extraordinary benefits in everything we do and strengthens the role of the United States and the US dollar in the global economy.
Really appreciate that. Next, let's talk about the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, kind of following on what Mr. Torres was talking about. I've had longstanding concerns with the effects of the long-term effects of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. In particular, I also worry about the use of quantitative easing in times of economic trouble. It can take a long time to unwind, leading to a Federal Reserve balance sheet that continues to grow and grow over time. Mr. Chairman, would you mind commenting just broadly on the use of quantitative easing in monetary policy?
I'd be happy to do it, Congressman. In periods of crisis, when markets aren't clearing, I am willing to be quite aggressive in what the Fed does with its balance sheet, the assets that we buy as necessary in unusual and exigent circumstances. But when crises are over, monetary policy, in my view, should be driven almost exclusively by interest rate policy. One of my former colleagues said it best when he said, interest rates get in the cracks. I'll go on to say, interest rates don't favor one class of people versus another. They don't favor those that have financial assets more than folks that are living off their bi-monthly paychecks. So I like interest rates as the dominant ways to make monetary policy, and I prefer, all the things being equal, to use balance sheets when the crises are real. However, I've inherited a very large balance sheet with a very complicated set of assets. And I am open-minded to reforms, as are my colleagues, and I'm keen to continue to work with this task force to achieve that.
Real quick, and I'm skipping to the end because this question matters a lot to me. I have a lot of community banks in Nebraska. It's the lifeblood of agriculture. Can you talk about how you see supervision working and respecting the role of a community bank, especially in rural America?
Congressman, as I mentioned to you in your office, I'm a big believer in the diversity of financial institutions. The U.S. economy benefits enormously by not having a half a dozen big institutions at the top do everything for everybody. The ag community, other communities are well served by the banks that are closest to them. Supervision and regulation needs to take that into account. Thousands of banks that we have are an enviable good, and the Fed needs to do what it can to support them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank Chairman Warsh. This is season 1, episode 1 of Warsh at the Fed. We look forward to episode 2 tomorrow. We want to thank you for your testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions to the chair. Questions will be forwarded to the witness for your response. Chair Warsh, please respond no later than August 18th, 2026. And with that, this committee hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
All right, so he gavelled out. So we watched that whole hearing. Oh, I'm still awake. Let's keep the party going. What's cracking, everyone? All right, check it out. So we got, let's go check out what went down on Capitol Hill. Let's go see what's up with the U.S. House floor proceedings from July 14th. So these are pretty fresh, so let's see what happened. All right, so this came out yesterday, technically now. So these are the most recent Capitol Hill movements here regarding all these politicians. All right, let's see what's going on. Keep this party going for another hour or two, but I'm probably gonna go to sleep. All right, I'm gonna make a coffee right now. Let me fast forward a little bit to the beginning here. All right, here they come. Hey, what up, everyone? Please hit the like button. Hope you're all having a good night, morning, day, wherever you're at. Thanks for tuning in, hanging out, sharing your opinions. So this is from Capitol Hill yesterday morning. So all these politicians are going to make their statements. They're about to pull up. Lady's on her cell phone right there. It's a giant picture of George Washington right there. Portrait of George Washington. Here they come. Gavelled in.
The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 14th, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Michael Guest to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leader and the minority whip limit to 5 minutes. But in no event.
All right. So in other words, for every MAGA cult member politician, we'll hear a real politician.
Debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, on the eve of our nation's 250th birthday, Zoran Mamdani sat at George Washington's desk and painted a dystopian picture of America, an oligarchy based on exploitation, discrimination, native.
Oh man, this McClintock guy. He's another MAGA orange ball licker. Let's hear what he has to say. Tom McClintock from California.
And bondage. Well, stripping away the anti-American rhetoric, he seemed to make 3 general points.
No, buddy, your whole MAGA party's anti-American.
First, that America is so racist and xenophobic that many insist it, quote, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. Yet even as he spoke these words, foreign soccer fans with every accent and skin shade flooded social media to tell of their delight at the openness, hospitality, prosperity, happiness, abundance, and big-heartedness of Middle America. Indeed, America welcomes more foreign immigrants than any other country in the world. But we insist that those who come to America do so with a sincere desire to become loyal Americans, to adopt a common language, a common culture, and a common appreciation of American constitutional principles and traditions, and to raise their children to revere and appreciate this country. It's called assimilation. It's why we have it.
Dude, this guy's so out of touch with reality.
Laws. That's the only way to build one great nation and one great people from all the nations and people of the world. Illegal immigration destroys that process. Mamdani, like so many on the left, obstruct our immigration laws and vilify those who enforce them. Yet if we don't enforce our immigration laws, then we have no immigration laws. Without immigration laws, we have no border, and without a border, we have no country. Is it possible Mamdani does not understand this? Or is this his ultimate aim? His second point is that American exceptionalism derives not from the principles of liberty proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence, but rather that these principles can be exchanged for others. And Mr. Mamdani has one in mind: socialism. But freedom and socialism are two antithetical and incompatible things. Our fundamental natural rights as human beings come to us either from God or from government. If from God, the right to chart our own course through life, develop our own talents, apply our own industry, and enjoy the fruit of our own labors are a birthright and are inalienable. But if these rights come from government, then they can be extended or withdrawn at the whim of those in power. Mr. Mamdani and his friends will decide how much you may earn, where and how you can live, which groups will receive the favors of government and which will be denied.
Hey, man. Hey, Mr. McClintock. The 1950s called and they want your Red Scare tactics back.
Who must live under the law and who can live above it? Even the temperature that you must set your thermostat. Wherever the socialists take control, we see this fundamental change, and there's
Oh my goodness, this guy's so full of crap right here.
nothing exceptional about it. It is the consistent product of socialist regimes: confiscatory taxes, chronic shortages of basic necessities, rampant homelessness, rising crime, bitter racial strife, failing schools, shuttered businesses, and ultimately fleeing families. His third point is that our founding principles create inequalities so vast that in America, quote, children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. Well, no one starves in America. Indeed, the poorest Americans today are wealthier than the vast majority of mankind. And yes, in America, extraordinary individuals, including legal immigrants, can achieve extraordinary success.
Listen to this guy's word salad. He's like, in fact, the poorest Americans today are richer than people in mankind. The word salad these Republicans go through to, like, you know, get their cult followings, you know, MAGA mush brain pretzeled up.
The left loves to dehumanize them as oligarchs. Their vast fortunes were made because consumers found value in their products and freely bought them. They've provided mankind with quantum leaps in technological progress that in turn produced the jobs and goods and services that provide Americans with a prosperity and standard of living unparalleled throughout the world. As John F. Kennedy reminded us, a rising tide lifts all boats. The true oligarchs are the socialists who use the power of government to plunder the earnings of productive Americans in order to enrich themselves.
Look at the Republican Party so failed with this MAGA movement, they gotta quote Democrat presidents.
Acolytes. As Winston Churchill warned, the inherent vice of capitalism is the unequal sharing of blessings. The inherent virtue of socialism is the equal sharing of miseries. Mr. Speaker, if America follows Mr. Mamdani, it will not be the first civilization to succumb to the siren song of a benevolent, all-powerful government. But every civilization that's done so has awakened one morning to discover that the benevolence is gone and that the all-powerful government remains. The American founders feared that one day a generation might emerge that has lost the memory of freedom. Let that not be the legacy of our generation. You're back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Lorenzo Salgado, como cualquier papá, debió haber llegado a su casa recibido por su esposa y sus hijos en la tarde del 7 de julio. Debió haberse sentado en su patio como lo hacía cada tarde, escuchando su música y jugando con su perro. Pero Lorenzo no regresó ese día, falleció a manos de ICE. Lorenzo tenía 52 años, pasó 35 de esos años construyendo casas en Houston, casas que para muchas familias fueron su sueño americano. Lorenzo abrió su propio negocio y cuando alguien tocaba su puerta buscando trabajo, Lorenzo les daba trabajo. Su hijo lo describe como un creador de empleos para mucha gente, trabajadores igual que él. Tenía 3 hijos, un maestro, un ingeniero y un joven que estudia ingeniería. El 7 de julio, Lorenzo se levantó antes del amanecer como cada día de su vida. A las 7 de la mañana ya estaba trabajando, manejando su van, llevando a su equipo a un sitio de construcción. And then an ICE officer shot him. He wasn't even the man that they were looking for. And 7 days later, we have no body camera footage, no dash camera footage, and zero accountability. We don't even know the identity of the officers who were involved. But we do know that he was a father of 3 who worked overtime to provide for his family. He was killed on his way to work, and this administration expects us to take their word that this was a justifiable killing. Desafortunadamente no podemos hacer nada para curar el dolor de la familia de Lorenzo, ni el dolor de la familia de Renee Good, madre ciudadana estadounidense, asesinado en su carro en Minneapolis, ni por la familia de Alex Pretty, enfermero que cuidaba a nuestros veteranos, ciudadano americano, matado mientras defendía a una mujer en la calle, ni por la familia del joven que ICE mató ayer en Biddeford, Maine, un joven cuyo nombre todavía ni siquiera conocemos, pero alguien en este momento lo está esperando en su casa y no va a llegar. We were told that this was about dangerous, violent criminals, that Trump's immigration enforcement was going to target the worst in this nation, but instead it's made everyone unsafe. Latinos, for the way that we look, and any American who dares to stare in between them. Nobody, nadie, is safe when armed agents answer to no one. This administration says Lorenzo was shot because he looked like someone they were searching for. Well, in America, there is no death penalty for looking like someone else and driving to work. And yet here we are. Yo vengo de la frontera y de una familia de inmigrantes y conozco a los Lorenzos de este país, en Texas, en Nuevo México, aquí en Washington y a través del país. Se levantan antes del amanecer, piscan el chile en Hatch, cuidan el ganado en nuestros campos, construyen.
Hey, what's up, Robin? No, this is actually from Capitol Hill. This is U.S. House floor proceedings, so it's like just a bunch of politicians, pretty much both parties, speaking for like 5 minutes, and then it goes like a Republican, then a Democrat, then a Republican, then a Democrat.
En Las Cruces, Albuquerque y Houston. Y a esa comunidad no le voy a decir solamente los veo. Las palabras no detienen las balas. Les digo, vamos a pelear por ustedes en esta Cámara, en las Cortes y marchando a su lado. Lorenzo Salgado debía haber llegado a su casa. En su honor y en honor de Renee, de Alex y del joven que perdimos ayer en Maine, no vamos a descansar hasta que cada familia en este país pueda esperar a los suyos en la mesa sin miedo. Y hoy doy este discurso en inglés y en español.
And this is all recent. This is the most recent House floor proceedings. This was from Tuesday morning, which was technically yesterday now. So yeah, these are the most recent.
Sin miedo, para reforzar que somos una nación de inmigrantes y vamos a seguir siendo una nación de inmigrantes. Lorenzo cried out, "Me están matando. They're killing me." The they were ICE agents. The they was paid by your tax dollars. The they answers only to this administration. It does not answer to the people. Later today, many in this chamber will have the privilege of going home to dinner with their loved ones. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo should have had it too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman will provide a translation of his remarks. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 70th anniversary of President Dwight D. Eisenhower signing the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956. President Eisenhower, a proud son of Abilene, Kansas, understood that a strong transportation network was essential to America's future. His vision for the interstate highway system helped fuel generations of America's growth. In Kansas, we see that legacy every day. Interstate 70 runs through the heart of our state, connecting communities like Goodland, Colby, Quinter, Hayes, Russell, Salina, Abilene, Manhattan, Topeka, Lawrence, and Kansas City. It helps farmers, ranchers, manufacturers, and first responders move through the center of America while serving as a lifeline for Kansas. 70 years later, President Eisenhower's legacy still reminds us that common sense infrastructure strengthens our economy, improves our national security, and connects America's families. I'm proud that the father of the interstate highway system called Abilene, Kansas home, and I look forward to getting America back to building again. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Martha Mendoza for 25 years of dedicated service to the people of Kansas. In July 2001, Martha began working for Senator Pat Roberts in his Dodge City office. Over the next 2 decades, she earned the trust of Kansans across the region and ultimately served as Senator Roberts' district director for 8 years. When I was elected to Congress in 2021, Senator Roberts personally recommended I hire Martha because he knew her character, her work ethic, and the genuine care she brings to every Kansan who asks for help. I'm grateful that she agreed to continue.
Hey, so those ICE agents that murdered those innocent people, so they're claiming that they didn't have body cams, but you know, people did like their own investigations, and from the scenes, like there was like they studied like all the pictures from all those scenes, and they all had body cameras, so they don't want to release the footage, or they erased it.
Constituent Services Director. Today, Martha still works in the same Dodge City office where she began her public service career 25.
Hey, what's up, Al? How's it going?
During that time, she's helped countless Kansans navigate federal agencies, resolve difficult casework, and find answers during some of the most stressful moments of their lives. Martha works long hours, follows through, and treats every person who calls or walks through the door with dignity and compassion. She understands that public service is about helping people, and she has spent her career putting others' lives in front of her own. Martha is a trusted colleague, a devoted mother of Joe, Gio, and Alexis, and a tireless advocate for the people of the Big First District. Martha, thank you for your 25 years of faithful service to Kansans. Our state is better because of your work, and I'm honored to have you on our team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, President Vladimir Zelensky established July 15th as Statehood Day for Ukraine, but we spend another year on this date wondering when Ukrainian people will be able to celebrate without threats from Russia. The length of the war in Ukraine has recently surpassed World War I, and it is an outrage that Ukraine has been forced to incur staggering casualties and defend its territory against a relentless dictator. Families are being torn apart, and fear is an everyday part of life for Ukrainians. We have a duty to support nations that are aiming to secure life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for their citizens.
That's why I firmly reassert the need to continue funding Ukraine's defense. From the floor of the House of Representatives, I extend my regards to our Ukrainian friends and allies. May you soon honor your statehood during a time of peace. Mr. Speaker, in New York and across the country, we are in an affordable housing crisis. According to the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, a household in the New York City region making the median income would need to spend 65% of their income to afford the average home. No family should have to spend over half of their income on housing. That is why this week I introduced the Home Mortgage Interest Credit Act and the Senior Accessible Housing Tax Credit Act. These bills will create new tax credits on mortgage interest and home modifications to help families better afford home ownership and allow seniors to age in place. As county executive, I work to construct affordable housing units and deliver options for families looking to move to my home county of Westchester. But more action is needed. We must work toward a sustained, all-of-government approach through funding, tax policy, and regulatory reform to fully tackle this affordability problem. The bills I introduced today will deliver relief to young families taking on a mortgage to purchase their first home, and to seniors who need to update the bathroom or install a ramp to allow them to age in place. While the president claims that no one cares about housing, I look forward to moving these common sense proposals forward with my colleagues to make affordable housing available again. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize New York Blood Center and all community blood centers across the United States to ensure a stable blood supply for patients in our hospitals. Blood can only come from generous donors, and patients in need are relying on volunteers to roll up our sleeves and give them the gift of life. But right now, the New York Blood Center is in its second blood emergency of the summer. Significantly critical low levels of blood supply exist for the state. In the United States, someone needs blood every 2 seconds. And while more than 60% are eligible to donate blood, only about 3% of Americans do. If just 1% more volunteers donated blood, we could alleviate the blood shortages that endanger the blood supply each season. I want to thank the millions of Americans who already regularly donate blood and encourage others to join them. And I want to commend the work being done at the New York Blood Center, which has been serving the tri-state area for more than 60 years and today serves more than 200 hospitals and EMS partners with more than 500,000 life-saving blood products. Together, we can work to ensure that no matter when a person needs it, there will be blood available to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Pella High School Marching Dutch on their trip to our nation's capital for the 250th National Independence Day celebration. Led by 21-year-old band director Damian Place, the Pella March.
Oh my God, these MAGA Republicans, man, I swear. So we got people starving, people getting murdered by Trump's Gestapo goons, illegal wars, expensive grocery prices. This lady up here uses her time on the floor to talk about some high school band.
Includes 225 talented high school students. Participation in the band gives students the opportunity to develop leadership, discipline, teamwork, and a commitment to excellence that will serve them.
I can't even with this lady. I'm going to fast forward her to the next politician. Every once in a while, you'll hear some of these maggots, politicians just talking some nonsense, and what's the point of listening to them? All right, here's a real politician, a Democrat.
Mr. Speaker, 13 months ago, when Trump's immigration raids began.
All right, here we go.
Mr. Speaker, 13 months ago, when Trump's immigration raids began in my district, I warned exactly where this was headed. I warned that if ICE agents were allowed to operate without accountability, that violence would escalate. I warned that people would die. I didn't want to be right, but here we are. This isn't normal. This isn't law enforcement. This is lawlessness. No due process, no Miranda rights. Instead, some in Trump's ICE are acting as judge, jury, and executioner. This is what happens when people who wear the badge are told that rules don't apply to them. Over the last year, we witnessed ICE become more violent, more reckless, and more deadly. We witnessed masked agents jump out of unmarked vehicles. We witnessed people tackled, beaten, and shot. We've even seen children used as bait to detain their parents. And what has this administration done? What have congressional Republicans done? Not a darn thing. No accountability, no transparency, no consequences. Last week, Lorenzo Salgado Aranjo left work and never came home. His son Ronaldo said something every member of this chamber should hear. Quote, he did not deserve to die. He did not deserve to be reduced to a headline of Mexican man shot and killed by ICE. He deserved to live a quiet life, as Lorenzo Salgado.
Another person yesterday it's not really talked about died at the hands of ICE yesterday too in Florida. So he was running away and he got ran over by a semi-truck.
Aranjo, a husband, a father, and a job creator. End quote. Then yesterday, a little girl in Maine watched her father's lifeless body being carried away by ICE. Think about that. 2 fathers, 2 families, shattered. And in both cases, ICE wasn't even targeting the men who died. ICE claims these men used their vehicles as weapons, but local news videos tell a different story. It shows unmarked vehicles following them. It shows what happens before the shootings. And it shows that ICE wasn't wearing body cam.
Hey, what up, Corey? Yeah, Donald Trump and his Gestapo goons are just murdering people in cold blood across the whole nation. You know, they've murdered people in Minnesota, Chicago, Maine, Houston, Texas, Florida, Los Angeles.
Despite its policies, this administration is asking Americans not to believe our own eyes over and over again. That is not acceptable.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Mort? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
What's even more unacceptable is that my Republican colleagues have watched this happen and responded by giving ICE billions of dollars more. How many more families have to bury a loved one before Republicans admit that something is deeply wrong? The truth is, they know it's wrong. They're just too afraid to say it, too afraid of Donald Trump, too afraid of political consequences. And I know, and they know, where this leads. When these raids began in Los Angeles, I flew immediately back from Washington to conduct oversight and protect my communities. When the Trump administration tried to block me from inspecting ICE detention centers, I sued them and won. I trained legal observers to document ICE abuses, organize town halls, and introduce legislation to reclaim Trump's $175 billion ICE slush fund and put it into how.
I like this guy right here, Jimmy Gomez. This guy's a good politician.
Every representative here has a choice. They can keep writing blank checks for fear and abuse, or they can join us in saying enough. Enough lawlessness, enough brutality, enough deaths. We warned this country what would happen. We warned that without accountability, that violence would escalate. We warned that people would die. Now hear this warning. If you committed a crime, if you violated the Constitution, if you thought.
Hey, what's up, Robin? Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. That's my that's how I feel what's gonna happen. Like everything Trump's doing, like he has no plans of leaving office.
Badge.
He doesn't want to be prosecuted. Or another theory I have is maybe he'll just fake his death, and like escape to go to Argentina or something.
You above the law, you are wrong. We are watching. The American people are watching. And history is watching. And no matter who you are or the title you hold, you will be prosecuted. Accountability is coming. With that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life of a very, very special, very amazing person, a Bucks County resident, Pearline Compton, whose 94 years were defined by faith, family, and hard work, and a remarkable commitment to serving others. Born in Kelly, Louisiana, Pearline grew up with the values of humility, perseverance, and deep devotion to those whom she loved. As a young woman, she moved to Pennsylvania, carrying those values with her and planting new roots in her own community. Though she began her life in the South, she became a proud Pennsylvanian, building strong and unbreakable ties to her new adopted home. Pearline worked for more than 33 years as a skilled press operator for Falls Manufacturing in Fairless Hills in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, never missing a day of work. But Pearline's greatest legacy was not only in what she did at work, it was how she loved and cared for her family. In 1986, after the passing of her beloved niece, Eula Mae Hamilton, Pearline opened her heart and her home to Eula's daughters, Cassandra and Valerie. She raised them as her own, believing that family is not defined solely by blood, but rather by love, by compassion, and by commitment. Through her quiet strength and her steady presence, she gave those girls a foundation they needed to learn, to grow, and to thrive, and that they did. Even in her retirement, Pearline's
Yeah, I don't know who this lady was, but this dude's paying her a nice tribute. R.I.P.
She continued to pour into her community through the Children of God Educational Services in historic Bristol Borough in Bucks County. There she shared her wisdom. She shared her kindness with children and with families, offering support and a powerful example of what it means to live a life that is rooted in service. Whether through a kind word.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good, Corey. Some pizza bagels. Yeah, I'll take a few.
Felt seen, felt valued, and felt cared for. Pearline inspired so many people and supported countless organizations throughout her life. Without fanfare, without recognition, she did not seek the spotlight. She simply did what needed to be done day in, day out, year after year. That quiet, consistent faithfulness is one of the highest forms of public service, and it speaks to her character. Mr. Speaker, while Pearline began her journey in Louisiana, she became an irreplaceable part of the fabric of Lower Bucks County. Her story is the story of so many who came to Pennsylvania seeking opportunity and helped build a stronger, more caring community for all of us. Today, we honor Pearline. We honor Pearline Compton's life, her legacy of love, her resilience, her service. She reminds us that one person's kindness, lived out over a lifetime, can transform not only a family, but can transform generations, especially that of our young people. On behalf of Pennsylvania's 1st Congressional District, Mr. Speaker, we extend our deepest gratitude for her example and our heartfelt sympathies to all whom she loved and all who loved her so dearly. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Oh, heck yeah. Hey, we got Chewy Garcia on the mic. Yeah, this dude's about to cook, I bet. He's got the best mustache in Congress.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the remarkable life and work of Beatrice B. Lumpkin, a union organizer, workers' rights activist, academic, and writer who passed away on June 14th at the age of 107 years. B was a fierce defender.
Yeah, that's a pretty good run. 107 years? Wow, I can't even imagine.
Class people and an active fighter for civil rights. She was called by some the rock of the labor movement because she grounded us and taught us how to stay committed to the search for justice and equity for those without power. B marched along with Dr. Martin Luther King in Chicago and was an ally of the Black Panther Party. She was present at every key moment of our labor and civil rights movement for nearly 90 years, up to the recent No Kings marches. Her engagement with the movement began with a factory job when she was 14 years old. She helped organize the Metal and Machinery Workers Industrial Union, part of the newly formed Congress of Industrial Organizations. Her persistence and determination were best exemplified when Wisconsin Steel, the plant her husband Frank worked at, abruptly closed and 3,400 workers lost their jobs. For 17 years, the Lumpkins led a successful fight for those workers to receive back pay. As recently as 2024, B was focused on intergenerational work with youth activists and joined the Starbucks workers as they began organizing. As a retiree, she expanded her activism on issues such as climate justice, the rights of retired workers, and consumer protection against overcharges from utility companies. B believed our job is to make the world a better place. She found joy in the work she did and inspired others, including me, to continue fighting. The labor movement has lost a giant. Rest in power, B. Lumpkin. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Antonio Tony Ortiz, who recently concluded 26 years of dedicated service at Cristo Rey Jesuit High School, including 16 years as president. For 30 years, Cristo Rey has transformed lives by providing a Catholic college preparatory education integrated with professional work experience. Today, the school serves students who are 100% bilingual, 90% first generation, with a median family income of $43,000. Cristo Rey has nearly 3,000 alumni, 15 of whom now work at the school.
Yeah, Trump will probably try to say that's DEI, and he'll try to go after it.
But Tony's greatest accomplishment is the culture he built that proudly reflects the strength of my district. The vast majority of students, alumni, faculty, and staff live and maintain deep ties to the 4th District of Illinois, making the school a strong pillar of the surrounding community. Under Tony Ortiz's leadership, Cristo Rey Jesuit has become a model of educational excellence nationwide, and his vision has helped the school grow into a national network of more than 40 schools serving over 13,000 students across the country each day. I thank Tony Ortiz for his remarkable service and wish him all the best in the years ahead. He has left a lasting legacy in our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 40th anniversary of.
I like you, Chewy, and all, but I'm gonna have to fast forward you. I thought you were gonna talk about the ICE shootings. All right, let's move on to the next politician. All right, let's see who this guy is.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Clara Martin, a beloved Georgia educator.
All right, let's fast forward it. R.I.P. to whoever that is, but I want to watch the politicians that actually talk about stuff that matter. You know, I mean, I'm sure all that stuff matters, but it's like, come on, man, you guys got to talk about like the inflation and Donald Trump's corruption.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an incredible Delawarean whose impact has long shaped the work of racial justice in Sussex County and across Delaware. Charlotte King, who founded the Southern Delaware Alliance for Racial Justice in 2015, has committed decades of her life to fighting inequities across health, education, and public policy. As we celebrate a decade of work by the Alliance, we honor and celebrate Ms. King's continued impact.
All right, we're going to fast forward her. Just because this is so long, we got to get to the juicy stuff. So we'll play a game for every politician that doesn't like actually talk about stuff that matters. We'll just fast forward them.
Earned the title by defeating Yuma Catholic by a 10-0.
Fast forwarding this guy. He's talking about some high school again. Let's go to the next politician. See what she's all about.
Madam Speaker, today I rise against the Trump administration's.
All right, here we go. She started it off right. Today I rise against the Trump administration. Let's go.
Costly and illegal.
All right, Kelly Morrison coming through with the facts.
Madam Speaker, today I rise against the Trump administration's reckless, costly, and illegal war in Iran. In just the last 24 hours, President Trump's deal has collapsed yet again. Tensions have escalated, blockades have been reinstated, and strikes have resumed. President Trump has informed the nation that we are once again at war with Iran, an illegal war that no one asked for, no one wanted, and yet every American is paying the price for. Donald Trump is backing the United States into a corner, and the worst part about it is that he has no plan to get us out. His strategy is to bomb first, think later. He's sacrificing our economy, our security, and our standing in the world. And for what? 1 in 2 Americans can't afford health insurance. Food, housing, and childcare costs are astronomical. Inflation is at a 3-year high, and the cost of gas, groceries, and everything in between is going up. President Trump was elected to office on the promise of lowering costs and ending unwinnable wars overseas. And yet here we are. And now he is demanding that taxpayers pay hundreds of billions of dollars to fund his new, endless, costly, illegal war in Iran. The American people deserve so much better from their president. When Donald Trump first got us into this war, he said it would last about 4 to 6 weeks. Well, now it's been 20. Over the last 5 months, the Trump administration has spent more than $100 billion on their illegal war on the other side of the world. Do you know what $100 billion could fund here at home? Childcare for 7 million children. Healthcare for 10 million people. Food assistance for 45 million Americans. These aren't just arbitrary numbers. Trump's actions have real impacts and real costs on real people's lives. And let's not forget, this comes as Trump made the single largest cut to healthcare and food assistance in our nation's history last year. After millions of Americans have lost their health insurance and families are struggling to feed their children, President Trump is now demanding that taxpayers send hundreds of billions of dollars to fight a foreign war overseas. Of course, now President Trump has literally told us time and time again that he does not care about the American people. Well, he may not care, but the elected officials in this chamber should. It is literally our job to do what's best for our constituents. We cannot stand by and watch President Trump drag us into yet another mess, especially when it's at the expense of Americans every single time. And let's just step back for a moment here and ask the question, why are we even in this war? This administration still can't give us a good answer. No explanation.
Well, I could tell you why we're in this war. Operation Trumpstein Fury. Because Pam Bondi did that hearing like not too long before Trump started his war of choice. He was getting exposed on his Trumpstein files, and then he had to start that war as a distraction. Not only that, to rob them of all their oil.
No reason, no strategy, no end game. As an American, as a patriot, as the wife of an Army combat veteran, I am outraged. When you make the decision to send American soldiers into harm's way, you better have a damn good reason for it, and you better know what you're doing. We have neither, and this administration continues to recklessly put our troops' lives on the line without care or cause. It's shameful. That's why I'm joining my colleague and combat veteran Representative Pat Ryan in fighting to end this reckless war and reassert our congressional authority over war-making powers. Madam Speaker, we need to pass the No Funds for Iran War Act and stop any more taxpayer dollars from being used for military action against Iran. Both chambers of commerce, which are Republican controlled, I might add, have passed war powers resolutions to end the Iran war. But there needs to be more. President Trump thinks he's above the law, but he is not.
Yeah, that's some pretty good word salad there, Larson Christopher. I'd like some Thousand Island dressing with that word salad, please.
Up to the Republican majorities in Congress to stop him. It is their constitutional duty to put the American people, our national security, our economy above a single president's self-serving war of choice. To my Republican colleagues, I plead, what is your line? When will you put the American people first and stop this war? We are not powerless. We can end this war. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to listen to the American people, find their courage, and end this war. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor a legend and the life of a legend, Washington State University coach Jim Walden.
All right. R.I.P. Jim Walden, but we want the politicians that actually talk about the topics that matter. So let's fast forward this guy real quick to the next politician. See who this guy is.
Request is accepted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As our nation continues to commemorate the 250th anniversary.
All right, this guy's a good politician right here. He brought the receipts. 46% of SNAP recipients are children.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As our nation continues to commemorate the 250th anniversary of our nation, we are reminded that the ideals for which America was founded are as critical today as they were then. A nation built on a promise that every person has dignity and that no one should be left behind. The land of opportunity. Last month, the House passed the fiscal year 2027 Agricultural Appropriations Act, funding for the USDA and other ancillary purposes. The bill cuts, unfortunately, the United States Department of Agriculture's budget by more than $1 billion, while farm bankruptcies are increasing. And rising costs to farmers as it relates to energy costs, fertilizer costs, etc., are having a dramatic impact. Certainly in California, bankruptcies are up a year from last year, 44%. That's devastating. In the San Joaquin Valley, growers are already fighting rising costs, volatile markets, and pest and disease threats. That's a normal part of farming. But this doesn't meet the moment. It makes it harder. It makes it harder because the USDA is part of a safety net for American agriculture. And for hungry families, it's even crueler. Hungry families. It takes food off the table. That's why.
The book flipper. Yeah, that's some comedy right there. Thanks for the good laugh. Yeah, if anything, everyone's jumping the MAGA ship. They're all burning their red hats. Disappearing back into the bush like Homer Simpson.
I ask, what does it say about us in this 250th anniversary that is intended to commemorate the greatness of our country, that we are stripping food from the most vulnerable Americans and calling it a positive trend? Give me a break. 46% of Americans being cut from SNAP are children, not criminals, not fraudsters, they're children. Over 700,000 kids have already lost their food benefits, and that's only in 12 states currently reporting the child level data. The real number, I think, is far worse. And we're talking about mothers stretching bags of groceries to the last of the week, and oftentimes making difficult choices between food or medicine for their children. We're not talking about, we're also talking about veterans who've served this country and now have difficulty putting food on the table. We're talking about people with disabilities who have nowhere else to turn. We're talking about our neighbors. They are Americans living in the 250th year of this republic, of this celebration. A drop in enrollment has nothing to do with fraud or a stronger economy. Nothing to do with fraud or a stronger economy. It has to do with people losing their benefits, and they are entitled to. And yet many of my Republican colleagues call SNAP cuts and nutrition assistance twice. They've done it twice, once in the big, not so beautiful bill in my view, and they've done it a second time in this ag appropriations that was passed last month. And again, the agriculture appropriations bill made this cut as.
What do you mean? California and New York are like the best, the most thriving states. The red states have like the lowest education. They got the worst crime.
5.6% or another $6 billion below last year's enacted measure. On top of that, they're cutting fruit and vegetable benefits from the Women, Infants, and Children's program. Fruits and vegetables, healthy aspects of our diet, right? It makes no sense why we're making it harder for families and underserved communities to put fresh, healthy food on the table. I voted no on that bill. In my district in the San Joaquin Valley in California, some of the most vital, richest agricultural production anywhere in the country or the world, yet we have a significant amount of people that are food insecure. Almost 30% of households in my congressional district rely at some time or then on SNAP. It's one of the highest ratios in the state. Most of these households include a child, a senior, or a person on disability. These families are not living large, believe me. They are barely surviving. So, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, what's up, Chaz? Good to see you. Yeah, that's right. Trump did say that he doesn't care about Americans' financial situations. He also said that Jeffrey Epstein was a great guy.
It's 250th year of America. I think we should be lifting people up, and not taking food off their dinner tables, because food in America is a national security issue, as I like to say. It's an international security issue when we look at food hunger around the globe and cuts that have taken place in USAID that were devastating, to make but one of those examples. Our founders did not build this nation so that 2.5 centuries later we'd be debating whether or not hungry children deserve to eat. The Farm Bill on the Senate side gives us another chance, and I ask that we reconsider the SNAP payments on that Farm Bill in September. Fraud is not a crime. Hunger is not. Fraud is a crime, but
The
hunger
gentleman's
is not.
time has
Let us honor
expired.
the values of this anniversary, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes.
the chairperson just had to get that last word in. There's no balance. Hey, that politician right there, he stood on business though, standing up for the hungry children out there that Trump's starving to death. Trump's over there, having children starve. He's bombing school. He's bombing schools full of innocent children. Yeah, the dude needs to be arrested for crimes against humanity.
Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise
Hey, what's up? WTF over 2. What up? What up? Good to see you.
today to honor and remember the life and legacy of John Lyle Keenum.
All right, we don't need to hear about this guy. Let's move on to the next politician, see if they got anything good to say that actually matters. All right, here we go, Ansari. All right. Yeah, this politician's good that's coming up now.
With that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the
All right, for 5 minutes.
And sorry, let's go.
Madam Speaker, ICE, the president's paramilitary secret police force, continues to roam America.
Wow, she came out hot with her statement. We got to listen to that again. She called them a paramilitary force.
For 5 minutes. Madam Speaker, ICE, the president's paramilitary secret police force, continues to roam American streets and murder people in broad daylight in cold blood. First, it was Ruben Ray Martinez in March of 2025, but ICE covered it up and kept it from the public. Then it was Alex Preddy and Renee Good. ICE shot and killed these two innocent people in Minnesota who had done nothing more than exercise their constitutional right to protest and free speech. And then the administration's right-wing propaganda machine got to work, smearing these two heroes as, quote, domestic terrorists with not an ounce of evidence. This was coordinated and directed by leadership in the Department of Homeland Security, by then Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, and by the White House itself through heinous racist voices like Stephen Miller. It is not a mistake. ICE agents are completely out of control, and that is on purpose. That is their mission. This is what the Trump administration wanted to happen from the start, to funnel hundreds of billions of dollars to their paramilitary force and then use masked agents and a nationwide effort to spread fear and terrorize immigrant communities. The mass deportation agenda is part of their fascist far-right scheme to amass power by using immigrants as scapegoats and deploying federal troops to American cities like my hometown of Phoenix. All across this country, people are shocked, outraged, and appalled by ICE's conduct and the sheer cruelty of Trump's mass deportation agenda. And yet it continues to happen in service of arbitrary, brutal quotas for bodies. Quotas for bodies of real people to fill beds so that for-profit prison companies like Geo Group and CoreCivic can rake in billions of dollars so families can be torn apart and deported to third countries they've never known. We're talking about 10,000 arrests in a 5-day period this past week. And as part of all of these horrors, ICE has carried out 2 sickening murders just in the last week, one in Houston and one in Maine. ICE is using pathetic excuses and spreading more misleading information with the federal government's bully pulpit to cover up their crimes. This is Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, a 52-year-old father who was driving to work and shot and murdered while doing so. He was not a domestic terrorist. He wasn't going to ram his vehicle into anybody. He had no criminal record whatsoever. He was a hardworking, beloved father of American citizens who was working hard to build the American dream. And if you haven't watched his son Ronaldo speak about his dad, I recommend you do so. It is heart-wrenching. It is outrageous that ICE is claiming Lorenzo, quote, weaponized his vehicle in an attempt to, quote, run over an ICE law enforcement officer. Multiple witnesses have testified that there was never any ICE agents in front of the van. They came in and started shooting from the sides. As with Alex Preddy and Renee Good, ICE is lying and lying badly. I honestly cannot believe how terrible their lies are. And then that wasn't enough. ICE murdered another person in Maine, 26-year-old Joan Sebastian Guerrero, somebody who had a work permit, somebody who had a U.S. Social Security number. And then DHS put out a statement just yesterday, just last night, that said that this man was trying to drive away, and they shot him for these vague quotes of public safety. ICE murdered a Maine resident, a law-abiding resident, in front of his wife and his 3-year-old daughter for no reason whatsoever. This is just pure evil. Democrats in Congress have been demanding accountability for well over a year. We are a nation of laws, not a nation of secret police, of cold-blooded murders by federal agents.
Damn, that's so sad. They murdered him with his wife and kid right there. They're gonna be traumatized for the rest of their lives now. Damn. Yeah, Donald Trump needs to be tried for ASAP for crimes against humanity.
Streets and of black site detention centers. We must urgently work to stop these horrific abuses. It is a moral stain on our country. We must abolish ICE, and we are going to prosecute every single person responsible for directing or enabling or carrying out these crimes. Lives are at stake. How many more families and communities need to be torn apart for Republicans in Congress to do something? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Let's see what this guy's going to talk about.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He's a Republican, so I got my money that he's going to talk about some nonsense. Let's see what he says. All right, so his first sentence going to determine if we fast forward him or not.
The Luray High School Bulldog.
All right, we're fast forwarding this guy. He's talking about some high school gym again. All right, let's go to the next politician. All right, here we go.
I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in the last week, ICE agents shot and killed 2 more.
That's crazy. These MAGA meat riding politicians just talk about the most just like irrelevant stuff, and it's the Democrat politicians that are holding it down, talking about the real topics.
Innocent people in broad daylight. In both cases, the people they shot and killed weren't even the people they were looking for. In both cases, they shot and killed people who were on their way to work in front of their families. In Houston last week, Lorenzo Salgado Arejo, a construction worker who has lived in the United States for 35 years, a husband with 3 children, no criminal record. He was driving to work with the lunch that his wife had packed for him and his brother riding.
Hey, what's up, Surfbird? Well, guess what? I got some good news for you since you like to surf. It's going to be a blue wave tsunami, so get out your surfboard because all the maggots are getting washed back out to sea, straight back to Jonestown.
Passenger seat when ICE agents rammed his vehicle and shot him because they thought he was someone else. And then yesterday in Maine, Joan Sebastian Guerrero, 26 years old, legally authorized to work in the United States, legally authorized, shot and killed by ICE agents who thought he was somebody else, in front of his wife and his 3-year-old daughter, who screamed, wearing her bluey pajamas while she watched her father bleed to death. How many more innocent people have to be killed in broad daylight? How many more children have to watch their parents shot to death by masked men too cowardly to show their faces? When will this madness stop? When he took his position, Secretary Mullen said that his goal was to get the department off the front page of the news. Well, you're back on the goddamn front page now with 2 innocent people gunned down in broad daylight. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. It is total chaos. And you know what? In both of these shootings, in Texas and in Maine, none of the agents were wearing their body cameras. Congress gave them tens of millions of dollars for body cameras, and none of them were wearing them. Where's the accountability? And you want to know why we won't vote, why I won't vote to give funding to this lawless, reckless, dangerous agency? Mark my words, we are not going to be silent about what is happening. We are not going to forget until there is justice. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
All right, I already see the picture that he has up there. Time to fast forward this MAGA orange ball liquor. Let's go to the next politician. All right, here we go.
For 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sergeant Thomas Lemke and Deputy Tristan Beecham of the Door County Sheriff's Office. along with Gary Robert Rashid Daughtry for their actions that helped save a driver's life following a serious crash.
All right, fast forward this guy. See what this guy says.
Honor the life and the service of Ashley Moore of my home county.
Nope. All right, keep on moving. See what this guy says.
It's clear in our federal agencies, which have spent years acting as the
Let's see what this guy says.
investigator, prosecutor, and judge simultaneously, and all without any accountability. Put plainly, if a federal agency wishes to stop a particular project or activity, it may do so at any time without regard to the cost that such actions incur on the parties who are being stopped. All leverage and power rests with the regulator, and there is no real recourse for the regulated. This week, I introduced the Limiting Excessive Government Obstruction Act, also known as the LEGO Act, to stop this overreach. My bill is part of a broader effort to rein in the administrative state, to protect constitutional rights, and to eliminate the federal bureaucracy that burdens so many Americans through restricting the creative genius that comes from real liberty. Right now, administrative enforcement cases start and end inside the very agencies that write and enforce the rules. Government officials decide both who to target and then sit as judges over those very people. Very few, except for specialized and expensive lawyers right here in Washington, D.C., have any idea of how to navigate a challenge to an agency action that halts a project. As an example, let's say a farmer is visited by the EPA and instructed to stop farming simply because the EPA alleges that the farmer is violating a specific rule. Right now, the farmer cannot challenge the order to stop farming in a court of law down the street from his home. He cannot continue farming. His only recourse is to file a challenge here in Washington before a, quote, judge that is funded by the EPA. Before the challenge can be dismissed, the farmer must exhaust all administrative remedies before the EPA to show that the EPA overstepped its bounds. Not only is this unfair, but it can take years and cost millions of dollars. That is not how our government is supposed to work. Whether a farmer on their land or a local municipality building a bridge in a small town, we do not work at the mercy of a federal agency or a nameless federal bureaucrat. My bill changes this broken system by giving the regulated party the power to proceed quickly when stopped by a governing agency. Continue with my example. A farmer is stopped by the EPA for farming the exact same way that he has farmed for decades. Rather than having to wait on the EPA's timeline, my bill empowers the farmer to pursue the agency order in an Article 3 court in front of a jury of his peers and then continue on with their livelihood. There, the farmer can seek to dismiss the regulatory effort simply by showing reasonable compliance with the law and or the subject regulation. The effects of this bill are all favorable. Regulated parties will no longer be bound by the whims of the regulators. Harmless and sound economic activity cannot be stopped by a whim. More certainty in economic activity and projects will increase efficiency and lower costs. The bill will compel the regulating agencies to focus only on unreasonable activity. The farmers, contractors, builders, and states will develop many more ways to design, build, and advance in a compliant and reasonable manner. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, it will restore the balance needed between the regulator and the regulated. If unreasonable activity is occurring, the government should be forced to prove it in an independent court, rather than a regulated party being forced to prove the government acted unreasonable in an agency forum. Mr. Speaker, the economic miracle that we have enjoyed in the United States was never achieved by a centrally controlled planning and regulatory force. The miracle of the United States economy was conceived by private individuals and entities who had the freedom to build, experiment, farm, and progress in a system rooted in freedom. When the government can stop free people on a whim without any consideration of the cost
we will solidify the decline that so many of us in this country feel today. Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve a government that works for, not against them. It's time that we rein in the bureaucracy and eliminate excessive regulatory burdens imposed by our federal government. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Culpeper County Public Schools Division Super.
All right, we don't need to hear this guy. Let's move on. Let's go see who else is up to bat.
The opportunity to succeed. Dr. Sidebotham, thank you for your leadership and your unwavering commitment to education in our community. Thank you, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
All right, let's fast forward it. So this happened yesterday morning, so just catching up on it. Let's see what these next guys got to say. All right, here they're back from recess. All right, here we go. What's going on over here? All right, they're saying some kind of prayer.
Let our faith in you be our Bless us, O Lord, this day as we place our trust in you. Sure of your guidance and hopeful for your favor.
She looks just like MAGA Mike Johnson. Is that like MAGA Mike Johnson's twin sister or something?
We put our confidence in you. Let our faith in you be our source of strength. Like a tree planted by the water, may everything that is within us reach to you to sustain us in the work set before us. When the heat of argument or the intensity of debate becomes too much.
All right, let's fast forward this.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delivering on promises made by President Donald Trump and House Republicans led by Mike Johnson, this is the first anniversary of the Working Families Tax Cut Act. This big, beautiful bill cuts taxes, limits government, expands freedom, and will create jobs. Sadly, every Democrat voted against it. This is...
All right, this guy's a MAGA meat writer. No need to listen to him.
A remarkable North Carolinian.
All right, let's see what she has to say.
This is the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Julia Daniels, a remarkable...
All right, she's not talking about anything important. Let's go see who the next person is. Oh, okay, I think we got Jim McGovern in the house.
Partnership with states, local schools, and community organizations.
Oh, hell yeah, we got Jim McGovern.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, when schools are closed for the summer, far too many kids in America go hungry because they don't have access to nutritious breakfasts or lunches. That's where the incredible Summer Eats program comes in. Funded by USDA and in partnership with states, local schools, and community organizations, Summer Eats provides free nutritious summer meals to kids across the country. Last week, I joined Project Bread on a visit to Summer Eats programs in Leominster and Turners Falls, 2 communities in my district. There, I got to talk with young children and teens
who told me they loved the meals and enjoyed the ability to spend time with their friends while school is out of session. Thank you to the Spanish American Center and the Gil Montague School District for sponsoring these successful sites. Mr. Speaker, even with important programs like Summer Eats, 40 kids in the United States of America, the richest country in the history of the world, are food insecure. We've got to reject Republican cuts to nutrition programs and invest more in programs like Summer Eats, which helps to improve health and end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend, Mr. Wilson, made some remarks about how everybody benefited from the big, beautiful bill. What he didn't tell you is President Trump made a deal with himself when he sued the IRS for $1 billion for releasing his tax returns, along with thousands and thousands and thousands of other Americans. He settled the case with himself and the man he wants to make Attorney General with a clause and an agreement that the IRS would not prosecute or even look at his tax returns, his family's tax returns, or any businesses they're involved with. That means that the $2.2 billion they made this year off of crypto and other questionable companies will be tax-free. That means he's stealing from you and me, the American public. He doesn't want to spend money on his failed war in Iran, or his failure with ICE, who are killing Americans every day. Our country's in trouble. We have a man who's out of control as our president, and it scares me tremendously, and it should scare you as well. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize journalistic excellence in Virginia's 5th Congressional District.
What the hell? That lady looks like Ghislaine Maxwell.
Here, news anchor Noreen Turin will retire.
All right, let's move on. Fast forward this guy. See what this person says.
Community and law enforcement, including 7 years serving
Oh, Dave Min, I like this guy.
of University of California, Irvine Chief of Police Liz Griffin. After more than 33 years serving Irvine, Chief Griffin is retiring. Throughout her career, Chief Griffin has with integrity.
Mr. Speaker, all of Greene County mourned the passing of Mayor Bob Taylor. Bob was a dear friend, and it was a privilege to know a man whose life reflected faith.
All right. I want to hear about the ICE shootings and Donald Trump's corruption.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the remarkable career of a great American.
All right, that guy's a bunch of nonsense right there. Moving on to the next politician. I'm just skipping through because I'm gonna go to sleep soon, but I want to see what these dudes got to say.
Yonkers resident, New York City Schools educator, author. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Latavia Sturdivant.
All right, here we go. Here's a good politician. Stansberry.
This is the gentleman from New Mexico. Seek recognition.
And Mr. Speaker, I ask for 1 minute to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, Johan Sebastian Guerrero, Ruben Ray Martinez, Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and dozens of others who are now dead at the hands of ICE, this administration, in detention centers across the country. Fathers, brothers, daughters, dozens who have lost their lives stolen from them at the hands of our government. And the choices of this body, the choices of a House that has enabled a president to spend billions of dollars on funding ICE, choices of this body to not stop a president from breaking the law, and choices of this body for failing to act. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is time to act and for this body to do its job and shut it down.
Oh yeah, you tell him, girl.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up Res 1423 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 85, House Resolution 1423, resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill HR 139 to make daylight savings time permanent and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward it to Al Green, and I'm gonna go to sleep. Let's go to Al Green over here.
By law enforcement officials about these purchases. We don't know for sure, but had these FCC codes in place for gun shops back?
All right. Oh shit. Where's Al Green at? All right. Here we go.
Advocate against gun violence.
This is recognized for 1.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member. And I also thank those who had the foresight to declare that all persons are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among them life, 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 liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You're not giving up your constitutional rights when you are doing what you can to protect life. I have been to the funerals. I have seen the people who have lost their loved ones to violence, gun violence. And at some point, we have to do more than contend that privacy trumps the right to life. The person's right to life trumps privacy, especially when no court has said that this is unconstitutional. So that is pure speculation on behalf of some people. I believe that the right to life trumps this right to privacy that they're contending. I yield back. Thank you.
Yields back, gentleman from California Reserve, gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I thank the sponsor, and I rise in strong support of this bill. This is not about crime. It's about control. Once you can flag a purchase, any purchase, you can flag a person. And once you can flag a person, you can control what they buy, what banks they use. And
all right, guys, I'm out of here. It's been stimulating, folks, but I'm out of here. Hey, thanks for everyone that hung out, shared your opinions. Appreciate it. Yeah, today there's going to be a couple good hearings. We're going to hear from Todd Blanche and the other guy, Paxson, the new guy that's going to replace like Tulsi Gabbard. So I think that's actually going to be starting soon. So I'm going to get some sleep and then we'll be back at it. We'll see what's up with those after I like walk my dog and get breakfast. But anyways, thanks for everyone that voted. Let's see. Are you winning in Trump's economy? Wow. And a whopping 67% of people said no, they are not winning in Trump's economy. And that's out of 500 votes. So the American people have spoken. That's how the blue wave tsunami is going to go, guys. Trump's approval ratings in the gutters. So I don't know. I highly suggest if there's any MAGA cult members still holding on for hope, just know it's over. MAGA movement is done, guys. All right, hope you guys all have and shout out to all the people out there that never will drink the Kool-Aid. Hey, later, WTF over. Catch you later. What up, Bug 101? Hope you have a good Wednesday out there. What's up, Edward Thornton? How goes it? All right, you guys all take care out there. All right, peace out.